Hey, welcome to the most comprehensive N8N course on how to go from zero, somebody that's never used this platform, to hero, a master capable of building automations for themselves and or selling stuff like that to clients. I've scaled my own AI automation agency to over $72,000 a month using no-code tools like Make and N8N. So the purpose of this course and any follow-up courses that I make are all about how to use these tools for actual business purposes, how to drive revenue, how to improve savings, and more or less purposes that you would actually be building systems for in the real world, not just hobby projects. I've made sure to add timestamps for every section down in the video. So if you guys maybe already are coming to this with a little bit of N8N knowledge and you just want some bits and pieces, feel free to use that to move around. And make sure you guys bookmark this video so you can come back to it later. Trust me, this is the most comprehensive resource on N8N that you will find on YouTube, at least as of the time of this recording. I've checked. You guys are going to want to make sure that you run through this from start to finish at some point in your N8N career. So you might as well have an easy and simple way to get back to it. So let's cover what N8N is, how to get set up on the platform, and how to build our very first simple practical workflow. Okay, now that you guys understand what the purpose of this course is, let's actually dive into the very first module, which is going to be all about how to get N8N set up for yourself, how to essentially go from somebody that's never used this dashboard or this platform to somebody that at least is a little bit familiar with it. I'm going to be basically putting on your N8N training wheels, if that makes sense. And we're going to start this video by signing up to N8N. I'm actually going to walk you through what that process looks like from start to finish. I'm going to be using their cloud hosted offering today. The reason why is it's just a lot easier for total beginners to get up and running versus self-hosting. But I want you guys to know that I'm going to be covering self-hosting in depth over the course of the next few weeks. After that, we're going to do a live hands-on review of N8N's builder. We're going to cover the canvas, the workflow, nodes. And then after that, I'm going to be creating 3 simple but effective workflows to actually have you guys get something on the page, so to speak. You'll actually have created 3 simple workflows before the end of this video. So if that sounds good to you, without further ado, this is N8N's website, as we could see. Secure AI native workflow automation, very sexy. I really like their branding. You can see they worked with some big freaking names. Adobe's using N8N now, Sendinblue, Pearson, Splunk. I've never heard of those guys, but they sound funny. So top right-hand corner, I'm just going to click Get Started. And the first thing it's going to ask me for is my full name. So I'm going to give it my full name. Then it's going to ask me for my company email. I'm going to give it a company email. So I'm going to ask me for a password. I'm going to write down an example password. And then for account name, I'm just going to go nickyoutube.app.n8ncloud. Keep up with our constant improvements through our newsletter. No, thank you. What I have to do here is, just because I'm crazy with it, sometimes they think that I am a robot, I need to select a bunch of images that match a mountain. That kind of looks like a mountain. That looks like a mountain. I don't know about that, but let's see what happens. It is embarrassing how common it is for me to get these things wrong. Anyway, they have some little onboarding stuff using Typeform. I'm not going to harp too much on that because odds are this will be different by the time you're looking at it. And then I'm not going to invite any team members to my workspace. I really like their onboarding. They have fantastic onboarding. They have a little quick start guide over here on the right-hand side as the workspace starts up. As you can see, it didn't cost me anything to launch said workspace. The cloud plan gets you up and running ASAP. So despite the fact that onboardings typically do change and yours might look a little bit different, as of the time of this recording, it is pretty dang sweet. Okay, and now I just received a notification saying that my workspace is online. I can click Start Automating, and we'll actually dive into N8N proper. They use a little dark mode action, which I really like. So very clean, very sleek. As you can see, they automatically sign you up to a trial. When you get started, you'll have 14 days in said trial with 1,000 executions total. I'll cover what all that stuff means in a minute. No big deal. The terminology of N8N is pretty simple and straightforward, which I like. So just covering the dashboard really quickly, top to bottom, I'll talk about the things that are important, the things that you don't really need to know you want to actually use in practice. Let me just exit out of this little top bar here. First things first, this button over here allows you to create. So you can create either a workflow and you can create it in a specific project. So I only have one project here called personal, which is why that's all that it's giving me. You can also create a credential. So credentials are how you connect to various software platforms and apps in N8N. And then you can also create a new project. So add a project button down here. You also have an add a project button up here. No idea why they do that, but they do. As I mentioned, things are separated into projects. We don't have any workflows here, but when I add one, you'll see it'll be listed. Then we sort of have some of the same data here as well. We have credentials. If I click on this credentials, I can actually create a credential up here too. Nothing magic. If you're on the cloud hosted offering, you will have this sexy admin panel, the purpose of which I have yet to fully understand. No, the purpose of this is basically just to monitor your trial. You can change N8N versions if you need to. You can change N8N versions if you want. You can change the versions if you need to, select your time zone and do some other settings. In practice, you basically never really have to change any of this stuff, so don't sweat it too much. Aside from that, one of the most powerful and valuable parts of N8N, this little dashboard, is actually down here in the bottom left-hand corner under admin panel. It's called templates. And this sets N8N apart from a lot of the other no-code tools that you could choose. They basically have some of the highest quality workflow automation templates publicly available and completely free to use out there on the internet. This is the simplest way to get up and running if you guys don't know how to build a flow. And after you're done watching this video, I'd highly recommend you guys to just bookmark this and just spend a few minutes scrolling through, clicking on various systems that you might want to create. I mean, just understanding a little bit more about how professionals or people that are a little bit more well-versed with N8N might put things together. There's a lot of opportunity here, obviously, to template out, big chunks of flows that you'd otherwise build. And some of these flows, to be honest, are literally good enough where you could just click sales. And you could find like one or two of these flows that like does exactly what you need before you had put any work in. So for instance, if you wanted to scrape business emails from Google Maps with the use of any third-party APIs, that was a system you were tasked to build maybe as a service or for your own business. You could literally click on this button and you could import the flow. It would take you like 5 seconds, not hard at all. And a lot of the time, the developers will document the hell out of it too. They'll do video tutorials and all that stuff. So yeah, that's probably the most valuable part of this whole page, to be honest, aside from the workflow creator. But let's actually dive into the juicy bits, which are obviously what you're here for, by creating a workflow. So that takes us to the canvas. When you open up a new workflow, you are sent to this page where you could see a lot of cool stuff. This is basically the workbench where all of your N8N flows are going to be created. I'm going to walk you through this top to bottom. Let's start on the top left-hand corner. This is where you can name your workflows. So I'm just going to name a workflow and I'm going to call it N8N course. You can see here, you can also add a tag. N8N uses tags to organize their workflows in projects, which I'll show you in a moment. But let's just create a new tag and let's just call this YouTube. Let's say I'm going to be creating a big YouTube tutorial. So I want to tag everything here as YouTube if it's part of my N8N course. And then over here on the right-hand side, you have the ability to activate your workflow. You do need a trigger for that, which I'll cover in a moment. You could share your workflow here, which means you can add users to your N8N account and then give them access to a workflow. Pretty neat. There's a workflow history or revision history. If you make a mistake or something during your N8N flow, you can just click this button. It'll actually restore the version of the workflow that you want. So they have very good persistence. They actually show you it live, which a lot of other no-code tools don't. In the top right-hand corner, you have this sort of like click more button where you can duplicate a workflow. So if I click this button, it'll actually just create another one. I can download a workflow. When you download it, you'll download it into JSON, which is pretty neat, JavaScript object notation. This allows you to then send it to anybody else that you want, and then they can import it. And speaking of import, you can import either from a URL. So there could be like a JSON file hosted on a URL over here. And then you could also just import it from the file too. So that N8N course over here, I could just click that button and then it would import that workflow that I just exported. There's also some settings. Obviously, there are a bunch of I don't want to call these higher level, but they're sort of like configuration options with execution order, where there are a variety of different ways that N8N used to execute workflows. There's some error handling workflows, some ways to time things out after a certain amount of time. We're not going to cover this because in practice, I find you rarely need to use this when you're actually building flows for business purposes. And that's ultimately what the purpose of this whole tutorial and course is about. But, rest assured, there's ample documentation on all this stuff. The really cool part about N8N is how well documented it is. It's basically everything that you could possibly need. I'm not going to switch to the old canvas. It's just like a slightly different way that it looks. Moving forward, this is probably going to be the predominant mechanism just because it's so clean and sexy and useful, which you'll see. Okay, now speaking of the actual canvas itself, if I just scroll around here, I'm holding my 2 fingers on my little touchpad. You could also do this with the mouse wheel if you want. I'm moving around the canvas, right? You see these little dots that are equidistant from one another. This sort of shows you where you're at. In the bottom left-hand corner, you'll notice that as I do that, there's this little white box sort of in the middle. What this is sort of like a mini map. I don't know if you guys have ever played video games like StarCraft or Warcraft or League of Legends or Call of Duty or whatever. It's basically the same sort of thing. You have a mini map here, and you can drag the canvas like I'm doing right now, or you can actually just drag the mini map too, which is kind of neat. We can zoom way out, we can zoom way in. This is sort of nifty, and honestly, sometimes I just play with this for like 10 or 15 minutes at a time before I remember that I should probably be building workflows that make people money. So that mini map's kind of cool. In the bottom left-hand corner, you have a couple of buttons, and these are like quick access, easy buttons. These are just useful when you're building out workflows. If you just press this button, it'll basically just fit back to, I don't know, it'll zoom out to an appropriate amount that allows you to see most of the nodes here. The cool thing is N8N makes very heavy use of hotkeys. So if you actually just, instead of clicking this button, just press 1, you'll just snap back. So 1, 1, 1. Pretty cool. It basically just centers this box, or centers the average location of all of the boxes when you have multiple nodes in the center of your screen. There's also some plussing and minusing action going in here. You can press plus to zoom in, or you can press minus to zoom out. In practice, I don't really use these when I'm building just because I have my little touchpad and mouse wheel and I can just do this. And when I do this, my head gets spinny and it's very fun. You then have reset zoom here. So you can go 0 or 1. I don't really use that in practice if I'm mad zoomed in. And then you have a little way to report bugs. I never report bugs, granted. I don't know, maybe we have some white knights here that want to make the platform better or something. Okay, the last thing I want to cover is, and you can't really see it because my giant ass head is in the way, but in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you can click this button to ask an AI assistant. It says, hey, Nicholas, I can answer most questions about building workflows in N8N for you. For specific tasks, you'll see the Ask Assistant button in the UI. How can I help? And the reason why I wanted to cover this is because this has got to be one of the most useful features in N8N. And this really sets it apart from the vast majority of other no-code platforms, especially like Make. I think Zapier has an AI assistant feature now as well, because this AI assistant is actually useful. You can actually use it to sort of co-build things. It has access to all of the N8N community forums. So any post that was basically ever made that describes a solution to a problem, it will technically have access to, and it can pull it like with reasonable accuracy. And then it's also integrated into your builder, so it has access to the actual build itself. Although sometimes you have to give it a little bit more context about what it is that you're doing for it to like really figure it out. But yeah, this AI assistant, I want to say it's not perfect, but it covers at least 30 or 40% of all the queries that I have for N8N. So my usual debugging workflow, which you guys will see if we run into a bug later, hopefully we do, fingers crossed, I'm going to use the AI assistant as sort of a first pass. Okay, great. So that's that. I think we now know everything except for obviously the big juicy elephant in the room, which is adding a first step. If I click on this middle button here, you'll now see on the left-hand side, we've opened a bunch of options. And essentially what we're doing when we add a first step is we're adding a trigger. A first step of any flow in N8N is always going to be a trigger. And so on the right-hand side, we have a variety of different triggers we could choose from. We could trigger manually. This runs the flow by clicking a button in N8N. Good for getting started quickly. It is very good for getting started quickly. And I'm going to show you our first our first workflow is going to be built like that. On app event. So this runs a flow when something happens in one of the many apps that you can connect to N8N. So if I click this, you can see there's Action Network, Active Campaign, Acuity, Adalo. Maybe you want to do a trigger when a new thing gets added to an Airtable, or when a new project gets added to Asana. Or maybe you want to, I don't know, when you receive a new ClickUp task, or I don't know, you get a new Gmail or something, or a new GitHub repo or Ghost post was made, right? If I scroll through here, there are a couple of hundred triggers as of the time of this recording, and N8N is always looking to add more. So the cool thing is you can very quickly, if there's one of the platforms that are listed here, click this button and then you could say, oh, okay, let me see a better example. Oh, okay, you know, a new Airtable event just occurred. And what is the Airtable event in particular? I don't know. It's going to be like a new thing that was added to a row with a specific field, for instance. You could very quickly get a practical integration up and running super quickly. Anyway, I don't actually want to use this, so I'm just going to drag on the canvas, and then I'm going to press delete, and it's going to delete that module. Sorry, the node. If I right-click this, you can see I can also do a variety of things to this. But the one that I want in this case is a delete, so that's what I'm going to do. And I'll show you how to do all the other things that you saw a moment ago, just over the course of building. Okay, so if I go back to this Open Nodes panel in the top right-hand corner, you'll see that there's a hotkey. I can just click the Tab button instead of doing this manually, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to press Tab, so that's what I just did, and it just opened this up automatically. Let's continue down. Aside from just on app event, you can also do things on a schedule. So you can run a flow every day, hour, or whatever custom interval you want, which is pretty neat. So if I click this, you can see on the right-hand side here, or left-hand side here, we can trigger the interval to be seconds. I might run this thing every 30 seconds. I could run this every minute. I could run this every hour, days, weeks, months. They also have like a programming sort of term here called cron, which is just a specific language setup where you could write an expression that does something, I don't know, every third Sunday of years that are odd numbered, for instance. I'm just going to now click delete, so we can delete that out, press tab to open up this right-hand side panel, and then continue. You can also do what's called a webhook call. If you guys are unfamiliar with webhook calls, I'm going to cover it later on in the course, but essentially, the really cool thing about N8N and a lot of other no-code platforms is it allows you to set up your own URL. Just like this up here, right? nickyoutube.app.n8n.cloud, where when anybody tries to access that URL or sends or receives data from or to that URL, you can basically get notified. And you can use that as the beginning of a trigger for one of your flows. And the benefit to this too is, you know how earlier I showed you guys that N8N had a bunch of, native integrations, about like 200 or something like that, where you could connect with Acuity, you could do ClickUp, you could do Gmail, all that stuff. Well, a lot of the time, especially if it's a new platform, you don't actually have that native connection yet. And the benefit of having webhooks is they allow you to create that connection yourself. In these tools, most of the time they'll have a thing called like a webhook listener. You can set up your own webhook listener to be this URL here. And then N8N can just listen to data being shuttled to and from those platforms, which basically, in effect, allows you to create an infinite number of integrations, connect to tens of thousands of different apps, and ultimately become the automation god that we both know you want to be. Okay, anyway, so I'm going to click that out, and I'll cover all of the fields and everything like that you saw there earlier. Next, we have a very nifty one, which we're going to be using today, called the on-form submission. If I give this a click, and then I add just some very base details here, let's just say name. Sorry, let's just do example form. Enter example data. What's your name? We'll go Peter. If I click test this step now, we're actually going to open up a little form that I could use to fill data out. And when I submit it, this basically begins my flow, which is really neat. So in practice, like in business flows, you don't usually use this too much, but I'm going to show you a simple workflow that we can build today that will. There's also when called by another workflow. This runs the flow when called by the execute workflow node from a different workflow. The reason why this is so valuable is because a lot of AI flows will use this. So if you want to learn how to build AI agents and stuff like that, the when called by another workflow, execute workflow nodes, that relationship there is very common, and you'll see me do it a lot over the course of the rest of this tutorial. And then there's also on chat message, which is very valuable. So this runs a flow when a user sends a chat message for use with AI nodes. As we could see, you could ask AI, just using a little chat interface, hey, can you check my calendar to, I don't know, double check that I'm not double booked for 11 a.m. It'll actually go through this little chat window trigger and then use that to begin the rest of this flow. There are a few other ways. You could do an email trigger, IMAP, error trigger. This one's actually really nifty, and most other no-code tools don't have this. When there's an error in another workflow, you could trigger this workflow to do something with. There are a couple of like metadata things with N8N where you could set it up so that when you create another workflow somewhere in your N8N project, you trigger a flow. When one of your flows starts or when one of your workflows is activated, you could do something. And there are also a variety of actions here. We'll cover actions in a moment. And then there's this SSE trigger, which nobody really ever uses in practice from my understanding, so I won't sweat it. All right, awesome. So that in essence are all of the triggers. In order for us to check out and learn some of the actions, we're obviously going to have to go and create a flow, right? In order for a flow to be a flow, it needs a trigger, something that starts it, and then an action, something it does. Now that we've finished the first part, let's actually just go and start building our 3 workflows so you guys can see how to actually do things in N8N. It's one thing to sort of look at things from a canvas point of view. It's another thing to actually get in the weeds, get your hands dirty, start manipulating fields. Okay, I just jumped over to my other N8N account, which contains these examples. And I just wanted to show you one more thing that I haven't mentioned yet. You see how this is now this little like yellow note with manual trigger, send an email to someone. We'll start by learning how the manual trigger works. We'll also cover creating a brief connection and using that to send a templated email. This is just how I'm going to document a lot of our work moving forward because it's very convenient. But what is this? This is basically a piece of documentation that you can just insert inside of your own N8N flows anytime you want. It's very simple. If you go to the top right-hand corner, just go down a bit, there's a sticky note, which you can do with the hotkey Shift and then S. So if I go Shift S, I just added a bunch of notes. I'm just going to Command Z or Control Z just to go back. But yeah, you can just add a note anytime you want. And notes are really cool in N8N because they allow you just to document things. You don't just have to use notes when you're trying to teach or show somebody something. In fact, my recommendation, I'm just pressing 1 to center this. My recommendation is to use notes for yourself to document workflows for yourself. Just so that, let's say you build a system for a client or for your own business and it works really well. So you don't have to check in on it for 6 months, but 6 months in, you want to change something. Well, now you're not like basically having to relearn the whole workflow. Now you have like a note, which I don't know, documents or teaches you a little bit about it. Okay, so the very first system we're going to build, and basically the thing that is going to allow us to get up and running to learn how the rest of the N8N UX works, is we're going to start with a manual trigger, and we're just going to use it to send an email to somebody. The reason why this is valuable is because it's going to show us how to actually trigger a workflow like ourselves. We're also going to learn how to test a workflow, and I'm going to run you through how the fields in N8N work as well. We're going to create a brief connection to my Gmail, and then we're going to use that to send basically the hello world example. If I click on this, actually, let me update that. Basically our quote unquote hello world. Okay, great. So I'm going to drag this add a first step over here, and let's actually do it. Let's click add a first step, and let's add this trigger manually flow. Click that node, move it over to the left-hand side, and now, as you can see, we have a node in our workflow that says when clicking test workflow. Awesome. I'm now going to click this plus button. What this enables us to do is basically do some next step. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to add an action. This is our trigger. Remember, it has this little electricity lightning icon next to it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do probably the simplest thing that you can do in N8N, which is just send an email. I think most of us are probably using Gmail at this point. I'm going to go Gmail over here. And then what I want is I just want to scroll down. There's so many message actions. I got a label, delete a message, get a message, do whatever the hell I want. But the one that I want is I want send a message. So I'm going to click send a message. And two things will happen. The very first thing that will happen is we just connected an action to our trigger node. And so our canvas is now updated. It has two parts to it, which I'll show you in a second. The second thing is we are now faced with this screen. This is basically, there's like the bird's eye view canvas screen where you see all the nodes laid out. But this is a screen that pertains to that particular node. And the really cool part about the way that N8N lays it out is this Gmail node, which we just added, is sort of in the middle. On the left-hand side here, we have the input to the node. On the right-hand side, we could see the output of the node. So N8N, and one of the reasons I love it so much is because it tries to show everything to you linearly and logically. Everything that comes in to this node that we added will be coming in through the left-hand side, which I think looks like the right-hand side on my thing. So let's go over here. It'll come in through the left-hand side, and then it'll hit your node. Your node will do something with that, and then it will finally proceed out the left-hand side as an output. So very simple conceptually, and I can't really overstate how valuable this is just as somebody that's worked with over a dozen no-code tools at this point. To have it laid out like this, I think shows that the team spent a lot of time and energy figuring out what the most ideal UX was for development. Okay, so I'm going to ignore all of this input data stuff, and we'll cover all of that later just over the course of building. What we're going to do now is we're going to click this credential to connect with. So I've already connected my Gmail account, but I'm going to pretend like I haven't just because I want you guys to be able to follow along here. So what you have to do is you have to click Create New Credential. Now, there are a variety of ways to connect one of your accounts to N8N. There is OAuth or OAuth 2, and then there are also service accounts. I highly recommend anytime that there's an OAuth or OAuth 2 option available, you guys go with OAuth 2. To make a long story short, OAuth 2 just refers to you clicking a button like sign in with Google, and then you being able to select an email address with which you can sign in. All you then have to do is actually sign into the service. In my case, I'm already signed into my own Gmail because I'm using Chrome and it already does that. Then you click continue. And now you can close this window. It even tells you how lovely. And you'll see that it now has connected the account, basically meaning that all of the stuff inside of my Gmail is now accessible to N8N. I can actually do things with it using various triggers and actions. So we're going to exit out of this now. And you can see that we're now connected to Gmail account 3. Okay, next up, we have a couple of fields. We have resource. This just allows us to choose what thing we are manipulating. So message, label, draft, thread. For now, we're just going to keep it as message. You can poke around with that after you're done this. Then the operation. So we could do a ton of things here. We could add a label, delete, get many, mark as read, mark as unread, remove label, reply, send and wait for approval. Lots of options here. We're just going to click send for our hello world example. And now we get to the juice of it, which is the to field. So in my case, I'm going to be sending this to myself, which is Saraev@gmail.com. And I'm going to be putting a subject, and you can see it's already autofilled the hello world. So I'm actually just going to go hello, Nick. We have a bunch of email types here. There's text and HTML. For simplicity, I'm just going to go with text, but I want you guys to know that HTML is a programming language that allows you to make your email pretty. If you guys have ever signed up to like a newsletter service and there's all these images and banners and stuff like that, that's because they're using HTML. So you can learn how to do that yourself, and then you can send stuff like that through N8N pretty easily. But then finally, we have the message. So I'm just going to say, hello, Nick. And then I'm going to say, it's nice to meet you. Okay, great. And now we've gotten to the point where the vast majority of this is done. We do have some extra options down here. I want you to know that basically all nodes that you can manipulate will have some form of extra option. You don't have to memorize every option for every node because there are hundreds of nodes, as I mentioned. Generally speaking, there are just a couple that are valuable. I know just off the top of my head that the Gmail node has one That's this append N8N attribution. N8N will try and market themselves all the time. So if you do not turn this off, they will say this email was sent by N8N. It's not a big deal. Most no-code platforms do this, but just make sure you actually turn it off if you want to use it for some sort of business use case. Okay, and then that's that. I'm just going to head over to my personal email here. Just open that up just so we could see. So you see I have a ton of, red emails here, and I'm just going to click test step. I'm now going to send the email. You can see the left-hand side filled out first. It said when clicking test workflow. I'll cover that later. But the most important thing is this output field has now populated. And we see here, it's kind of like a table, right? With a column called ID, another one called thread ID, and then finally label IDs. So anytime that you send or receive data in N8N from one node to the next, you're generally speaking going to have some sort of object that is created as a result. And this data object can take a number of forms, and N8N can visualize it in a number of forms. The way that they do by default for this type of data is they do table view, which is where it's separated kind of into columns like this. There's also JSON. This is JavaScript object notation. This is what a lot of programmers and people that are a little bit more familiar with no code are going to prefer, because this is just a standard convention JavaScript object notation. They know what the brackets mean, and I don't know, instead of it being kind of left to right like this, which can be squished, it's sort of top to bottom instead. There's also schema. This is generally what I find most people in N8N prefer. They prefer schema views. Schema views are great. They're sort of like JSON. It's just instead of them being written in code, it's just sort of a little bit cuter, and it's wrapped in like little bubbles and stuff. So this data is the same as this data, and this data is the same as this data. They're all just different ways of showcasing what the information looks like to you. I should also note that you can search the output, which is cool. A lot of people, even seasoned professionals at N8N, they have never clicked this little search button. So give it a try. If you are looking for a particular filter, let's say the object that is output is actually huge, and you'll see you can output a ton of different parameters here. But you want to just see if the output contains something. You can do so very quickly just using this. Then only that field will show, and then you can very quickly manipulate that as necessary. You can also do a couple of other things like pin data, and I'm going to cover pinning data later. And then kind of like one of the neat things you could do as well is you could actually manipulate the output data. So you could pretend like this just output a different ID. Maybe instead of 1949, it was 18213 or something. The reason why this is valuable is because it will then allow you to propagate that data moving forward. And as you can see, we just changed that number. It used to be 1949, now it's 1823. So when I search 1949, we don't have two fields coming up, we only have one. Right? If I want to search for the 181, I go 18. There we go. Okay, great. So that's what happened in N8N, but why do we give a crap about that? We don't. What we care about is, did I receive the email? Okay, and now you can see we just received that email. If I give it a click, it now says hello, comma space Nick with an exclamation point. Nick at LeftClick.ai, that's the connection of the account that I made. Then it says, hello, Nick, it's nice to meet you. Fantastic, amazing, great. Thank you, N8N, for this lovely email. Just for shits and gigs, I'm going to click this append N8N attribution, just retest it, just so you guys can see what that attribution is like. But as I mentioned, I wouldn't really recommend it for business purposes. You just got this little almost email signature that says it was sent automatically with N8N. Okay, so I'm just going to turn that off, and then voila, we're basically done our first example. This is the hello world of N8N. If you've made it to this point, you now literally know how to set up a simple trigger and a simple action. You can do a lot of stuff with what we've just covered, honestly. If you take the tips and sort of the workflow here, you can put together probably like 10% of all workflows at this point. So as you can see, it's sort of simple to get up and running as long as you have a couple of core fundamentals down, as long as you know what triggers and actions are. And obviously, if you did not know what you were doing before you tried to do it, it'd be a little bit tougher. So you have the benefit of my foresight, but flows in a nutshell are not really more complicated than this. You always have some trigger, then you have something that happens, and then you have the action, which is this Gmail. So let's kick this puppy up a notch. Instead of just doing an email, why don't we do an email, but let's also add AI. And then instead of a manual trigger where we just click at the thing and then it runs, why don't we use a form to begin our workflow instead? So the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this. I'm just going to scroll down here to form fill AI autoresponder. And what we're going to want to do as our trigger is, instead of it being trigger manually like we did before, we're going to go on form submission, just that I could show you how to do things a little bit more complicated, like things that don't just rely. And yeah, it's going to try and add it all the way back up here. So I got to go drag it down just so we could see, how do you get data in from a resource that isn't this canvas? Instead of us just clicking a button, let's actually trigger it based off something. So the way we're going to do it is on this on form submission node. So I give this a click, you'll see that now there are way more fields, and this can actually be pretty intimidating if it's the first time that you've ever mucked around with something like this. So don't worry, it's actually not that scary. We'll make it pretty simple. Up at the very top here, we have some form URLs. There's a test URL, there's a production URL. Right now, it's not really worth knowing the difference between the two. Just know that this is the URL of your form. So you'll be able to send this to somebody. You'll say, hey, I'm really excited to get up and running with you. Thanks so much for paying the invoice. All you need to do is fill out the information on this form and my team will get started. You use this as an onboarding form. Next, you have an authentication, basic auth, none. Basically, in our case, this just refers to how you want to secure the form. In our case, we don't want to secure the form at all. We just want to use it. Now we need to create a form title. So maybe let's just go onboarding form. Form description. This is an onboarding form for LeftClick. Fill out the fields and our team will get back to you shortly. As you can tell, I'm building this example. I guess I'm framing it as an onboarding situation where you're working with somebody and you just sign the deal. So you send them over a form and that form includes a bunch of fields with information they need to fill out in order to get started with you. So what is your name? Maybe we'll do the first one. So we'll go first name. Well, I mean, we should probably already know their first name if we're onboarding them, but for the purpose of this example, let's roll with it. We have a bunch of different fields we could choose here. We could do text, text area, password, number, file, email, drop-down list, and date. So there's a lot going on. But let's roll with first name first. For the second one, let's do last name. And let's just use my own information as placeholders. So I'm going to do Nick as the first placeholder, Saraev as the last placeholder. Let's make both of these fields required. Let's go down here. Let's go email address. Now, because it's an email, we can actually choose a specific type of form field. I'm going to choose email. The reason why is because I want to force people to put in a properly formatted email. If I'm going to use this flow to send an email to somebody, obviously I'm going to need to make sure that email is valid. What if somebody typed in this instead? Or what if somebody typed in that instead? Both of my emails wouldn't go through, it'd break my flow. This sort of pre-planning is necessary when you're putting together more complex no-code flows because you just want to make sure that like the data is correct from the get-go. The data is bad, so will the rest of your flow. So will be the rest of your flow. Okay, great. And then let's just ask for a phone number. Then down over here, you can see that we have access to a bunch of different fields. There's number. You might immediately think that a number is the one to go to. I don't think I'm going to do number for this. I don't think there's a native phone number formatting field. If we did number, then that would mean that people wouldn't be able to put a format in like this, for instance. So I kind of want people to be able to. So instead, I'm just going to go text, and then I'm just going to add a placeholder. And the idea is this is just going to tell them sort of what sort of format to use for their number. We're going to go required. Okay, great. Down here, we can now choose when we want this form to trigger. So when do we want it to trigger? When the form is submitted. So that's what we're going to use. And then down here, we have some other options we could choose, like append N8N attribution. I'm just going to turn that off. There's button labels. We could change the button label if you want. Let's get started. I think the default one just is a submit. And then there are a variety of other ones here, which I'm not going to cover right now because I want to keep things simple and straightforward. Awesome. So now that we have this, I'm just going to click test step. This is going to open up my form. And you can see this honestly is not a bad looking form. So I'm going to go Nick Saraev, Nick at LeftClick.ai. I'm just going to add a sort of example-y phone number and then click let's get started. What happens when I fill this in, if we just make this a little bit smaller, and we couldn't see this in real time, but what happened right there was the output populated. And so now we actually have all of these fields accessible to us in our N8N flow. First name, last name, email address, phone number, submitted at, form mode as well. Form mode wasn't, and submitted at, these weren't fields that were put in by me when I filled out the form. These are what are called metadata. And the cool part about metadata a lot of the time is you can use this metadata to do something cool with. So, you know, we could very easily use this to update a Google Sheet or something with a list of submitted at dates so that we could always be tracking and sort of know like which form entry made it in at which time. We could distinguish between test and production workflows, production being a live workflow. Anywho, so now that we have access to all this data, what I want to do just to make my life simpler is in the top right-hand corner, I'm going to click this little pin button. The value in pinning the data in N8N, and this is kind of different from most other no-code platforms, but the value in pinning the data is by pinning the data, we will have access to that same data on all nodes that are downstream from the trigger node, or the node that we are pinning the data from. And this is valuable because, as you'll see, N8N's whole testing flow involves, you know, in future nodes or subsequent nodes, testing using data from the previous node. And if there is no data from the previous node, you are going to have to fill out that data in order to proceed. So this is just going to save us a little step. Now that we've done the form submission, what I want to do is I want to send this to AI. Okay, so I'm going to give this a click. Then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to type in OpenAI. From here, we have a variety of ways that we can communicate with our AI. I'm going to scroll down until I get one called Message a Model. This is the simplest AI module that AI node that you guys could possibly use. This is basically ChatGPT. It's just instead of us using ChatGPT on their website, chat.openai.com, we're basically going to be communicating with it now through API, which is way cooler and enables way more cool use cases. So credential to connect with, as you can see, I already have connected my own OpenAI account. I'm going to go to create new credential just to show you guys how this works. Now, unfortunately, this does not yet have an OAuth 2 connection. So that means that, as I mentioned previously, you're not going to be able just to like give that button a click and then have it open up the sign in with Google button. Instead, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to add an API key. Your question is probably, Nick, how the hell do I do this? The good thing is N8N is very gratuitous and forthcoming with documentation. So if I didn't know how to do this, I would actually click on this button, Open Docs, go down over here, and then I would look through to see how to do this connection. And just because I want to show you guys, like I know how to do this connection, but I want to show you guys if I didn't know how to do this connection, how I'd approach it, I would literally follow the documentation one by one by one. So to generate your API key, log into your OpenAI account or create an account. So I already have an OpenAI account. I'm just going to go platform.openai.com. That's how you get sort of like their main API. From here, let's go back to the docs, open your API keys page. As you can see, there's even a button there. It says API keys. So I'm actually just going to go API-keys because that's the link that they just gave me a moment ago, right? So I'm going to paste that in. It's now going to take us to our API key page. Next up, what does it say? Create new secret key to create an API key, optionally naming the key, and then copy your key and add it as the API key. And that sounds simple. Create new secret key. YouTube example. Awesome. I'm then going to create my secret key. We now have a secret key that I can copy. So I'm just going to go back to N8N and then paste in my API key. Boy, is that a long API key. Great. Now we're going to save. And as you see, it says credential successfully created. This credential is currently private to you. Now, one thing that I didn't cover when I created the credential to the Gmail was you can actually rename these credentials to make your life a little bit easier. So I'm just going to call this YouTube. So now I know that this is like my YouTube example. And obviously I could have much better naming conventions for this stuff, but sue me. Cool. Connection tested successfully. We're good to go. We can now exit out of this and we have now connected to the credential with the API key, meaning this is now hooked up. Just like we can now, previously we could get all of our Gmail information in N8N. Now we can get all of our OpenAI information in N8N. Okay, great. So the variety of fields here like text, assistant, image, audio, file, custom API call. I'm just going to stick with text because I just want to talk to the model over text. Operation is going to be message a model. Model, we get to choose from a list. Now, as of the time of this recording, the most popular model, just scroll way down here, is GPT-4o, this one. But I'll be honest, these models change pretty quick. So by the time that you are watching this, might be a couple days after I recorded this, might be a couple months, the model's probably going to be different. I would just head on over to like OpenAI's model page. And then I just look to see what the current recommended one is, the flagship model, for instance. As you see, GPT-4o is kind of like in the driver's seat here, has a bunch of data on it. And I just sort of use that to, I guess, guide me. If you're using another service, then it won't be in exactly the same place, but I think you guys get the idea. Okay, great. Now we can define our prompt. You know, when you talk to ChatGPT and you say, hey, I want you to do this thing. Well, there's actually a term for what you just did. You prompted ChatGPT. And specifically, you did so using a user prompt. You're the user, so that makes sense. Basically, the user prompt is what you want ChatGPT, or want, in our case, GPT-4o to do for us. But there's actually one other prompt that you don't really get unless you're using a no-code tool like this. It's called the system prompt. This is used to set the model's behavior or context for the next user message. So we're going to click on system first. And the way that the system prompt works for AI is the system prompt tells the model how to identify. So basically I'm saying, hey, I want you to identify as, world-class philosopher. I want you to identify as a PhD in genomics. I want you to identify as a helpful, intelligent writing assistant. And however you put your system prompt, the better it'll be at that specific thing more generally. There's a little bit of nuance there. I'm not going to go into it too much, but in my case, I'm just going to say you're a helpful, intelligent email writing assistant. Then I'll go period. So that's what the system prompt is. Now we're going to click add message. And then the next prompt I'm going to do is a user prompt. If I click on role though, you'll see there's also an assistant prompt. This is pretty interesting. What you can do with the assistant prompt is you can pretend that the assistant has actually already said something in your chat chain. if you want it to act a certain way, you can give it examples of how you want it to be. Anyway, in my case, I'm going to do something very simple. I'll go user, then I'll say your task is to customize an email using the following data. Now I'm going to go enter, enter. This is going to make this stretch this out a bit. I'm actually going to open this up a bit more. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to drag this first name in here. You see, when I drag the first name in here, something changed. We just went from fixed to expression. Why did we do that? Well, basically fixed is almost always just going to be static text. Okay. We don't want static text. We actually want to connect a variable from a previous node into this OpenAI module or OpenAI node call. So I'm going to go back to expression to show you guys how this works. All I need to do if you want to connect the input of the previous node into the current node is just drag it and then drop it where you want it. So now this is populating. The result is populating with the actual data from the test. If we zoom in way here, you can actually see it says result. Your task is to customize an email using the following data. Then in green, it says Nick. Here it says curly, curly, $JSON with a square bracket. Like, this is really intimidating and scary. Well, this is just the code representation. And this is the actual thing that just got populated, okay? So that's how we're going to do this. I'm going to say first name and then Nick. Then we're going to go last name. And I'm just going to go and drag last name in here. I'm going to go email address. And I think I might have just deleted that. So let me just do this one more time. Last name, beautiful. Email address, nick@leftclick.ai. Phone number. Drag this puppy in here. Cool. That looks pretty good to me. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to leave simplify output as is. And then I'm just going to write my email template. So I'm going to go down here and go email template. Hey, name. Let's go first name. How are you? Thanks for submitting your request, your brief or onboarding form moment ago. I see here your number is number. Let's do phone number. I'm just putting this text in so the AI sort of like knows what to fill in. If you think about it, it has the first name over here. And if you think about it, it could just fill all this stuff in procedurally, but I'll show you why I'm doing this in a second. We're actually going to like level up the data to make the customization a lot more valuable. I see here your phone number is blank and your email is email. Could you let me know if I'm missing anything? Thanks, Nick. Okay, great. So now what I'm going to do is, remember how we pinned the data before? All we need to do in order to test this step now is we just go up here, top right-hand corner, click test step. If you test the step, it's actually sending this whole thing to AI. And now we have a bunch of content. It's a subject, welcome to our program, \n\n. If you guys are unfamiliar with what the \n's mean here, \n just means like a new line. So this is trying to write us a whole email, and it's doing so with new line characters instead of new lines. Just because AI has no real way of like creating a new line without this. So this is basically just a new line character. Hey, Nick, how are you? Thanks for submitting your onboarding form a moment ago. I see here your number is 604-500-5000 and your email is nick@leftclick.ai. Could you let me know if I'm missing anything? Thanks, Nick. That's pretty neat. Why don't we just pin this output? And why don't we hook this up now to another email module? And just to show you guys how useful it is to know a little bit of like N8N hotkeys, if you just go back to the previous email module we had, if I just hold Command and C, same thing as right-clicking and pressing copy. See the copy to clipboard event just came down. And I actually just paste this. And I'm basically now just pasting the same module I had before, and then I'm connecting it to the output of the OpenAI module. And you'll see here, this is now accessible to us as input, the content is, which is pretty cool, right? I'm noticing actually that this includes a subject line. I don't like this, so why don't I go back to AI? Then I'll just tell it, don't include this subject line. Let's do that, and let's test it. Let's unpin, let's test the data. And now that it doesn't include the subject line, let's pin it again. Let's go back to our next module, or our next node, I should say. I keep on using the term module because I'm big on make.com. It was kind of the major no-code platform I learned, and make.com always uses the term module for everything that N8N uses the term node for. Anyway, now I'm going to drag this content field to the message. And as you can see, it's already populating with the email. I'm going to say, your onboarding. form. And now I'm going to test this. The connection's already set up. All of the rest of the parameters are set up. Everything's set up because remember, all we did was we just copied that module with all of the settings. In practice, I find I copy modules a lot. Okay, great. Now going back to my email, you see we have your onboarding forms. I'm going to give that a click. Now it says, hey, Nick, how are you? Thanks for submitting your onboarding form a moment ago. I see here your number is 604-500-5000 and your email is nick@leftclick.ai. Can you let me know if I'm missing anything? Thanks, Nick. The reason why this is sort of like an AI example right now is because we actually just used AI to write this email for us. But if you think about it, what we've done so far is we haven't really done anything that you can't just do by dragging and dropping the first name into the email module instead. So next up, I want to do something that's a little bit more creative. I want to do something that paraphrases what a person said or summarizes it. And in order for me to do that, I'm going to have to go in and I'm going to have to change the way that the form was a second ago. But anywho, we've now done a different hello world example, basically. The hello world example we just did was instead of a manual trigger of us just clicking test step, we now have a form that triggers this. So let me make a couple of adjustments to the flow, and then we'll actually run through the form one final time, and we'll see what it all looks like when we put things together. The adjustments I want to make to this form, I don't just want to ask for all this information. I want to ask for, let's say, design preference. I'm going to add a drop-down item, and I'm going to say sleek. I'm going to say minimalistic. I'll say luxurious. Then over here, I'll say playful. Then I'm going to add another form field. I'm going to say, give us a brief description of your brand. Or maybe we'll just say brand description. My brand. Or maybe we'll do company description. LeftClick builds growth systems for B2B agencies and creative teams, enabling them to scale without having to manually reach out to prospects. Let's just do something like that. We'll make that required. Now, what's one more thing that I could do that might be new? We'll ask it timeline. And we'll say how quickly, let's say 3 to 6 weeks. There you go. We'll go required field. Awesome. Okay, so now I'm going to click test this step. It's going to overwrite the pin data. But now it's going to open up our form and it's going to have way more information here, right? So I'm going to go Nick Saraev, nick@leftclick.ai. Design preference, I want my website to be minimalistic. Company description, LeftClick builds sleek growth systems, high-performing growth systems for B2B agencies and creative teams. And then the timeline is I want like 1 to 2 weeks. Okay. Let's get started. Awesome. Fantastic. We now have all the information that we need in the output panel here. I'm going to pin this data to make it accessible to subsequent modules. Now I'm just going to go in here and edit the prompt a little bit. And if you think about it, I don't just want to edit it with, information about the name and stuff like that. That's not super relevant to me. What I want to do instead is your task is to customize an email template using the following data. Let's just add in more information here. Let's go design preference. Drag this puppy in. I want to give it more data to do the customization with. Down here, I'll go timeline. We'll go 1 to 2 weeks. Okay, great. And so basically, instead of what I had before, which is, hey, first name, how are you? Thanks for submitting your onboarding form a moment ago. I loved reading about thing about company. Let's go paraphrased company description. I see here that you're looking for design preference, a design preference sort of site, and you're looking to have it done Would you mind confirming your number for me one last time? I'm going to say formatted phone number, right? Also, okay, and obviously they know the email because we're sending it. Cool. This looks pretty good to me. Don't include the subject line. Let's actually give this thing a go now. Let's click test step. We're going to feed all this data in. Let's see what our email looks like. Hey, Nick, how are you? Thanks for submitting your onboarding form a moment ago. I loved reading about how LeftClick builds high-performing autonomous growth systems for B2B agencies and creative teams. I see here you're looking for a minimalistic sort of site, and you're looking to do it within 1 to 2 weeks. Would you mind confirming your number for me one last time? 604-700-5000, right? You let me know if I'm missing anything. Thanks, Nick. So basically what we've done is we've taken in some of the information here, and then we've paraphrased it. I guess in this case, we didn't actually paraphrase. This looks like an exact one-for-one. Cool. Okay, great. Let's test this one more time just to make sure that we got a personalized but customized thing that's paraphrased. Cool, looks pretty good. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go down to our Gmail module, take the data, I'm going to test it. We've now sent an email and we should have received another one called Read Your Onboarding Form. This is the customized email, which looks pretty nice and sexy. And now that we figured out how to do this testing one by one by one, why don't we actually test the whole thing from start to finish, okay? Yeah, let's actually just run this whole thing. So I'm going to go down to the bottom. Instead of us testing the module one by one, which is where we click on it and then we click that test step, we're actually going to test the whole workflow. So I'm going to click test workflow. It's using the pin data. It's running through. We don't actually want to pin the data, so I'm going to click unpin. Okay, now it's time to test out this flow. I'm just going to go back to the form submission, and I'm just going to do a little bit differently to how we did before. I'm actually going to copy this form URL myself, click test workflow, and let me exit out of that. And I'll show you guys that you guys can actually just test this from anywhere. I'm just going to go back here, open up an incognito tab, paste it in, and this is the same input now, right? So I don't know, Nick Saraev. We'll go Nick at LeftClick.ai. We'll do phone number. Then design preference, minimalistic, company description. Nick's Donuts sells sleek, high-end donuts with a creative twirl. We're big on, I don't know, let's do our favorites are chocolate and pink sprinkles or something. Timeline would be like 3 weeks or so. Then I'm going to click Let's Get Started. It's now going to submit it. And I just wanted to show you guys that this is like a live form. Like you can use this anywhere you want to test this thing. You don't have to just like click that button. What just happened in the background was these just went green. Green means that, the flow has now been completed and that node has been done. So this node completed, this middle node completed, and that last node completed. That means that if I go back to my page here, I should be able to see set input. So, hey, Nick, how are you? Thanks for submitting your onboarding for a moment ago. I love reading about how Nick's Donuts sell sleek high-end donuts with creative twirl. I see here you're looking for a minimalistic sort of site, and you're looking to do it in about 3 weeks or so. The data here is different. We're paraphrasing a fair amount, which is pretty cool. Would you mind confirming your number for me one last time? 604-500-5000, right? Could you let me know if I'm missing anything? Thanks, Nick. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, beautiful. So that's the second example here with form fill and some AI autoresponder. Worth noting here that our AI autoresponder sent something immediately, but you can also use a delay. Like hypothetically, if somebody fills that out, you don't really want to send it immediately. So why don't we just cap this off with like a quick 120-second delay. To connect it, all we do is we exit both of these connections. We drag this over here, and then we drag that over there. And now basically we have the form submission coming through. AI then figures out what it wants to say. We wait for 120 seconds, and then we send the Gmail. Pretty neat, right? Cool. So big fan of that flow. You can manipulate and, improve that flow however you want. Obviously, this paraphrasing here was pretty low level and weak, but you could do a ton of things. You could ask it to generate you a list of questions to ask the onboardee, for instance. You could have it, suggest a bunch of actions based off of some form fields. There's a lot that you could do. When you want to make the flow production ready or live, you'd have to click on production URL. This would then be the form that you would use instead of the test one. Then you'd have to activate your flow by clicking this button up here in the top right-hand corner. So now, basically, anytime that the production form URL is filled out, we will fill out this flow and then send an email, which is kind of neat, right? Not saying that this is what you guys should do right now. I just wanted to show you guys what that process looks like when you actually activate a node or a workflow. Okay, great. Now let's use one final example to show you guys and level this up a little bit, show you guys how you might actually use this in a real business flow. So maybe instead of an onboarding form, which is kind of a contrived example here, instead we have a calendar booking. What we want to do is when somebody books on my calendar, I want to reply to them and I want to make it seem like it's a personalized reply. Then after that, I want to add a new row to my CRM where I'm storing all this data. Okay. So there are going to be a couple of moving pieces here. And I'm just going to keep everything very light, but I'm also going to walk you through the process step by step. First of all, I have a cal.com set up. nick-leftclick/internal. So you can book internal calls with me if you're on my team using this calendar. So you can see 1:30 p.m. is open. What I want to happen is when I give this a click, I basically want to use this to trigger a flow that immediately sends them over an email. And it's an email from Nick. It's an email from me saying, hey, just saw you booked it in. Really looking forward to chatting with you. It's going to substantially improve the perceived personalization of this flow. It's going to make people think that I'm paying private and one-on-one attention to them, which is great. And then what I want to do is I want to take that data and I want to use it to fill in a row inside of my CRM. I'm using a thing called ClickUp here for my CRM. Sorry, wrong account. Let's go over here. I'm using a CRM called ClickUp. ClickUp is a fantastic high-quality CRM that allows you to do a ton of stuff. But for the purposes of this example, I'm just going to be filling in this creative agency template CRM that I set up a while ago. Basically, what I want to happen is when somebody fills out the calendar booking, I want to add them over here to this meeting booked status so that I have their first name, their last name, their email address, some other information about them, company one-liner, maybe some meeting URLs. Let's actually get to like business flows now, because I think honestly, after like an hour, you guys know more than enough to do it. And let me show you guys what an actual automation build for something like this in N8N would look like. Okay, great. So the very first thing we have to do is we just have to set up our trigger here. So I'm going to go over to 3 N8N examples, and then I'm going to remove this on-form submission trigger. The reason why is if you have triggers in N8N, when I test the workflow, it's going to test the other trigger. So we just need one trigger per flow. I'm going to go down here, and what I want to trigger is I just want to see if there's a cal.com node. Cal.com is the service that I'm using. The variety of other ones, just Calendly as well, which I know many people use, very popular, but I'm going to use cal.com. And what I want is my triggers, I want on booking created. So I have credentials that I can add here. What I'm going to do is I'll go create new credential. And then you can see here, I need to find my API key for cal.com. There's also a bunch of docs over here. In my case, I know where my docs are. You can see that I have a YouTube N8N example expires in 24 days. I'm just going to delete that. I'll make a new one. Then I am going to have it expire just in case my silly brain forgets to update this. I'll save. Then I'm going to copy this. Then I'll go back here to my API key. I'm just going to paste that in. The host is autofill. It's always api.cal.com, so don't worry about that. And then I'm going to click save. This is now going to successfully create my credentials. I'm now going to go over here, type YouTube, just to make sure that I name it right and everything. I'll save and test it one more time, exit out. Okay, so the variety of events that I could use here. The one that I'm going to want is called booking created, but I want you guys to know you could also trigger a flow like this when a booking is canceled. You could do it when a booking is rescheduled, when a meeting is ended even. You also have some options here, which are a little bit more advanced. I'm not going to get into all of them. But essentially these allow you to set like metadata and other payloads and stuff like that for more advanced flows where you need to tag people and know where they're coming from and that sort of stuff. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click test step. When I do, it's now listening for one of my bookings. So I'm going to go over here to internal. Actually, you know what? I think I have a better one. Instead of internal, don't I have one that's for discovery calls? That's probably a little bit better. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to book a meeting with myself. I'm going to pretend my name's Peter Jackson and my email address is just going to be my longer email address here. I'm going to fill my gross monthly revenue at 20K. And then for additional notes, I'll say, I'm a big fan of your YouTube channel and would love to know more about how I can grow past 20K. Then I'm going to click confirm. After I click confirm, I'm just going to open up this page again because I want to watch the event come in live. And as we see, the event did indeed come in live. We have a ton of fields here, trigger event created at, booker URL type, title, on and on and on and on. Because remember at the beginning of this, when we were just getting started with a simple flow, I was like, sometimes calls have a lot of fields. Well, this node output a ton of fields. So what I'm going to do just to make sure I don't lose this is I'm going to pin this. And then what I want to do is I want to feed this into a Gmail node. Now, if you guys remember, my previous hack was just going to the Gmail node, selecting it, Command C, Command V, very clean. And then I'm going to go double click on this. I have all the data accessible to me. And now instead of this, I'm just going to say recent meeting. And then I'm just going to say, hey, Peter, instead of just text, why don't I do an HTML email just to show you guys what this might look like? If you want to write an HTML email, a couple things you have to know. New lines are this, BR. So if you want to add 2 new lines, you'd go BR, BR. Hey, Peter, just saw you booked A, and let's go type Let's drag this over here. Blank call. Looking forward to learning more about you / the business. Then I'm going to say BR. Thanks, BR, Nick. So when I send this email via HTML, it'll say, hey, Peter, new line. That'll be 2 lines. Just saw you booked a discovery call. Looking forward to learning more about you / the business. Then it'll go new line. Then it'll go thanks. Then it'll go new line. Then it'll go Nick. In terms of, what this looks like, let's see if we could customize this a little bit more. Maybe I'll go re-meeting with, and then I'll grab the first name in. Sounds like re-meeting with Peter. Perfect. And in terms of the email address I'm going to be sending this to, I'm not going to hard code this at Nick Saraev now. I'm actually going to enter in Peter's email, which is apparently going to be this value key, which will always say nicholasaraf@gmail.com with this example. And then I think at this point, we've now filled out everything, right? Send HTML. Yep, looks good. Let's actually test this. Send myself an email. We've now received a status of sent, which is cool. So you can see I've received 2 emails. The first was cal.com letting me know that I just booked a meeting with Peter. And the second one is the email that I'm supposed to be sending or receiving as Peter. Hey, Peter, new line. Just saw you booked a discovery call. Looking forward to learning more about you, the business. New line. Thanks, Nick. That's pretty sweet, right? Looking forward to that conversation with Peter. But I got to be honest, I think that we could probably customize this a little bit better. I don't really like the way that this is so small and minimal. So why don't we do a little bit of like date customization? You guys see on the left-hand side here, there's a start time and an end time. Well, this is in a very particular format, date time format, that we can convert into natural language. Instead of this, how cool would it be if we could say, hey, looking forward to our chat on Tuesday, on Saturday, on Wednesday. See you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag in the start time here. And what you'll find is because of the format of N8N, which can be a little bit intimidating if you're not familiar with it, we have these curly brace, a $JSON dot, and then the variable name, start time. Well, the cool thing about N8N is if I put a period here, I can actually do a ton of stuff with this. Like I can do a ton of stuff with this. What I want to do is I want to convert this to a date time. Then I want to format this. And the way I want to format this is I want to format this as a date. So I don't go DD. No. MA. Sorry, there's a specific date time formatting key thing here. So I'm going to read the formatting guide really quickly. And we're just going to find out how to say like Monday or Tuesday or something. Okay, see this? So it's CCCC, looks like. So that's the token that I'm going to use, or maybe it's EEE. I don't know. Let's try both. We'll format as EEE. Awesome. See you Friday. Perfect. You see how that we're sort of just like iteratively developing or iteratively editing this? And it ends really cool because it actually shows you the value of the thing that you are currently manipulating down here. So the purpose of this is not for me to expect you guys to know how to do any of this date formatting for now. I just wanted to show you what might be possible with a little bit more complex JavaScript and JSON formatting down the line. This dot notation is really valuable. It just allows you to very quickly manipulate things. In my case, I called this variable JSON.startTime. I then converted it to something called a date time variable. Then I formatted it as a day of the week. And that's why it says Friday. Okay, great. So now that I have that, let's test this flow. Let's just double check that Friday was formatted well. Everything looks good to me. And now let's move on with that last part of our example, which is going to be taking this and using it to update my CRM, which is ClickUp. So I'm gonna give this a click up, and then I'm gonna go click up. And what I'm gonna do next is I'm going to scroll all the way down to tasks. What I wanna do is I wanna create a task. Okay, great. Now we have the ability to choose our credentials. So if I go to create a new credential, you can see that it asks me to connect my ClickUp account. I'm gonna click connect. It'll now say, do you wanna connect with NSM? I'll say yes. The window can now be closed. Beautiful. And why don't we do that one more time? We'll call this YouTube. Click save. Awesome. Now I'm going to exit out of this. And now we have access to the credential for YouTube, for my ClickUp account. So basically, if you guys remember, what I wanted to do a moment ago was every time a new calendar booking comes in, I want to add a row to this meeting booked space. And I want to say Peter Smith, person's first name, status. We don't have the project type or email or company name or anything like that, unfortunately. So I'm just going to leave most of this out. Why don't we just hide these columns for now. But I just want to show a proof of concept to show you guys that we can indeed get the data in. And we're going to put the meeting URL here as well, which is going to be nice. And future videos will show you guys how to build CRMs like this and connect them using N8N. Okay, awesome. So now let's head back over to this ClickUp module, or ClickUp node rather, and we'll go operation create. What I want to do is create a task. The team name is NSM. It'll go and it'll find the space name, which will be template creative agency. It'll find the folder name, which is CRM. The list name will be sales. I know this because if I look on the right-hand side, right, this is NSM. This is my template creative agency. This is my CRM folder. This is my sales list. So I'm just going down top to bottom and connecting them. Then we'll have a name here, and I'll be able to add the name. Now, what do I want to be the name? The reason why I picked this as an example is because we're going to be manipulating data from a node that's not just the previous node, but it's actually a couple nodes back now. And as you can see, this previous node here, all we have access to are a bunch of Gmail things, right? ID, thread ID, labels, label ID. If you want to go one step back, what you have to do is you have to open up this cal.com trigger. So basically what we have here is at the very bottom, this is the very first node that we executed, this trigger. This is the second node we executed. The most recent node is always going to be on the top, and then every node that's connected to the previous node is just going to go lower and lower and lower and lower. So if we had a 20 node flow, for instance, the very first node in our flow would be down here, second would be here, third would be here, working all the way up until the final most recent one, or the previous one up at the top. But anyway, now I want to access data from my cal.com trigger. So that is 2 nodes back. So it's not going to be immediately behind us, but we could still open and access stuff as needed. What I want to do now is the name of this record, if you think about it, I want it to be the first and the last name of the person. I just wanted to say Peter Jackson. So I'm going to go here, Peter. And you'll notice that the syntax here changed pretty substantially, but we'll cover that later. And then I'll go space and then last name. So now it says Peter space Jackson. That's the name of the record, okay? So why don't I do this? Why don't I go back to my Gmail? Let's just pin this. Not that it matters. I'll go over here. Now what I want to do is I just want to test this step and show you guys what it looks like when something gets updated in my ClickUp. You guys see that Peter Jackson was just added? How cool is that? We've now just bridged the gap and we've added Peter Jackson, who was previously inside of N8N, whose data we got from cal.com, which is a totally different software platform, and we put it in ClickUp. But you'll notice that a couple things are off here. I want to make the status meeting booked, and then I also want to fill out this meeting URL. So in order to do this with ClickUp, what we have to do is we have to go and we have to fill out what's called a custom fields JSON. This is kind of annoying to do in ClickUp, to be honest. I wish that there was an easier way to do this. Maybe at some point in time, ClickUp will provide an easier way to do this through their API, but hey, what are you going to do? So in order to do this, what we have to do is we have to go down here to where it says add additional fields rather. What we have to do is we have to, number one, set the status name manually. We have to set it to meeting booked. Okay, and we also have to go over here and add custom fields JSON. Now, this is pretty annoying to do. Unfortunately, in N8N, we have to basically figure out what the ID of the field is before we fill it out. And then in order to do so, we also have to do use this format with like a square bracket, then a space, left curly bracket, quote, ID, quote, colon space, quote, quote, and then inside of there, we'll have the ID. Then we have the value, which is the thing we're going to fill it in with. Sometimes you have to do this. I know the ID already, so I'm just going to paste that in, and then I'm just going to paste in the rest of this as well for simplicity. In this case, I'm just going to go expression, go back here, ID will be this, and then the value is going to be the meeting URL. So what I'm going to do is I'll go here, I'll go meeting, maybe I'll go URL. There you go, video call URL. I'm going to drag this over here between these two quotes. Okay. So now if you look at the JSON that I'm sending, it is now in the right format that ClickUp is requesting. Don't worry too much about the code aspect of this. I put this in here just to show you guys that like there is some knowledge that will make it a lot easier for you to do specific things that you want to do. For instance, if you didn't know this, it would probably take 3 or 4 more nodes in order to get there. And that's okay. Everybody needs to start somewhere. But in future videos, as we cover all of the different functions and dot notations of N8N, stuff like this sort of just adds fuel to the fire. Okay, great. So now I'm going to test this one more time. We'll go back to ClickUp and we'll see what we just did. We just added Peter Jackson, except now we've done so with the status that says meeting booked and also with the meeting URL of the call that we're going to have. So in this way, we've created a very simple flow that when a new cal.com meeting comes in, we reply with an email, and then immediately after we log it in our CRM. This sort of thing is crazy effective for small to medium-sized businesses. A lot of them lack organization and they don't really understand how to do these sorts of connections. Well, the great news is you can now, assuming that you've built this out on your own, and I highly recommend you build alongside me, you can now do this sort of thing, not just for ClickUp, but for any CRM out there, and not just for Cal.com, but for any calendar booking platform out there. At the end of the day, they're all more or less the same. Awesome. So the last thing I'm going to do, I don't call any build done until I test it end to end. So I'm just going to remove the pin data here. Sorry, you got to go up here, top right-hand corner, click unpin, then click unpin. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to test this workflow from start to finish on actual data. If we double click on this, it's listening for a test event, so we have to actually go fill it out. I'm going to go back to my calendar. Now I'm just going to make a second test booking at like a slightly different time. Let's open up a tab here and let's do it. We'll go 2 p.m. This will still be Nick. Well, let's say Sally. Oh, what did I say? Lozenge or something? I forget what her last name was. I think a lozenge is the thing you put in your mouth when you are sick. Okay, anyway, confirm. This is now going to go through the booking flow, go on my calendar, apparently book me. And then if we go over here, you'll see that we just pulled in the data with Sally Lozenge, apparently. If we go to our ClickUp, we'll go down here and we'll see Sally Lozenge was now put in, which is pretty neat. So yeah, that's that for a third N8N example. And just to cover things, what we did here was we didn't just learn how to use an app trigger like cal.com, do an API connection using an API key, send emails and stuff, but we also learned how to reference data a couple of nodes back, which is very important. And ultimately, most of the complex flows that have value will be you referencing data from all over the freaking place, not just the previous node. So I hope that this makes sense. What I'm going to do is I'm going to save this and I'll make this accessible for you guys to play around with. Note that we do not have the trigger nodes in this. That's okay. You guys now, if you've made it to this point of the video, know everything you need to know to get to the same point. Future videos, as I mentioned, are going to be covering a lot of the more code-oriented stuff that I just did here for that last section with the IDs and the JSON and the dot notation in detail, just so you guys can add fuel to the fire and, get a lot more competent with N8N and no code in general. Great work uncovering that first section. You now hopefully understand what N8N is, how to get set up on the platform, and even how to build some simple but useful workflows. But if you guys really want to understand N8N, and not just N8N, but no code in general, you need a little bit more knowledge in terms of logic, data handling, and then the ability to manipulate some of the data that we've seen already. That's what this next part is all about. We're going to dive into some more foundational concepts to separate maybe the N8N automation entrepreneur who is solely restricted to copying and pasting blueprints from the internet to somebody that can actually build templates of this kind out on their own. Just a quick note before we dive in, if you're serious and want to turn these technical concepts into a real business, definitely check out Maker School. It's my no-code AI automation community with daily accountability that shows you how to take this skill set that we're developing right now and actually put it in front of real customers. I have over 2,000 members in the community as of right now. We get new wins, thousands of dollars closed every day. And if you guys want the straightest line path between somebody that doesn't understand any of this to somebody that is actively running and managing a successful and thriving AI automation business, there is no better way. Anyway, whatever you do, let's dive into the next part. So if you guys have seen some of the other videos on my channel, you'll know that I put a very big emphasis on building things practically. I don't really care much for the academic side of things. I prefer we just dive right in and then teach some of these concepts by actually putting nodes together, making workflows that you could sell for business purposes or implement into your own companies. And that's what we're going to be doing today. We can't really get away from doing some of the academic stuff with JSON, just because, if you don't know JavaScript object notation, you are going to have to learn some things like types and objects and what variables are and stuff like that. But for the most part, we're going to be learning all of these concepts down here by building two workflows. The first workflow is up here. And essentially what this does is it feeds in a bunch of lead data to artificial intelligence. This is the Google Sheet containing 4 leads with a bunch of information here. So we're going to feed in this information to AI. Then what we're going to do is we're going to have AI generate a subject line for an email, an icebreaker for an email, an elevator pitch for an email, a call to action, and then a postscript, little PS sign. The idea here is this is a real workflow that people pay me for, and so these are the ones that I want to start with. Essentially, this will allow you to customize email outreach so that it seems as if you've done a lot of research into the person, which is very, very valuable in a business setting. The second workflow is a little bit more peculiar, I guess. There's this service out there called Source of Sources. It used to be called Help Reporter at Haro. Basically, the way that it works is this lovely gentleman here, Peter, will send you a bunch of information, basically where journalists are looking for professionals in a certain industry to weigh in on some developments. And then if you're a professional in the industry and you give the journalists some good info, they can actually tag you and then like use you in an article. It's a quick and easy way to basically get listed in a magazine or some very authoritative data source. And what this system does is it basically gets an email like this, then it pumps in the titles into AI, does some cool processing, and then we actually write a draft of that email as if we were an expert in that field, which all you need to do is just like quickly review, give a once over, edit a little bit, and then send off to journalists. There's another system that I've sold a number of times. And so I want the videos that I create on N8N to be practical in nature. I want them to be on the things that you're probably going to be using for business purposes. So these are the two systems that we're going to be building. They're cool systems and all, but for the purposes of this video, I kind of want to build them from scratch. So why don't we just exit out of that puppy? That's the prompt that we're going to be using for AI. And for the rest of this, we'll just get rid of that. Okay, the very first concept I want to cover are fixed fields and expression fields. I'm going to be basically convincing you to just use expressions all the time. And I'm also going to show you how to map different field inputs. Because the last time that we jumped around N8N, we built a couple of workflows, but I was sort of glancing over a couple of the like some of the nuance behind fields and stuff like that. So for the purposes of demonstration, it's going to be pretty easy. We're just going to build the first system out by clicking a button that is going to get a bunch of data from our Google Sheet. And then we're just going to pass all of that data in kind of row by row into AI. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but ultimately something that is very useful, and you'll find yourself doing quite a bit if you do cold outreach. So first things first, I'm just going to press tab. That's going to open up this trigger thing on the left-hand side. And then, if you type trigger here, if you type trig, I should say, you'll see a ton of options here. You could either do that, or you could just scroll down to the bottom where it says add another trigger and then press trigger manually. Either is fine, but for the purposes of this demo, I'm just going to do that. And basically what I want to do is the second that I run this trigger, when I click on test workflow, I want to get all of the rows and all the data in my Google Sheet. So I'm going to go up here to nodes. I'm just going to type in sheet. We're going to get Google Sheets. Now what I'm going to do is, if you scroll down here, you'll see that there's this one node called get rows in sheets. That's what I'm going to click on. Now I've already done a connection before. What you're going to have to do if you want to connect to your Google Sheets account is go to create new connection. Now, because I'm on the cloud hosted offering, and keep in mind, if you're not on the cloud hosted offering, these sorts of connections are a little bit more difficult. You have to go to Google Cloud Console and get set up there. But because I'm on the cloud hosted offering, all I need to do is click sign in with Google over here, and I'll actually go connect to my email account, and then it'll create a credential for me, which is pretty handy. So you can see it's saying it already has some access just because I've already done this connection. But for the purposes of the demo, I just wanted to show you guys what that looks like. And then I'm just going to save this connection here with a name so that it's just nice and organized. Okay, and what we want to do is we just want to grab this Google Sheet up here, right? So in N8N, there are a variety of ways to do this, but I'm going to be looking for a sheet within a document, my bad. The document we're going to want to select is from the list, and we're actually going to go down and we're going to choose this one called leads, January 27th, 2025. So as you can see, we have already manually found that, okay? And then the specific subsheet that we want is this sheet 1, because I guess that's the only one that we have here. So I'm just going to click on this. It's going to actually do an API call to Google Sheets. It's going to find that there's only sheet 1 here, then I can give it a click, and then voila. Let me just run test step and let's see what happens when I click test. Okay, great. So I've obfuscated this data. This data is not actually one for one, whoever this person is. I've gone through and I've like renamed them and stuff like that just for privacy purposes. But as we see on the right-hand side here, we have a bunch of output. And we can see the output in a variety of ways. Tabular, JSON, schema. Most people in N8N, they like the schema look because it just kind of compresses the information nicely. It's a little bit easier for them to see. I'm a little zoomed in here too, yeah, normally like you see most of the node variables, which is pretty handy. But this JSON one over here, this is really intimidating for a lot of people. And so we're going to cover this in detail. I'm going to show you exactly how you read JSON, what all those things mean. But I just want you guys to know that for the remainder of this course, I'm going to be using primarily the JSON and the schema view, but I'm actually going to tend towards JSON. And the reason why I'm going to be tending towards JSON is because like JSON says all the same stuff that the schema view does anyway. But unfortunately, part of the way you learn JSON is just by kind of staring at it a lot and squinting at it and kind of inherently and intuitively understanding the formatting. If we're going to be looking at outputs all day anyway, we might as well kind of get, kill two birds with one stone. All of the same data in JSON is represented in schema anyway. It's just instead of like the quotes around key names and stuff, you just have sort of this light gray box alongside like a type sign here. So I guess the point I'm making is we might as well double up and just learn how JSON looks while we're proceeding with the course. And that's why I'm going to be using this, even if it looks a little bit more intimidating. Don't worry too much about it. Okay, so I said that I talk about fields, right? So fields in N8N, just as I was covering on the previous video, are stuff like this, right? We have this sort of center node config option here for our Google Sheets node. One of the fields we selected was this YouTube credential to connect with. Another one was this resource, sheet within document, operation, document, sheet. But I want you to know that these are actually all representable in code as well. So as you see over here, we have two different types of fields. One's called fixed and the other is called expression. So by default, just to keep your life easy and to not like freak you the hell out, especially if you're like a newbie in N8N, they're going to keep all of the fields to the fixed type. But if you click on expression, you'll see that things are now a little bit different. Notice how when I went to fixed, we had like a nice little, it said leads January 27, 2025. And then when I jump over to expression, now we have some big long ID. So what is this? Why is it structured that way? And what exactly does any of this mean? Well, if we pay close attention, this ID field here, 1 lowercase o, t, r, r, a, t, 4, c, capital C, and then the rest of this big long ID string over here. If we go to our Google Sheet, what you'll see is that that ID string actually matches the URL of our Google Sheet exactly. And this takes me to a wider point. Most of the time, anytime you're accessing a resource on some API or even just on the internet, they will store the ID of the resource, which is sort of like a hidden representation of it, in the URL. So, one of the examples that I provided the other day was I went over to ClickUp, right? And then inside of ClickUp, I searched around for some record. I'm just going to click on this here. This was my old content calendar. How to send 1,000 cold Instagram DMs per day. That was one of the things I wanted to do. This right up here is the ID of the record, 86B27A7ZM, right? If I wanted to do something with this through their API, this is the ID of the record that I would be calling. So I want you to know that like ClickUp, Monday, like even Gmail, basically every service out there, they will store the ID of the thing you want to modify or update or whatever, just in the URL. So if ever a field asks for an ID, you can almost always just go to the URL of the thing on the actual user, on the actual app, like the user interface, and you could find that URL thing, you just hard code it in here. Okay, so that's just a brief look at some of the differences between fixed and expression. Basically, fix a lot of the time, just to keep you guys, to make sure that like we're on the same page here. Fix is just the simpler version. Then expression is sort of what's actually going on under the hood. So, N8N just defaults to fix like it just did here, because it doesn't really want to scare you away. But in order to really unlock the value of N8N, we have to go to the expression field. And I'm going to show you here why, I basically just use expression for everything at this point. Okay, so looking at the output here, what we have is we clicked, and then we got a click event, and that was counted as one item. And so N8N actually shows you the number of items that are passed on. Then we pumped that click event into Google Sheets, and then that click event outputted 4 items. So now we're working off of array data or tabular data, which I'll cover in a moment. But essentially with these 4 items now, what we want to do is we want to pass each of these items into artificial intelligence, and we want to have AI tell us something about it before writing some cold email copy for us to insert into an email, or maybe we could just send a Gmail directly or something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this button, I zoom out a little bit. What we want is if you go down to advanced AI, we want this OpenAI node. And specifically what I want is I want the message a model. So if you've seen me connect this in the previous video, you'll notice that, in order to create a new credential, you actually have to go and you have to find the API key from OpenAI in order to do this. This is pretty simple to do. You just type platform.openai.com/ I think it's like account/API or something. You'll have to click on this button here to open the documentation to tell you more. But anyway, you can basically just create an API key for N8N. It's very simple and very straightforward to do so. And I've already done this, and I've called it YouTube. So I'm just going to use that credential just so I don't have to leak another API key. Now, again, we have a ton of fields. We have resource, text, operation, message and model from list, choose. Keep in mind, the fields are again fixed, right? It's trying to make it really easy for us to select GPT-4o. So I'm just going to go down here, type GPT-4, and then I'm just going to click 4o. And now we actually enter in the text that we're interested in, okay? And this is really where you're going to start learning the differences between the fixed and the expression. So fixed, again, fixed is just, I mean, it's what the name implies. It's fixed. It's text. You can't make this dynamic. You can't add variables to it. It's the simplest way to get up and running with a node, which is why N8N will default to fixed. But over the course of the next few minutes, I'm going to convince you to basically always just use expression. Okay, so I saved my prompt somewhere else. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a system prompt. So I'm going to go down here to system. I'll just say you are a helpful, intelligent writing assistant. Usually the way that you will do AI calls is you will have a system prompt first, then you'll have a user prompt after, and the user prompt is where you actually give it the instructions you want it to do. So, in our case, it's going to be like, hey, I want you to write a bunch of fields that are templates that we're going to insert in a cold email later. And then after, you have the choice to provide a bunch of examples. So you could provide an assistant prompt, and then you could do another user prompt, assistant prompt, user prompt, assistant prompt. You can do that however many times you want just to show it how things work. For the purpose of this example, I'm just going to be providing a single user prompt. And what I'm going to be doing here is I'm just going to copy over my prompt below. Let me paste that in, and let's just read through this together. Your task is to personalize an email. You'll do this by taking as input a prospect LinkedIn profile, then editing 5 templates for different sections of the email: subject line, icebreaker, elevator pitch, call to action, and a PS or postscript field. If you're unfamiliar with postscript, at the bottom of an email, I'll just say, PS, I really miss you. Can't wait to see you. That's what a postscript field is. We basically want AI to automate that for us because there's a lot of value in making those postscript fields seem human written. Anyway, now we're offering it some templates. Subject line, hey, name, I think I have something for you, and then cool thing about them that we discovered. Let's just go unique thing about them or their company. Icebreaker, I know you're doing thing, and I've been following related thing for a while, so I figured it made sense to chat. Next, elevator pitch. The TLDR, I think I can add $5K a month to their paraphrase business with a few automated systems. And then there's a call to action. I just did this for a very similar industry company, and we hit 28,350 in a few months. They do related things, so I'm very confident I can duplicate this at minimum. Would be 100% risk-free. I'd guarantee at least 20 appointments booked, or you wouldn't have to pay. Pretty neat, huh? So then I give it a bunch of guidelines, and feel free to pause the video if you want to take a look at it. The last thing that I do is then I say respond in JSON using this format. And if you've at all used AI before, you'll see this JSON thing come up again. JSON. And we're going to cover that in just a few minutes, so buckle up. Okay, great. So we've given it a ton of instructions in the first user prompt. So what I do next is I just give it a user prompt with the actual body of the input that I want to give. And if you think back here, what this Google Sheet is, just so you guys are all on the same page as me, is I've basically gone and I've scraped a bunch of data about random people on the internet that fulfill some criteria that I have. So chief executive officer, director of demand generation, director of marketing, business development manager, some dentistry person or something, okay? And then I have a bunch of fields here. One of the fields I have is I have a summary field where people basically write their own summary of who they are and what they care about. We have a ton of other fields as well. We have company location. We have a description of their title. We have, their industry. And the cool part about AI is you could just feed this into a large language model and have it automate something for you, have it write something customized. And so that's what we're going to be doing here. The thing is though, right? How do I get dynamic data into this? So I don't know, let's say one of the things I want is I want to feed the AI the person's full name. Notice how this is fixed here, right? If I just typed Amy Wathaby, then that means that every time I do an API call that includes their full name, I'm going to have it say Amy Wathaby. This is fixed. It's the same thing every time. If you want to make this dynamic, what you have to do, there are a variety of ways to do this, but I'm going to use the expression field, is you have to click expression, and then you drag the field that you want, and then you drop it. And you'll see that when I do that, we've now just inserted a little bit of code. This is in N8N's code format, the equivalent of the variable that we just pulled from our pinned data or our data from the input. And what you see down here is this is separated into two halves. The top half is the code representation. We said full name, just in like regular characters, and I can manipulate this how I want, then a colon, then a space, and then there's curly bracket, space, $JSON.fullname, space, and then a right curly bracket. Up here, you have the code representation. And then notice that underneath here, we have result. It actually shows us what the data that we're pulling in is from the input, which was right over here. Now, I'm going to be feeding it a bunch of data in order to have this personalized. I'm going to be feeding in their full name. I'm going to be feeding in the summary. I'm going to be feeding in the title. But I just want you guys to notice how these variables change between the full name, between the summary, between the title. And you're going to notice that there's kind of a pattern there. Okay, so full name was that. We'll go title. I'm just going to drag this in, paste it in. Notice how the first one was JSON.full name. Second one was JSON.title, right? Let's see what the third one is. Let's go down here to company. Company, if I drag and drop this, it now says JSON.company. You know, the C is capitalized. That looks a little bit new, but for the most part, it's still pretty self-explanatory. It seems to me, if I were an alien staring at this and looking to try and figure out what the pattern here is, it seems to me that every single time I drag and drop one of these fields in there, it says $JSON dot and then the name of the variable. And the name of the variable tends to be whatever I'm looking at on the left-hand side here. So what if, hypothetically, instead of me doing this drag and drop bullshit, what if I were to actually just try and write this myself? Well, let's see what happens. If I zoom in a little bit, just so we could all see, if I go curly bracket, you'll see that I'm now entering sort of the next level up in N8N. I'm now manipulating like code or JavaScript, their version of JavaScript, the JMES path, I believe it's called, directly in the expression editor. And this is where N8N gets really powerful because you also have a ton of built-in methods and built-in ways you can manipulate this data with literally one click, one little button tap without having to drag and drop all these modules everywhere. You can just do so in the convenience of your own field editor. Okay, so the very first thing that pops up is it says suggested JSON. If I just type that and then I press enter, you'll see that now I have access to all of the fields that I had access to earlier. So instead of me dragging and dropping all this stuff, what if I just wanted to write the word summary here to grab this? If I just type summary, notice how this now turned green, and we've added all of that information down here to the results tab. All of that information is here. How cool is that? So now, if I want to continue on, I'll go industry, I'll go $JSON industry, voila. Next, we're going to go company location. I'm going to go JSON.company location, voila. Notice how it's trying to autofill this for me, right? I'll go title description, $JSON dot to title description, voila. And I basically have the ability to do this infinitely, depending on how nested the data is in the JSON structure of the input. I'll run through how to do all of that in a moment, but I just want you guys to sort of pattern match, look from the outside in. How am I actually referencing all these variables from previous calls? Okay, great. So to me, as somebody that does this sort of personalization all the time, if we click on this little button here, we can actually open up, we could see all of the code and all of the text. To me, somebody that does this all the time, this looks like sufficient amount of information for us to personalize an email off of. So I'm actually just going to call it there, and we're actually going to just run this puppy. But basically what's going to happen is we're just going to be feeding in all of this stuff to artificial intelligence, and we're going to be saying, hey man, based off of all of Amy's info, I want you to tell me something about her, and then I want you to write an email based off of the template that I provided you earlier. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and press output content as JSON, give this a click. And then I'm not going to modify any of the options here either, but I'm just going to click test step. Okay, so what just happened, or what is occurring as we speak, is I'm feeding in 4 items to OpenAI. I'm basically blitzkrieg going item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4. And it's happening all at once before they show us the output of each of these. So that's why it takes a little bit longer than usual, but this is more or less what's happening under the hood. Okay, great. And we just received an output. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to zoom out a little bit just so we could see this in completeness. And I'll use schema for now just to make it easier for you guys. And you don't have to like scroll all the way to the right to see it. But let's take a look. The output was content, subject line, icebreaker, elevator pitch, call to action, PS. So it actually went and it outputted 5 fields for us. And we can use those fields in future nodes very easily. The first thing on the subject line was, hey, Amy, think I have something for you regarding boosting online strategies. The icebreaker was, I know you're leading creative web solutions and net directives and been following innovative marketing strategies for a while, so I figured it made sense to chat. The TLDR, I think you can add $5K a month to your client-focused internet marketing efforts with a few automated systems. The call to action, I just did this for a very similar IT consulting company. We hit this amount. They do e-commerce and marketing too. How cool is that? So I'm very confident I can duplicate this at minimum. Would be 100% risk-free. I'd guarantee at least 20 appointments booked you wouldn't pay. PS, even if we just chat, I'd love to hear about what you're doing with video marketing. That sounds pretty cool to me, right? If I were to receive an email like this, aside from the subject line, which is a little bit vague, boosting online strategies, but you can't fault the AI for not being perfect 100% of the time. Even if I were to get something like this, it would seem as if like the person that's reaching out to me did their research at minimum and is reaching out to me sort of in a personalized, customized way as opposed to just like blasting me a big sequence. So what else do I want to do with this? Well, if you guys, remember back to the beginning of the video, there weren't just 2 or 3 nodes here. There was a node that updated the Google Sheet. So I'm going to show you how to update the Google Sheet. Then what we're actually going to do is we're going to take this one step further, and I'm actually going to draft some emails to send to Amy and the rest of the people here. So actually, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over here and pin this output. The reason why is because if you think about it, me calling OpenAI there, that was a little bit like computationally expensive. It took me a little bit of time. I don't actually want to have to rerun that over and over and over again. Pinning the data just allows me to capture that, cache it, and now I can just like test all subsequent nodes using that, which is very straightforward. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to update this Google Sheet. So I'm going to click here, search nodes, I'll type sheets, and what I want to do is I want to update row and sheet. I'm going to select my credentials again, YouTube. The resource will be sheet within document. The operation will be update row. Let's, instead of using the fix, let's actually just use the expression so I could show you how this works. Just going to grab the ID of this field or of this sheet, paste that in there. Voila. Then the sheet that I'm going to be picking, it's just going to be sheet 1. So notice that the top here, we use the expression field view, and then down here, we just use the fix. So it actually used the expression field view to do an API call to their backend to discover that sheet 1 was the only sheet. And then we selected it there. We could also just feed in an expression. And as you see, when you go from fix to expression for the specific sheet type, it just says GID equals 0. GID equals 0 just refers to the first sheet, basically here. So we're always going to be selecting the first sheet. But anyway, for this, I'm actually going to go from list, and then I'll just go sheet 1. Keep this simpler. Okay, now it's going to be fetching a bunch of columns for us. And basically, in order to do this update, what we have to do is we have to grab the data from the previous nodes, and then we have to update every single column here with that data. If I were just to scroll all the way down and update the columns that I care about, like subject, icebreaker, elevator pitch, call to action, postscript, it would just leave the rest of these blank, which is kind of annoying if I'm being honest, but I don't want the rest of these to be blank and these to be filled. I want all of this data because I'm just going to import this into some cold email tool later, right? So what we have to do is now, this is kind of the initial idea behind this system, I'm going to go through and I'm going to update every single one of these using the expression tab, and then I'm going to be pulling data in. But I'm not going to be pulling data in from here. I'm going to be pulling data in from one node behind it. So you guys could see what it looks like in code, basically. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is we just need a column to match on. In order for the automation to know which row should be updated, we have to find data that includes that email. So I'm going to go email. And then the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down here to the previous node, not the OpenAI node, but the Google Sheets node, the one that like first listed us the data. Then I'm going to drag this, feed that in there. And you'll notice that the format now looks different than it did before. Previously, we had a $JSON dot item, right? Now we have a $ and then a bracket, single quote sign, the name of the node, another single quote sign, and then another bracket. And then we go .item, .json, .email. So when you access node data from more than one node back, you have to use this new format here, which is kind of annoying, but you'll see how easy it is when we just like kind of copy, paste, and spam our way through. So how about this civility? I'm going to go to expression. I'm going to paste this in. Then instead of email, I'm just going to go civility. How about this first name? Let's paste that in there. We'll go first name. How about this first name suggestion? Paste that in there, go expression, go first name suggestion. How about the last name? I'm going to paste this in there, go last name. How about the full name? I'm going to paste that in there, go expression, we'll go full name. How about the title? I'm going to paste this in there, I'll go title. Profile URL. So you can see, we're picking up the pace a little bit. It's getting a little bit faster and faster. Company, a legal name. Company phone. And I'm just going to go ahead and cut to me having actually filled all this stuff out just for brevity. Okay, elevator pitch, call to action, looking good. And then last but not least, we'll do, I think it was just PS or was it postscript? Yeah, sorry, it was just PS for that. This is the one situation which the column name is a little bit different from the variable name down here. Okay, now that we're done with that, let's just quickly cover just some little differences here in the formatting, just so we can get a run up on the JSON, which I'm about to teach you. If you scroll all the way up here, you'll see that some of these, or actually most of these, followed this format. It was, oops, sorry about that. Let's go over here. It was curly brace, $, the name of the node in single quotes, .item.json whatever the value was, .summary in this case. This one was .regular company URL. This one down here was .vmid. But you'll notice that a few of these are actually a little bit different. A few of these, in particular the variable names with spaces, they weren't just the name. It was square bracket, single quote, and then the name of the variable that we were referencing. The reason why we had to do this instead of just doing the dot and then the variable name is because JSON and JavaScript object notation, you can't query, the technical term is you can't query a key that has spaces, basically, just because spaces aren't really represented. So, if we scroll down here to some of these variable names, first space name space suggestion, there's a bunch of spaces in there, right? So the way that you get around this in N8N's formatting is instead of calling, let me get that specific example, company legal name, or was it first name suggestion? So the way that you get around this is you can't just go first name suggestion, because that kind of breaks the formatting here, right? The way you can get around this is two things. One, you can make it so that the input data, aka the columns in your Google Sheet, are all just one word. So if instead it was first name suggestion, this would be fine. You could also do something like first name suggestion. Some people do that format. I don't really like that. I don't know why. What I do is called camel case. It's kind of like a programming convention. And here we can get into like a lifelong, mutually assured destructive battle where some people prefer camel case, other people prefer underlining. But I'm team camel case, so go team camel case. Instead, if we want to represent the spaces, what we have to do is you have to go brackets here, single colon, first name suggestion, another quote sign, and then another square bracket. So don't sweat the small little formatting stuff too much. I just wanted to give you guys, the best way that I found to learn this is literally just to spam a bunch of examples. That's what I did when I was picking this stuff up. I didn't read a bunch of books on JavaScript object notation or expressions or whatever. I just spammed a bunch of examples, and the human brain is such that if you squint at it long enough, you'll sort of figure it out intuitively. Okay, great. So now that we've mapped all these, let's actually go and let's update this data, right? That's the whole point of this. So now that we've mapped all the data, if I click test step, and then I go over here to my Google Sheet, scroll all the way to the right, you see, and it just took us a second, but you see that we just updated all four of these simultaneously. We got the subject line for Amy, subject line for Joe, subject line for Mercedes, subject line for Susan. Same thing with all the elevator pitches, call to actions, postscripts. You'll see that the copy of the email is pretty similar, but it changes. So this one's, I know you're leading creative web solutions. I know you're into leveraging customer voices. I know you're focused on building relationships. I know you're advancing digital dentistry. These are all basically reframing or paraphrasing the things that they said in their profile, which ultimately, is meant to make them go oh, okay, this person did their research. They read a little bit about me. So that's pretty cool. Why don't we take this one step further now? Why don't we pin this? And then I'm actually going to create a Gmail draft in my inbox just so we could see what's going on here. So I'm going to type draft, create a draft. I'll connect with my Gmail credential. And this is before I did the naming convention, so it was probably number 3. We're just going to create a draft. The subject line is going to be, let's just go to a fix now that we know how to do this. It's going to be JSON dot subject right here. And then the actual message is going to be pretty interesting, but I'll show you how we put it together. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go JSON dot, and then what I want to do is I want an icebreaker. Sorry, I don't want an icebreaker. I want to go hi, and then I want to grab the person's name. So I'll go JSON dot first name right here. So hi, Amy, comma. Then we have the JSON icebreaker. Next up, I want to go JSON dot, $ JSON dot, and then what were we doing here? Was it the elevator pitch? Yeah, it was the elevator pitch. Paste that in there. Then we want to go $JSON dot, what's the next one? Call to action. Beautiful. Then we also want to go $JSON dot, and I'm sure you guys can guess what the last one is, but very quickly, make sure you know, postscript. Now, if we open up this thing in the bigger example window, you'll see the email says, hi, Amy, I know you've been leading creative web solutions at NetDirectives and following innovative marketing strategies for a while, so I figured it made sense to chat. The TLDR, I think you can add $5K a month to your client-focused internet marketing efforts with a few automated systems. I just did this and even if we just chat, I'd love to hear about what you're doing with video marketing. I guess I actually need to add a PS sign here, and it looks like none of these have periods. Actually, I think this last one has a period, but not all of these do. So just because I was a little bit fast and kind of designing this and I didn't put periods over, I'm actually just going to add the periods directly into the expression editor. I'm going to go PS here. Okay, now if we open it up, this is what it looks like. We got periods everywhere. Cool. Wonderful. And then we have a little PS sign here. Even if we just chat, I'd love to hear about what you're doing with video marketing. Very, very cool. Awesome, awesome. So now that we have that pinned data, why don't we just draft these emails? So I'm going to create a draft. I'm not actually going to send this because I don't just want to spam a bunch of these people. I've also changed the email addresses and stuff, so I'd get a bunch of bounces. We're just going to test step. It's executing. We just executed 4 nodes. So now if I go over here, go to drafts, you'll see here that we have, hey, Susan, think I have something for you, read digital dentistry. Oh, geez, I'm realizing I didn't put the email address in, actually. Yeah, I did not put the email address in. I just did the draft. In options, you have to go to email. And then what we want to do is we just want to drag that back here. JSON email to get that address. Let's create 4 more drafts just for shits and gigs. And why don't I just delete the ones that I just generated right over here. I'm going to just discard these. And then you see that the 4 that I just did now have just popped up, and they also have the email addresses there. So yeah, that's that with that example. I think at this point, you guys probably now have an intuitive understanding of how these fields work. And hopefully I've made a case for why you should just always use expression. Like there's no real need to do fixed, because if you think about it, like you could just write the same fixed thing. Like if I wanted to type, hey, Amy, think I have something for you regarding marketing strategies, and I just wanted to send the same thing every time, I could do so with the expression view of the field, right? Like same thing. It's just here I also have the ability to modify code a little bit and like do something if I wanted to. So I personally am always going to be using this moving forward. And the reason why, sorry, it can be kind of a lot to see if you muck around with. Just always put a $ first if you're referencing data from the previous node. And the reason why is it's just going to be the easiest for me. You get all the variables up here anyway. It's no big deal. So we're doing subject, stick that in there. We got the subject line. We are good to go. So I think we probably learned a fair amount about the fixed fields and expression fields at this point. The last thing I wanted to cover, I say mapping different field inputs here. The last thing I wanted to cover was, if we go back to Gmail here, and if we scroll down to, actually, this is a bad example. Why don't we go back to OpenAI? You see here how I selected the role field and it was fixed. And then I selected from a dropdown, user, assistant, system, whatever. Well, I can actually just go expression. And what you see here is this is just text that we are feeding this API, the node. We're actually just writing user. So instead of writing user, you could also write assistant. This fixed stuff, this is just made to make our life a little bit easier. But anytime you want to get the actual data representation, just move over to expression. So what are some examples of that? Well, like you see these simplify output and output content as JSON fields. We go to expression, you'll see that what we're actually passing is we're passing this true value. We're literally just writing true. Output content is JSON. If we move it to expression, you can see we're actually just passing true here for output content is JSON. The point that I'm making is all of this is basically just, if we just strip away all of the basic simple stuff, you can start getting into what's actually going on behind the scenes, how we're actually communicating with these nodes. The way that we're actually communicating with these nodes in practice is we're sending the term true. Now, the reason why this one has quotes around it, I believe, is because true is a special case. It's called a Boolean, which I'm about to cover right now. So I believe you need these quotes just for N8N to like not bug out at you. Just one of those unfortunate peculiarities of the platform. But that's that for fixed fields and expression fields. Okay, next up, let's talk more about JavaScript object notation. And if you guys already know JSON, if you've already experimented and understand the various formatting types available here, feel free to skip on until we move on to how data in N8N is represented. Should be about 15-ish minutes or so. But for everybody in the audience that doesn't understand JavaScript object notation, I just want to go real deep into it. And I want to make sure that you understand everything about JSON, because ultimately, as opposed to a lot of other no-code platforms, N8N, it doesn't ignore code or try and shove code away. It actually embraces code. So understanding a little bit of some of the code types, like JSON, for instance, makes you way more powerful. This is really what like everybody that makes money with this platform uses. We just use JSON to send data back and forth. And if you don't know JSON, everything's gonna be a little bit trickier for you. Okay, so what's the best way to intuitively understand JSON? Well, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to walk you through the various data types in JSON. I'm going to give you just like a brief little structure and format, and then we can actually just walk through JSON kind of step by step depending on different variables and stuff like that. So I'm just going to go and type in JSON formatter. This is just the simplest and freest JSON formatting platform I've found online. So you can see we got tons of ads in the middle here. You don't pay anything to use it, but basically what's happening behind the scenes is it's running with every time you press a keystroke, it's just double checking to see if it's a valid JSON. This is actually pretty useful for us because we can verify if something is indeed JSON or not just by looking at it. This isn't the only way to do it. Obviously, we could do a ton of different things. I could open up like a code platform like VS Code or something and do the same thing. But I just wanted to keep this thing accessible for all of us. All right, so zooming way in here, just so I don't get ads in my face 24/7. So what is JavaScript object notation? Basically, JSON is just a way to represent data in a structured and standardized format that minimizes the number of characters, and it also minimizes the ambiguity so that when we send data to and from some API or something, we could do so as efficiently as possible. So the way that JSON works, the way that you send and receive data, is based off of two concepts. The first concept is a key. So I'm going to write a key here. This key is going to involve my name. The first name is going to be, the key name is going to be called first name. So the key is just, you can think of it as like the name of a variable. So the variable is called first name, but what the variable equals is a whole different matter. And that's where the value comes in. So first name, I'm going to set to Nick. So this here is proper or well-formatted JSON. It's not yelling at us or anything like that. It's actually good, which is nice. So this is an example of one of the simplest JavaScript objects that you could build. It is a one key, one value object, the key being first name and the value being Nick. You've undoubtedly seen examples of this before if you tried working with any no-code or coding platform, N8N included. The thing is, in JSON, there are a few simple but consistent formatting quirks that you just have to pay attention to. So the first is there are a variety of different data types. Now, as you can see here, what I've done is I have this open curly bracket and then close curly bracket. I have the key name over here, a colon, that's just these two dots, and then I have the value. But what I've done is I've wrapped everything in these double quote signs here. So first name, double quote, Nick, double quote. And the reason why is because the data type that I'm going with here is called a string. It's actually a particular data type. A string is just like written text, okay? So this is, if instead of first name, I say ID, this is a string data type. But it's not like you don't only have strings available to you, although a lot of platforms prefer strings. You also have a variety of other data types. Here's another data type we have access to. This is a number data type. It's numeric. So in order to send and receive numbers, you don't actually have to wrap them in quotes. This red here just corresponds to it being linted or formatted or whatever by this JSON formatter as a number data type. So this is still valid JSON even though we don't have the quotes around this. Okay? This is not valid JSON, right? This does not mean anything because we're using string characters and we're inserting it in something that the software that we're going to be using, N8N is going to be expecting to be a number. So basic rules of thumb are you can't just write a string without wrapping it in quotes. And the unfortunate reality is numbers can be both numbers and strings. So 3 ways to do X. Maybe we call this titles, right? The 3 here, this is a number, right? But we are still wrapping this within the quotes of a string. However, this is different from this. And so in practice, the reason I harp on this is because in practice, this usually doesn't matter that much. No-code platforms will take care of like the type conversion for you between number to string. If you're using a number, if you're sending it as like just the 3 without the quotes around it, for the most part, that's okay. You'll be able to use this as a string later on. But in like pure JavaScript and a couple of programming languages, you can't actually just, like if you wanted to, I don't know, run a function after this that added a number, maybe it was like, here, let me show you. Number of things, then title template. Let's say I had some function where I wanted to add the number of things to the beginning of the title template so that it said 3 ways to create N8N flows, 5 ways to create N8N flows, 15 ways to create N8N flows. Some programming languages wouldn't let you do that. In which case you'd have to convert this to, a string. And then you could just go number of things plus title template equals 15 ways to create N8N flows. Okay, great. So we've covered numbers. We've also covered, and numbers, I believe they have some fancy name, int, or technically they could be floats. They could be a number of things. But in our case, we're just going to go numbers. Next up, I want to cover a couple of additional data types. So one of the data types is called bool. So a bool stands for Boolean. Boolean just means 0 or 1, true or false. So true, see how this just turned into orange instead of gray? True is an accepted bool, and you don't actually need to wrap quotes around this true in order for it to technically be valid JSON. Now, for the most part, I will always just wrap quotes around all this stuff anyway, because as I mentioned, they do type conversions, and it doesn't really matter to me too much. But I just wanted you guys to sort of explain why sometimes you see stuff that is not wrapped in quotes, and that's one of them. You also have a few higher level data types. And one of the higher level data types that I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to show you two. The first is I'm going to show you an array. An array looks like this. It's with square brackets. So you have a left square bracket and then a right square bracket. Then the other is another JavaScript object. And the really cool part about JSON is you can infinitely nest different data types within the values of a key. So I could theoretically wrap an array, which is just a number of things. And then inside of that array, I could wrap a number of other JavaScript objects that go infinitely deep. And I'll show you guys how to do this in practice, but maybe we'll just go items. Then here we'll go first name, Nick. Here we'll go first name, and then we'll go Sally. Then here, let's just do 2 so I don't run off the page. So now what we've done is we've created JSON where we have a key called items. Then inside of said key, we have an array, and inside of said array, we have 2 more objects. Both objects have the key called first name, and then they have different values. The first has a value of Nick, the second has a value of Sally. Now, to make people's lives easy, usually the way that this works is you will do some level of formatting like this, string formatting, just to make your life really, really easy. You'll be able to see like where the item starts, and then there's usually like a fair amount of indentation. And I don't know the exact amount of indentation, but usually it looks something like this. Now, at a glance, you can kind of see the structure of this. It's sort of nested. You have this top level array, and inside of the array, you have 2 objects, first name Nick, first name Sally. Okay, great. So let's create a hypothetical JSON object. And just because I know the most about myself, I'm going to be creating this for myself. But let's hypothetically just create a JSON object, and let's just do like a user object, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go user. That's going to be the key name. Then I'm going to go colon, and then I'm going to create another object. Inside of my user object, I'm going to have first name. First name is Nick. I'm going to have a last name. My last name is Saraev. I'll have city. My city, for the time being, is Calgary. I'll have foods he enjoys, or foods, let's just call it food preferences, right? Because if you say foods he enjoys, now you're insinuating that has to be a he. And then what if you add a user in the future that is a woman? Do you want to change the key name? No, obviously not. So food preferences, I'm just going to add an array, and inside of my array are going to be a bunch of strings. So one of my food preferences is, I don't know, Thai. I'm going to have another one that is, I don't know, like Japanese. Okay, so I like Thai food and I like Japanese food. Apparently I like absolutely nothing else. I have a very strict diet. Okay, cool. And then why don't we add, let's just add one more. And then I'm just going to add one called friends, hypothetically, but because as we all know, I have absolutely no friends. And then inside of friends, we're going to add another object. We're going to add an array. And inside of that, we're going to have first name. We're going to have Peter, my dearest and longest friend, of course. Thank you, Peter. Then underneath that, we're going to have last name Griffin, because I am now Love and Family guy. And that's one of my friends. And then I'm just going to copy this over. I'm going to add a comma, because you need a comma in between all items in an array and also all items in an object. So we have our object here. It's a pretty intense user object. We have a first name, last name, the city the person lives in, the food preferences. We have a list of friends, right? The reason why I go into this much detail here to create this object is just because I want to impress upon you that you can make an object arbitrarily detailed. You can make it as detailed as a human being could ever possibly want. And a lot of the time, you'll see that these APIs that you're accessing, these calls that you're making to these different nodes that return you data about a particular software platform, they will be really, really deep. And they will have nested data like 6 or 7 things, levels deep, essentially. So the easiest ones to use, in my experience, are just the ones that are all surface level, you just have like a user object and then a first name and then a last name, a city, and then maybe some food preferences. But in practice, we need to be a little bit more capable, and understanding how data is structured in JavaScript object notation is probably like half the battle, to be completely honest. So I believe I've covered everything I wanted to cover. The last thing I'll mention is you can't have a comma, I believe, be the last. Yeah, it doesn't allow you to have a comma for the last item in an object or an array. So notice here how we have a curly bracket, then we have the key name user, then we have another object sign, and then we have the key name and then the value, the key name and the value, the key name and the value. Between each of these, we have a comma. But just know that at the last item in an array or the last item in an object, you can't have a comma. So you just need to remove that. If I press format or beautify, which is just my button that tells me everything's okay, then you see that it is indeed formatted and beautified. Everything's all right. Okay, cool. So that's the meandering, that's sort of how to understand this stuff from a bird's eye view. Moving forward, what I'm going to be doing is, just to make our lives a little bit easier, I'm going to be showing you guys in every module, or every node, I should say, what the JSON is of the input and the output. And the reason why is it's just going to make it a lot easier for us to ultimately, reference stuff and then do cool things with the data. So I go back to our Google Sheets example from earlier. I'm just going to move the input. I'm going to have the output be JSON. And you'll see that in this case, what we have is we have an open JSON curly bracket. Then we have a bunch of top level keys. So row number over here, well, that's a key. And you can see that it's represented as a 2. Very similar to what we talked about earlier, right? You'll notice that the formatting here is a little bit different. Notice how this one has an underscore, and then these other ones are all camel case. And some of these are capitalized. Because these are within quotes, none of this stuff really matters. But just showing you guys that there's a variety of like conventions that people do. Some people like capitalizing things, some people don't. So my recommendation to you, just to keep everything really clean and expected, is just to pick one format and stick with it. If you like the underscores, use the underscores for everything. If you like the camel case like me, use the camel case for everything. But anyway, civility is MRS. First name, Amy. First name, suggestion, it's empty. When something is empty in JSON, you just use these quotes. Notice that every item here has a comma in between it. Last name, comma, full name, comma, right? Just going all the way down. And then if I zoom out, I scroll, you'll see that what do we have here? This was just one item. So if I just click on this little blue left curly bracket, it'll actually nest the item for me. And you'll see that inside of this item are 38 other items, but it'll just nest it for me. And then I can see the next one. Now I can see the next one. Now I can see the next one, right? And we only have 5, so that'll be it. But now I want to show you guys a little bit about how N8N formats stuff, because it's a little bit different than JSON I just showed you. But once you understand this, basically everything from here on out will be child's play. Notice how the very first character that you see on the output page on the JSON is a square bracket. Well, if you think back to the example that I gave you earlier, if we click out of this Pizza Hut ad, as much as I love Pizza Hut, this array here starts with these square brackets. And so we see over here, we have a square bracket as well. That means that this is an array, basically. So the way that data is represented in N8N is all data on the platform is represented as an array of objects, okay? So if I scroll down here to how data in N8N is represented, all of it is an array of objects. All of it will basically be those 2 square brackets on the outside of a number of items. And you could have as many items as you want. As we saw, we had 4 back over there. And inside of those 4 items, we had an additional 38 items nestled inside. But all data is an array of objects, meaning that that's how you send and receive multiple objects. Remember at the beginning here, we had 1 item. We just outputted a single variable there. Well, now after this Google Sheets call, we're doing 4 items. Those 4 items are represented in our JSON as an array, inside of which is another object that has the key name, row underscore number, civility, first name suggestion, and so on and so on and so forth. So all data in N8N is an array of objects. The number one gotcha that I always see when beginners start out with this is they end up not fully understanding how many objects the previous node is sending or the current node is receiving. And so then when they try and reference a particular item inside of the data structure, they find that it just doesn't exist, or they need to like index it. They need to slice in to find a specific item inside of the array of items, or some other problem. But this is the number one problem that I see in practice, just running through reading like N8N help threads and stuff like that, that people struggle with on this platform. So if you understand this, the fact that all inputs and all outputs are an array of items represented as follows, and now if you understand how to format JSON, what JSON looks like, and now further, if you just make it so that you look at the JSON and not necessarily the table or the schema format every time you're sending or receiving data, you will solve the biggest gotcha that people have in N8N. It's just going to be a lot easier for you moving forward to, create automate flows. You're basically going to take so much of the load off that most other people spend like hours and hours and hours trying to debugging right from the get-go, which is ultimately what I wanted to do here. Okay, great. So now we know that data in N8N is represented as an array of objects. So how do you actually reference that data? You guys remember earlier in that example here where we were using this Google Sheet module, this Google Sheet node, I should say. And if we scroll down here, we were updating a field using data not from the previous node, but from a few nodes back. Well, basically, if I go back to JSON here, what you can see is we can go 1 node back to OpenAI, 2 nodes back to Google Sheets, 3 nodes back to when clicking test workflow. Okay, let's just go to this Google Sheet. In order to reference data, actually in this case, we will use the schema because you can actually see sort of them logically top to bottom. In order to reference data more than 1 node back, what we have to do, if we just want to redo this email one, we go curly bracket, $. Then what we want to do is we go this left round bracket, then we have access to all of our earlier nodes. We can select the current node, OpenAI, but we can also select Google Sheets, and we can also select when clicking test workflow. What we want is the Google Sheets. And then if you just dot index, if you put a period, then you'll get an item. And the reason why I bring up this item is because basically all of this stuff is buried under this dot item syntax. And it's kind of annoying, but in order to reference, the row number, what we have to do is we have to reference the Google Sheet, then we have to reference the item, then we have to reference JSON, then we have to reference the row number. Why? Because N8N actually hides some of this information from us. We don't actually see the nested data structure. All we see is the nice representation of it. Okay, so this isn't actually represented this way, despite the fact that it looks kind of like it is. The way that this actually looks, kind of underneath the scenes behind what N8N is showing us, is it looks like this. And if you understand this, you'll understand how to reference basically any item in N8N. So this is equivalent to what we're seeing here. What we actually have is there's an additional 2 layers between us accessing the data through the dot thing. It's actually item.json. And then we have the row number, civility, first name suggestion, stuff like that. Okay. So that means that when we want to access it, kind of just looking over here, the very first thing we have to do is we have to reference the Google Sheet. Then, if you think about it logically, then we have to reference the item. So I go item. Then we have to reference the JSON.json. And then we have to reference the row underscore number if we want to, like that. And then we get that data, okay? So big issue, big misunderstanding, I would say, with N8N. Unfortunately, their documentation, in my experience, just is not clear enough to really elucidate what's going on here unless you have a programming background. But just want you guys to know that this is how it's done when you reference nodes that are more than 1 module back. If you wanted to just reference something in the previous node, it's a lot easier. You go $, and then you go JSON, then you can just go immediately into the variables, so message dot content or something like that, dot subject line, for instance. All right, so let's start looking at some of these foundational nodes over here, because I think at this point we've done 4 different workflows, and I think you guys probably have a reasonable understanding of how to put a workflow together now, as well as some of the more nuanced portions of N8N, like the way that they do their JSON, some of the nuances behind burying names inside of various keys, and how to do arrays of objects and backtrack and all that fun stuff. But let's actually cover like nodes, because nodes are ultimately what you guys are going to be using on a daily basis. After we're done that, then I'll rebuild this flow up here, and I'll show you guys how all that stuff works under the hood. This will allow us to use some of the more, code-oriented features of N8N. And then I think after this point, like, you guys have a reasonable enough understanding to build most things. It's just a matter of like, what can you build and how exactly do you put the various Lego blocks I've shown you together. That's what the subsequent videos in this course are gonna ultimately just show you. It's gonna be nonstop building 24/7, baby. Anyway, so let's cover these foundational nodes. First thing is we're going to cover nodes for doing things. So HTTP requests, webhooks, and OpenAI nodes. Then we'll cover nodes that modify flows. So if, filter, merge, split into batches. There are a couple of other ones, but these are the ones that we're going to be focusing on, at least for today. So, in terms of nodes that do things, if you guys aren't familiar with HTTP requests, this stands for hypertext transfer protocol. And what we're doing when we do an HTTP request is we're doing the same thing that your browser does when it goes to a website. So just like when I go to google.com, I'm sending a request to Google, receiving a bunch of information what this web page looks like, and then I'm using my browser, Chrome, to render it into the beautiful, wonderful image you have in front of me. The HTTP request is the same thing. It just returns the thing to you in the code. You don't have that rendering portion. So I'm going to do a GET request here. And the GET request is just the simplest and most basic request. And this is ultimately what you're probably going to be using for most cases. And the URL I'm going to be doing is just my own, LeftClick.ai. So LeftClick.ai, just for the purposes of this discussion, looks like this. We build hands-off growth systems for B2B founders. There's a bunch of information about what our clients get, our leads. The lovely Joe Davies left me a testimonial. I should probably touch this website up at this point. It's been the same for a while. But anyway, I'm just doing an HTTP request using a method get to leftclick.ai with no authentication, no nothing. We're just going to see what happens. So let me click that test step. And the response that we've received is, again, an array of objects. Our one object has a key name data. Then inside of that key name, you'll see that there is a ton of code, HTML it's called, okay? And just because this is not the easiest to see here, I'm just gonna go schema view so you can see a little bit more of it. But basically, this here is the code of my website. This is what my website looks like to the browsers, and like what ultimately my browser uses to render it. You can see it says LeftClick, space, vertical caret, space, AI, and ampersand. This is just a symbol that allows it not to break any characters. Process optimization. LeftClick is an AI-driven performance optimization agency. This is cutting-edge tech to scale your company. This is all the code, right? It's pretty badass. If I were to go to LeftClick, and then I were to go to inspect, if I were to open this up, this is like the Chrome dev tool, which allows you to see the code of the website. It's the exact same thing that's over here in the bottom left-hand corner, right? Literally no differences whatsoever. You built your agency, we'll scale it. The only difference is some symbols like the ampersand or maybe the @, they just have like little replacements here or there so that they don't break any string formatting. So that's the HTTP request. Why does an HTTP request matter, and why would we want to do an HTTP request? Well, the reason why is because you can do pretty cool stuff with this. Like if I go HTML, and then I say extract HTML content, what we can do is we could use the code of the page to pull out all of the text, okay? So why don't I just go text? I'll go P. Let's just do H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Let's do P. I'm going to return this value as text, and then I'm going to return, let's just test this and see what happens. What we're doing is we're basically feeding in the HTML, and then we're using various CSS selectors, they're called, to extract a bunch of text for us. And it looks like I didn't do this right because we're not actually retrieving anything. Let's just try P for now. We'll do this. You're seeing already that we've extracted a bunch of P text. We've extracted basically like a specific type of tag inside this website that starts with a P, okay? Now we can do the same thing with a variety of other tags. Let's say I want to do H1. This is going to return all of the top level selectors basically. So let's do H1 test. We build hands-off growth systems for B2B founders. That's pretty cool. If I return an array, let's return all of them. We build hands-off growth systems for B2B founders, a better way to build ops, what our clients get. If I do, I think if I want to select multiple, would I just do P like this? H1 and P? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I'm getting all the text of the website. We build hands-off growth systems for B2B founders, find the perfect offer, automate your lead acquisition, solve your project management, a better way to build ops. This is all the text of the website. And all I needed to do in order to feed this in was I basically went through and then I fed in a bunch of elements, which I know just correspond to text, like this. And then I pressed test step. It went through and it extracted all of them into this big fat array, which is really cool. And now, like if you think about it, I can actually do some pretty cool stuff with this. I could have AI tell me something about this site very easily. You're a helpful, intelligent website scraping assistant. We'll go, gotta add my credential first. We'll go down here and I'm just gonna have AI tell me a little bit about this website, return in JSON, just some data. I'll do that as my system prompt. And then here, your task is to take as input a bunch of scraped website text and return as output a JSON that follows this format. I'm going to say summary. I'm going to say 3 unique points. We'll do an array. We'll do probable customer demographic. Okay, I'm going to have it return an object. We'll see contact information, if any, and then we'll do, I don't know, some sort of like array of objects. Okay. And then that's what we're going to have it return. We're going to output the content as JSON, and then as input, you're going to add a message. What we want to do is we just want to join, this is being output as an array right now, right? Arrays, as we see, are many options or many different things on various lines. And what we want to do is we want to take all of this output data and we just want to turn it into one big long string. The way you do that here is I would use the expression tab, and then I'm just going to add some lines so the AI knows that this is my input. And then I'm just going to go JSON.text and then dot, I'll just go join. Join is just a way to convert an array of items into just one big long string. And the thing you put inside of the join is you just put what you want to separate it by. So in my case, I'll just separate it all with a new line. If I enter the detailed editor here, you can see that now I've just turned all of this into one giant long string. I'm going to feed this into AI and I'm going to have it just tell me something about the website. So this took us just a few seconds and we already have a scraper that's basically capable of coming up with and then outputting a summary of what I do, 3 unique points that separate me from the competition, probable customer demographic information, maybe I can use to do something, then contact information, if any. And it looks like it separated that into a sub-object that says method, book a call, details, get started today, platform, website. As I'm sure you guys can imagine, I spent 15 seconds putting this puppy together. If you guys wanted to maybe scrape emails or do something like that, you could put something together that does this pretty easily. So that's the HTTP request node. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. The next thing I want to show you is I want to show you basically the inverse of the HTTP request node. Instead of us sending data, I want to show you a quick and easy way that we can receive a little bit of data if necessary. And it's nowhere near as hard as you think. There are a variety of different ways that you could do this, but I'm going to show you guys a really simple and easy one that I personally use all the time. It's called the webhook. So I'm going to go over here, then I'm going to type in webhook, starts the workflow when a webhook is called. Basically what a webhook is it's just a server URL that you spin up, almost like my website, LeftClick. And every time that server gets a request to it, it'll show up here with all of the data. Why is this so valuable? Well, it allows us to do a million things, connect workflow to workflow, add up and create our own API integrations, do a variety of things that otherwise we wouldn't really be able to do without them. This is basically the glue that holds the internet together. And this is a quick and easy way for you to make your own piece of that. So this is what the webhook fields look like. We have a test URL, production URL. Don't worry about the distinction there for now. We'll just use test URL. HTTP method we want to allow to access our service. I think we might actually allow multiple. One of these I think allows us to do multiple, but we're just going to go with get for now. The path, we're going to leave the path as fixed. The path is just this URL string. Authentication, we're going to turn this off. We don't want any authentication. They recommend that you have authentication, but for simplicity's sake, I'm just not going to have any because otherwise it might be a little bit too much at once. Then we're going to do respond immediately. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a test event for this URL, okay? Actually, I don't know if I can do this within the same workflow, actually. No, I can't because the workflow is already running. So I'm actually going to make another workflow really quickly. And I'm going to use that to call this webhook to get some cool data. So why don't I create a workflow? We'll just call this 3 N8N concepts, and then we'll go webhooks HTTP requests. I'm going to make a new HTTP request here. It's going to get this long thing that I've done over here, okay? I'm going to test it, and then over here, I'm going to grab that data. And as you could see, like what just happened, if you were paying close attention, is this just ran. The second I sent the data from this node, which is in another workflow, over to this node, which is on the current workflow, we received a ton of info. And the info that we received a big object, one item inside of our array of objects here. So a single object with a key name headers, which had a bunch of other data underneath, params, query, body, webhook URL, execution mode, test. So this might look a little bit dry and a little bit boring to us right now, but what's the value here? The value is you can run something from one workflow, send it to another workflow really easily. So in our first example, we sent no data, but what if I go back to my other workflow? Okay, that's number 3 here. And then I send some query parameters and I say first name and I say Nick. Then I go here, last name, Saraev. And then here, maybe I go UUID, that's just like user ID. And then I type something like this. Now, if I go back here, then I listen for a test event, and I go back here and then I send the test event. Now when I receive it, not only do I get the headers over here, not only do I get the params, inside of our query are the variables that I just sent over inside of JSON. First name, last name, UUID. So man, I can do so many cool things with this. It's crazy. I could connect this to any web service out there, just give this URL as the URL where the events are sent, and then voila, I basically have like an infinite machine. I'll show you guys a quick example right now using ClickUp, but you guys can extend this example and do whatever the hell you want with it. So ClickUp is just this project management platform that I have that allows you to send out webhooks. And most services that are good will allow you to do stuff like this. But you see there's a call webhook feature here. I'm going to go back to my webhook and I'm going to copy this URL. Now this is for get only. I don't actually remember if ClickUp sends a get or a post. So we're going to see what happens here. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just have status change We're going to say from specifically hook to specifically outline. And we're going to create this. And basically what this means is when I change a field called status inside of my project manager, it sends a webhook over to this address. So hook to outline, find something that's hook, maybe this one here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, listen for a test event, then I'm going to change this to outline. And I don't remember if it's a get or a post request, so we might have to wait and try 2 or 3. This unfortunately does not respond to the methods that are not the same. Methods are, kind of a deeper story, but basically there are a variety of ways you can query a website or a web service. HTTP, most commonly you'll do either a get or a post. In the specific instance of ClickUp, it looks to me like they're probably using post. So I'll go HTTP method, I'll go post. Now I'll listen for this test event. I'll change this back to hook. Then I'm going to change this back to outline. And now that it's outline, we're waiting for this post request. Let's see if we are receiving it from ClickUp. Okay, great. Looks like we received it. Now, what did we receive in reality? Well, excuse me, I'm like really close to sneezing, but I've decided not to, so I won't. Before we updated the query field, now we're updating the body field. We see it's built into ClickUp. What we did, ClickUp has a number of default things that they send over when you do this webhook integration. One of them is the ID of the record. Now there's the trigger ID of the trigger, payload ID, the name of the thing, which was 3 ChatGPT prompt engineering hacks you need to start using. Next, some hooks, some order in text, some information about the person that created it. The point that I'm making is we just created our own integration with ClickUp, and it took me like 30 seconds realistically after I got off the HTTP method hump. So in practice, sometimes APIs like ClickUp, I'm sure they have API documentation somewhere, but sometimes they just don't tell you right at the point of creating the webhook, whether it's going to be a get or a post request. So if your get request doesn't come in, just change the HTTP method to post and then rerun it with the post example. And then one of those will work, which is pretty cool. Okay, so that's how you do it as a test URL. Ultimately, though, we don't just care about having this workflow be sort of a test. We want it to be live. And so when your workflow moves to production, aka you publish it and you make it live to actually interact with the internet, you're going to want to go over to this production URL and then copy this URL and update all of your webhooks to send here. This will enable you to activate this. If it's in test mode, you actually won't be able to activate this, just I guess for safety or security purposes. It just makes the transition to publish it, unfortunately, involve an additional step, but it also makes your workflows a little bit more secure. So that's how you do webhooks. The last thing I'll mention are these OpenAI and AI nodes. Now, I'm going to have many, many videos after this one be all about AI agents, since that's obviously the big thing that's blowing up right now. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to cover them super, super briefly. I'm not even going to like run anything, but I just wanted to show you guys that N8N is very AI native. And so whereas I've been doing some very basic OpenAI calls with this OpenAI module, there's a variety of things you could do. You could create an AI agent, which generates an action plan and executes it, uses external tools. You can have OpenAI Message and Assistant or GPT. This is what we've been using, some basic LLM chains, and a bunch of like specific tools that are used to do things like categorize information, summarize information, and so on and so forth. AI agent, just to give you guys a very brief example, probably is one of the most intimidating looking modules or nodes, but it's actually one of the simplest in practice. When you create an AI agent, it'll automatically open up this when chat message receive node on the side. And then you'll see that down at the bottom of my screen, there's an additional button that allows me to chat with my model. But in order to make this work, what we need to do is we need to hook this up. Notice how there's this little warning here. What we need to do is we need to go down a chat model. We actually need to select the AI module or AI node that we want, the AI service, I should say, that we want to use. For most intents and purposes, I use OpenAI. This is just the best to me, but you could use Ollama, Mistral, Google Gemini, Anthropic. Feel free to play around with this for whatever your use case is or whatever your data privacy security requirements are. So I'm going to go down to my OpenAI chat model. The model I'm going to be using for this is going to be GPT-4o. I just find it has better answers. And then now you'll see that the warning sign is gone. Now we have an additional node I can drag and drop here. And now I can go to chat and I could say, hey, how are you doing? We've essentially opened up our own chat window. Hey, I'm just a computer program, but I don't have feelings, but I'm here and ready to assist you. Thanks, ChatGPT. And on the right-hand side, probably the most valuable part about this is you could see a log of what is happening and how many nodes were called in order to get you the result. This is important because the whole point of AI agents is their ability to call other tools to do things for you. So this says, system, you're a helpful assistant. Human, hey, how are you doing? This is just their prompt setup. So the input to OpenAI was this right here. And because we just asked how that's doing and so on and so forth, It didn't really do anything special. There were no additional tools. This is the same thing as you just sending a message to ChatGPT, essentially. Now, in order to make an AI agent like really work, you're going to want to add two things. The first thing you're going to want to add is you're going to want to add some sort of memory. If an AI agent doesn't have memory, then basically, if I go back here to chat and then say, what did I say in my last message? It will have no context or no idea. I don't have any access to past messages or personal data. Each session is independent. Basically, this is like it's like a send a question, receive an answer sort of window. But we don't want that. We want this to actually have access to our chat history. We want it to see what we've been talking about over the course of the last like 20 or 30 minutes and be able to reference those. So there are a variety of ways to do this. Basically, you need to implement some sort of database. I'll show you guys how to implement some more complex databases in the future, but the simplest one, the one that N8N provides right out the gate, the one that most people on YouTube are going to be talking about, is this window buffer memory. Window buffer memory basically just allows you to store it here inside of the test window, which is the easiest to do. And the default is 5 messages. So basically every time you send it a message, it will send up to 5 past messages. But just for the purpose of the discussion, I'm going to go 10. So now what I'm going to do is I'll go to chat and then I'll say, hey, how are you doing? Then I'm going to say, what did I ask you in my previous message? And you'll see that it's asking how it's doing. Right? So we're actually now accessing the previous message using this buffer memory. And on the right-hand side, you'll see here that the log has gotten a little bit more intense too. So basically we called the AI agent up at the top. The next thing that happened was we went through the buffer memory. We fed this in and basically added this to some big long stack of message history. Then we fed that in plus the previous message. Then we said, hey, what did I ask you in my previous message? This is the input that is currently being fed into the model on that second call. And then we went down into buffer memory, we saved all of this again, and then we kind of came up and sent the answer. How about now? Cool, so now we're 3 levels deep, and as you can see, this is just a quick and easy way to load the memory, make sure that we're always having some sort of topical contextual conversation, which is pretty cool. Now, the real juice in AI agents, the reason why they've gained so much popularity is just because of this tool section here, where you can essentially call an action just like we were doing before procedurally, but you can call it using AI and you can automatically format and get information from different tools. So there are a variety of tools that are just sort of set up for you. Airtable, Baserow, Calculator, Gmail, Google Calendar, Google Docs, Google Drive, all this stuff. What I'm going to do in this example, just because I don't want to spend all day on it before I do my more detailed AI agent tutorials, is I'm just going to select Google Calendar. I'm going to create a new credential, sign in with my Gmail account, and then I'll go over here. I'll close this window. Now that I've connected my Google Calendar agent, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my specific calendar, which is nick at LeftClick.ai. And then now that it's connected to my AI agent, this is the create event. I don't want to create, I just want to get. So get all of my events basically from my calendar. Okay, and then in addition to that, what we have to do is we have to use this $ from AI feature here, and we just have to paste that into the expression field. What this does is this just tells AI, hey, I want you to provide your own details for the value of a field. In our case, I wanted to feed in some options that say, hey, I want you to grab data that is after this date, but before this date. So if I'm asking AI, like, hey, what's going on? Can you tell me what I'm doing tomorrow? And I'll just say Jan 28, 2025. The whole idea here is AI now has access to my calendar. It also has the ability to call that API, and then it can actually go and retrieve specific events from my calendar and then return them here. So as you can see, I have this call, me and my buddy Zach, and then it just has all of this information. Okay, great. How are you more generally? I can also just chat with it like I'm chatting to ChatGPT or something like that. So I don't always have to use like the tool that I'm calling. And the idea is you basically stack on 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20 of these tools. Although I find in practice when you get past maybe 6 or 7, instead of calling a tool, what you want to do is you want to call another agent, which then decides to call a tool. It's basically like a big, almost like a search tree or something. But anyway, that's more or less the AI side of things. The last thing I'll mention here is this OpenAI node doesn't just have the message a model text action like we've been doing before. There's a variety of other things you could do. You can create an assistant, delete an assistant, list assistants, message assistants, update assistants, analyze images. You can generate images, generate audio. Like you have a ton that you could do here, which is pretty sweet. If I go down to generate audio and I'll say, I don't know, Nick is awesome and very pretty. And I generate it using the Nova voice. Click this test step. Not only can I generate text and stuff like that, but I can also have this generate me an audio output I can then listen to. Variety of cool things you could do with this.
Nick is awesome and very pretty.
You're damn right I am. Variety of cool things you can do with this, but definitely don't sleep on the AI nodes. Don't just like stick to the one that I've shown you guys so far. Okay, great. So those are the foundational ones. In practice with N8N, you're probably going to be using these quite often. What I'll do next is talk about some nodes that modify flow. And here are a bunch more that like you're going to want to read their docs and add them to your toolkit because this is like an everyday sort of thing. The first is an if. The second is filter, the third is merge, and the fourth is split into batches. So let me show you guys a very quick and simple example of the if. If I go here, and then I add my own trigger, and I just want to trigger manually. Oh, sorry, it looks like I already have one somewhere in here, right? So let's just repurpose this manual trigger for an example workflow, and then I'm going to build down below. This example trigger, I'm going to click it, and then what we're going to do is we're going to use the edit fields. We're going to go down to JSON. This is just a handy dandy tool that allows you to set your own inputs and outputs. So I can now set my own output, and I could say first name, Nick, last name, Saraev. And if I test this, if I test my whole workflow, you'll see this broke because Saraev was not in quotes there. Got to make sure that all of your strings are in quotes. If I check out the JSON, you see the output of this module is now first name, Nick, last name, Saraev. Okay, I'm just going to pin this. Now, let's say I want to do something else. If the input is Nick, I want to do something really cool. I want to provide prize, I don't know, $100. If the input is Nick, I want to go through my sequence, and then I want to generate another variable called prize, and I want to have it be $100, okay? But I only want to do that if the input is Nick. If the output is something else, then I want to have my prize be just $5. So Nick gets all the prizes here. He's very greedy. Okay, so how do you actually implement this sort of logic? Well, the simplest way is if I click this plus button and I just type if, you'll see I'll have this node pop up that says if route items to different branches, true or false. So I'm going to add that in there. And what I'm going to say is if first name, which by the way, we could still just drag if we wanted to. We could say if first name is equal to Nick, then proceed through the true node, which is up here. And if not, we're going to want to proceed through this false node. Isn't that cool? So now we basically have two things that are occurring, okay? Prize up here was 100. Prize down here was 5. I'm going to click test workflow. This is now going to run. And I just want you guys to see what's happening. I clicked test workflow. We then edited our fields. We added Nick as the first name. We then went to the if, and then as we saw here, first name was equal to Nick. Meaning, oops, if I double click this again, the output is now only going down the true branch with one item. And then the upper branch was illuminated, it's green, and then that's how we get to edit fields with the prize equal to $100. Now, if I change this, instead of Nick, if it's like Sally or something, and if we run this again, what you'll see is the data is flowing through here because I didn't unpin it, so let's unpin it. If we test this now, what you'll see is the data didn't go through the top route anymore. It went through the bottom route. Okay, great. So now with this example here, why don't we just pretend like we're emailing somebody? So I'll go draft an email. I'm going to create my thing here, and we'll say, congrats, you won. Good expression. Then what I want is $JSON.prize right over here. So congrats, you won $5. How cool is that? See title, loser. Okay, great. And then I'm going to go here and I'm going to create a draft. Voila, I have it now. If I go back here to my SOS Media Queries page, it says, congrats, you won $5. There's nobody to because we didn't set the email to, but pretty neat, huh? We do the same thing with this $100 field. Go over here, you'll see that I just copied like all of the same logic. It says, congrats, you won JSON.prize. It's grayed out right now because there's no data coming in, but you'll see that it'll work if I change the input back to Nick. Then if I test this, I'll see that it'll follow the top route and then also send me an email. Okay, great. So now let's look to use the filter node. What I have here is I have my little first name, Nick, here. What I'd like to do instead is I'd like to just change this a little bit. So instead, we'll create an array of names. And inside of this, we'll have Sally, John, and then Nick, okay? And so now if we test this, we see 3 entries in an array called names. We have our top level array, which contains an array of objects, and we have our object, and then inside of that, we have key, whose value equals a list of other objects, or an array of other objects. I know the terminology can be kind of a lot, and unfortunately, there are many ways to refer to the same thing. So if something doesn't make sense, just bear with me here, and we'll in a moment. Okay, great. So let's say what we want to do, if this names array includes Nick, then I want to continue with the flow. So I'll go array. Then what I want is I want to see if this array of names, feed that in here, contains, and I just want to say Nick. I'm going to test this out. What you'll see is that we've kept it because it does in fact contain Nick, which is pretty cool. If instead we wanted to see if it contains Peter, we test this, you'll notice that we are now following the discarded route. Okay, there's kept and then there's discarded. The thing is, it just goes down the same flow. Whereas if sort of split into two, there's a true and a false route. This one actually just like continues and proceeds down the same flow. If something matches the filter, it will continue. If something doesn't match the filter, then it won't. So what we could do, if I just paste in this Gmail node, so we could basically build a very similar flow. But what we could do is if it is kept, then we could send a prize of $100 instead. And we could hard code that $100 in. So I'm going to do is I'm going to check to see if it's kept. Okay, so right now name contains Peter. It's probably not going to be kept, right? So test workflow, it's going to stop right here. It does not proceed any further. If instead I change the filter so that it contains Nick, then we test it. What we see is we're going to move on and we're actually going to like proceed with the rest of our flow. So this filter here just allows us to kind of stop if it doesn't match our condition or continue. And you can add as many conditions as you want. You can go and or. You can add whatever sort of logic you'd like. I used array logic here too, but there's also a lot. There's like string. You could check to see if something exists or matches arrayx. Number, date and time, Boolean, array. And then there's also a bunch of object ones as well. So that's filter, pretty straightforward, I would say. The last thing is two more. There's one called merge, and then there's split into batches. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to have two routes or two outputs of a module, and then I'm going to combine them back into one. And I'll show you guys what I mean with this. Remember earlier how we had some HTTP requests? What I'm going to do is I'll go first name, Sally. And I'm going to have, let's just say second name. Actually, let's go person 1, go person 2. Just for the purpose of this example, we're going to have two people. Person 1, Sally, person 2 is Nick, okay? Next, what we're going to do is we're going to add an AI node. Down to OpenAI, and then I'm just going to message a model. Then here, I'm going to say, write a detailed, fun story about what I'm going to do is I'll go, I don't know, person 1. So Jason.person1. This example is sort of silly, if I'm honest, because we could just hard code the names in there, but I just wanted to do this to show you guys how this logic of the merge node would work. I'm going to select GPT-4o. And then I'm, because it's just a very quick and easy example, I'm actually going to add a user prompt. Okay, it's now going to go and it's going to write me a fun story about Jason.person1. Person 1 was Sally, so we're going to see it in a second. Very fun. Thank you very much for the detailed story. Cue Jeopardy music. Cue other elevator music. All right, it's taking its sweet ass time. Could be for a variety of reasons. I might have like a little bit of rate limit action going on my end just because of all the examples that I provided, but it could also be something else. I don't know. Let's see here. Okay, cool. Looks like it did once upon a time in the vibrant city of Elmsworth, where the streets hummed with the rhythm of hopeful dreams and endless possibilities. Okay. So we just, we just wrote a cool story about Sally. What you can do in N8N is you can actually connect the same output to multiple future nodes. So what I've done is I have one over here, which I'm going to rename, write story about Sally. Then I have another one over here, which I'm going to say write story about Nick. Then down over here, I'm going to say, write a story about person 2 instead of person 1, which is, now going to equate to Nick, right? If I test the step, same thing is going to happen. It's going to call GPT-4o. It's going to write me a cool story. The issue is, if you think about it logically, we now have two routes. We have one top route that writes a story about Sally, another bottom route that writes a story about Nick. So if we wanted to do something with these stories, like I'd kind of have to repeat the same logic up here. Let's say I wanted to email this to somebody. Well, I'd have to Gmail up here. I'd also have to Gmail down here, right? I'd have to duplicate it. N8N provides a pretty simple and easy built-in way to avoid that. It's called the merge node. So you can merge data of multiple streams once data from both is available. So if you just click on it, you'll see that there's a mode append or combine, or SQL query. I'm just going to stick with append for now. I'm just going to feed in these inputs. And in this way, what I can do is I could actually just write, one Gmail node here instead of two. And maybe I could like append both of these stories or something. But let me actually show you what this looks like now. I'm actually going to test this workflow from end to end. As you see, it first does the top route, and you can see this is orange because it's like filling out the story about Sally right now. This is currently active. It's waiting to fill in the merge the second this is finished. And I think I probably should have set some character limit to the story, because now I'm thinking about it, it's probably writing a lot. Rip my tokens. And then after it's done with the story about Sally, it's going to go and it's just going to do the same thing, write a story about Nick. Hopefully this finishes before the next ice age. Okay, that took way too long, but just make sure you put in some sort of limits next time you do one of these calls. Otherwise, you'll be waiting here until the end of time. However, what we see as our final product is the top route completed and then populated the merge, and the bottom route also completed and populated the merge. Now, we had one item from the top route, one item from the bottom route. Then we also carried forward one item from the top route, one item from the bottom route. But what you'll see is the output of this merge is now 2 items instead of 1. The reason why it's 2 items is because we use the append. So now we have the story number 1, and we have the story number 2, basically. We don't actually have to just output 2 things. We could actually just output like 1 item instead. But because in N8N, outputs are arrays of items, you kind of have a choice there. Now, since we output 2 items, what we could do is we could add our little Gmail node, stick that down here, connect it. Then I'm just going to pin this. And what I could do is I could email myself this story. I could say story about, just because I back myself into a corner here, I need to write kind of like a little bit more difficult of a line of code. But I don't have access to Nick here, right? Like I don't have access to a single variable that contains the value that I'm looking for. So this is person 1, Sally, person 2, Nick. So I mean, I could select person 1, but then my second run would also say Nick, right? So both of these would say story about Sally, even though they have different stories. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I'll look at the actual story. So I'll go, I'm going to go to the merge. I'll look at the actual story here, which now that I think about it is actually just JSON. Then I'll go message, I'll go content. Then if it includes the term Nick, then I'm just going to return Nick. Otherwise, I'm going to return Sally. That's how that works. So if this contains Nick, I'll return Nick. If not, I'll return the term Sally. This is just a kind of a shorthand way to use the if else logic, same as what we had before. So I'm just going to pop this puppy open. And let me take a look at the data. Story about Nick. Nick was an ordinary guy with an extraordinary dream. I wanted to become the first person to ride a unicycle all the way across the United States. Then Sally, once upon a time, in the quaint town of Lavender Hill. I think this was the one where I timed out or something because of the rate limit, unfortunately. So it doesn't look like it generated me anything more than once upon a time in the quaint town of Lavender Hill. But I'm sure we could, I could rerun this. Let me just make sure that the prompt is a little bit shorter. Less than 100 words. Let's just do that. And then good. Awesome. We should be good now to actually produce this puppy. Let me just go over here and delete these examples that I don't need in preparation for the next run. And cool, we warmed up 2 Gmails. Now we have a story about Sally, who's a curious hamster, and then I am a curious inventor. Lovely. Wonder why they use the term curious both times. But anyway, I hope you guys see now that like basically the merge connects 2 things together. The if statement sort of does the opposite, kind of creates 2 routes, right? Yeah, this is kind of neat when you contrast and compare them like that. So I believe now we have everything we need except for the split into batches run. Split into batches is kind of a little trickier of a thing to conceptualize. So I'm going to show you a real example from a source that I use to extract a bunch of data. So let me take a quick peek here at, I think I was doing deep personalization system. Yeah, so I created a video on a deep personalization system a while ago. And as part of it, what I'm doing is I'm waiting over here for data to come in through a webhook. I send in data to this webhook, and then I use it to call an API that gets a bunch of data set items. The data set items are pretty big, right? As you can see over here, it's a bunch of data about specific leads. But notice how it says 128 items above, right? Anytime you output more than 1 item in N8N, what you can do is you could loop over every item. Then you could perform something individually on just that item. And then once you're done with that, you could go back to the loop over and over and over and over again until you're completed. So in my case, I had a lot of items in this. I had 128 for Christ's sake, right? And what I wanted to do is I wanted to run my 5-column personalization flow, similar to what we saw earlier. And then I also wanted to add a row to my spreadsheet. Now, unfortunately, every time I did that, I consumed one API call. And a lot of these platforms have pretty intense rate limits. So instead of me, one issue I found very frequently was I just kept on getting timed out. It would say 400 error or 403 error or whatever. Basically, the gist of that is that, I'm over the rate limit and they're not going to allow me to make any more requests for a certain amount of time. So what I did instead of me just submitting all of those requests simultaneously, I added this to a loop over items, and then I added a designated wait node. The wait node is a simple node in N8N that allows you to wait for a certain number of seconds, in my case 5. And in this way, I was able to basically take one item, go from start to finish, wait 5 seconds, and then loop back, and then proceed with my next item. And I basically just went, one after the other, after the other, after the other, over and over and over and over again. So that's just to give you guys some context on what that actually might look like. If I go down here and I set my items here, I'm just going to use a feature in N8N that allows you to automatically set like your own test data. So I'm going to say, there's first item and then there's second item. And my data for that, where's the edit fields? Right over here. If I zoom way in, you'll see that I'm not outputting 2 items, right? So what I can do is I can go loop over items, split in batches. You set the batch size to 1. What it'll do now is it will go first item and then second item. What I'll do is when you add a loop over items, it immediately adds a replace me node. And this is what you're supposed to basically replace with the thing you want to do. So in my case, I just want to wait 5 seconds. So I'm just going to go over here and go wait exactly 5 seconds. What I want to do is for the loop route, for the route that is going to be looping over my items. So basically for every item, you can think of this as, I want to wait, and I want to wait 5 seconds. Very cool. And then the output of this needs to feed back into the input. This is kind of like the tricky part. So when you go through a loop, I'm going to click a test workflow. I'm going to generate 2 items, and then I'm just going to pull 1 item out of that, and I'm going to wait 5 seconds. I'm going to go to the second item, and then I'm going to wait 5 seconds. Is this going to do anything? No. But notice that there's both a loop route and then there's a done route. Basically in N8N, once you're done with the loop route, it just automatically goes to the done route. So I could do something like this, and maybe I send myself an email. Let's just draft. And then let's say, done looping. You successfully waited 10 seconds. Awesome. So we're going to wait 5 seconds and then 5 seconds, and then we're going to Gmail, okay? So that's it. I'm going to test this workflow. That's the first 5 seconds here. And that's the second 5 seconds here. And once this is done, we can now send over an email draft, or queue up an email draft, I should say, which is right over here. I should note that I may have ran this twice. I feel like I just ran this twice. Looks like it's carrying all of these here. Oh yeah, sorry. It'll output all of the records that you feed it in, basically. So I fed it in 2 records, and then the third run it went and then fed both of those records in as input to my Gmail branch. What I could do is I could take these 2 items and I could convert it into just 1 item by combining them. And then I wouldn't have to deal with this, which is kind of neat. So that's probably what I would do in practice. I wouldn't actually proceed here with 2 items. I would just do 1. There's a really cool built-in way to do this in N8N, just called execute once. So if you just go to the settings page of any node and then just click execute once, you basically stop the multiple executions regardless of the number of elements that precede it. So I just clicked execute once. Instead of me sending 2 emails now, it's only going to send 1. That's run number 1. That's run number 2. Then it'll go and it'll feed 1 item as an output. So if I refresh this now, instead of 2, I'm only going to have 1. Quick and easy hack. And yeah, because we're building stuff live, hopefully you guys get to see the applications of this in real time as we put something together. All right, so now I think we are at the point where we can realistically build out substantially more complicated flows. What I'm going to do now is basically run almost like a test of sorts, where we're going to take all the information that I just tried to shove into your brain, and we're going to use it to build out a flow that actually does something business worthwhile, a flow that I've sold many times before, and a flow that's made people a fair amount of money. So this is what the flow looks like right now. I'm actually going to simplify it. I've decided to do it a little bit simpler just over the course of the last 20 minutes thinking about it. But basically, just to keep things, make a long story short, there's this service out there called SOS. And I mentioned this at the beginning of the video. They send out like a quick query every day from journalists where the journalists are looking for people that match their criteria to answer questions. So for instance, this one up here is from Jordan Rosenfeld, who's saying, seeking healthcare and Medicare specialists to weigh in on how RFK Jr. and Dr. Mehmet Oz might affect benefits or healthcare if appointed. Know that this is usually like US specific. I think they have kind of like a global arm sometimes too, but most of this is going to be US specific. And then it says, hey, I'm looking to speak to people in a nonpartisan way about the possible changes to things like Medicare, healthcare, insurance. These are 2 stories. Specify what you're commenting on, can be both. Robust and longer answers are prioritized. You must have the relevant experience. We'll link back to your site. Please include pronouns. There's a lot going on here, right? Basically, what we want to do is we just want to take this whole long email, and we just want to extract all of these. So this would be 1. This would be 1. This would be 2. This would be 3, and so on and so forth. And we want to feed this into AI, and we just want AI to give us a very simple answer. Hey, is this relevant to me based off of some characteristics I'm going to give you? And 2, if it is, can you pre-draft an email for me? So pretty simple, pretty straightforward stuff, right? Let me show you how straightforward this flow can be given what you now know. And I want you to treat this as like a test, basically. Like you've made it this far. Let's actually see if you could build something out that's business worthwhile. If something that I'm saying doesn't make sense, pause the video and look for the specific part that I've covered the concept in. Because that's basically the purpose here. I just want you guys to be able to reaffirm your knowledge and show you how now you can do something pretty cool. Because the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just looking for a Gmail trigger there. I'm going to select my credential. Sorry, not create a new credential. I'm going to select my credential, Gmail account 3. And the way that this module or node works is it extracts emails from my inbox that match my specified filters, and it does so in the timing that I give it. So every minute, hour, day, week, month, X, custom, whatever. I'm just going to say once a day for now. It's going to be 0th hour, 0th minute, simple stuff. The event I'm looking for is message received. Then what I need to do is I need to add a filter down here. And there's one called search, where I basically just look for emails from SOS. Luckily for me, they're all formatted in very similar ways. SOS media queries. So if I want to get all the emails from SOS, this is just what I do. Now, I don't just want to get any email. I just want to get the specific email just to show you guys what I'm working with. Later on, we'll then we'll separate it. So it's just SOS media queries. It'll work with any of them. But for now, I just want to grab this one. Here's what you do. You just go subject, and then you'd feed this in. This is a Gmail operator. So just use whatever same filtering mechanism you do for your own emails in Gmail and just feed it in over here and it'll work fine. Okay, now let's test this out. Let's grab the data. We've received a ton of data. This is an object with 11 items inside, but this simplify is sort of working against us here. The Gmail trigger just natively always has simplify on. We actually want to get rid of this. I'm going to go to expression, just like we know how, and press and type in false. This is the same, by the way, as just turning this off. I just wanted to be clear that I always use the expression field. And now I'm going to get the actual data of the email, which is way more, as you can see here. Instead of whatever it was, 12 or something, now it's, or 6, now it's 13. And the headers object has 27 items buried in it, just in and of itself. The thing we're looking for is this text variable, which is the same as what we had before. Tell friends to join source of sources. It's always free. Want to know how to strengthen your relationship with journalists, blah, blah, blah. We're then going to pin this. So now we have access to all of this JSON in future nodes. And I think I got lost here with my Gmail trigger. And now let's actually go ahead and let's split this data. Let's basically get our data so that it's just a bunch of these. How are we going to do this? Just think about this. We got a bunch of text processing features available to us. We know a little bit about the JSON, JavaScript and stuff like that. But what are some ways we might actually realistically be able to do this? Well, the way that I see it is the great news about source of sources and the previous service called Haro is that they just have the same characters everywhere. So they have a bunch of stars here. And then between every story is basically just like these underscores. So underscores there, underscores there, underscores there. So when you see a similar pattern like this, it becomes very easy for you to process this in a no-code tool using a term or a function called split, where you basically just feed in a whole big string and then you just split it based off something that you want. So I'm going to probably need to split this twice. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to split based off this up here. And then, there's this top section, and then there's going to be this whole bottom section. Then after that, I'll grab the bottom section. I'll split it based off of this probably. Then I'll just be able to get the individual sections. If that sounds like rocket science to you right now, don't worry. We're going to go over here, press edit fields. And what I'm going to want to do is for now, I'm just going to go manual mapping, click add field. This allows me to create my own variable basically based off of, the previous module. So I'm going to type above, actually, yeah, let's just call this below. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed in, where is this text? It's right over here. I'll go to the expression field. Then I'm just going to type $JSON dot. And what I want is I want text. Okay. So now if we open up this big fat editor here, we got all the text right here. Pretty sweet, right? We don't want all the text. We only want the stuff that is below this line. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm just going to go over here and press dot. Now we have a bunch of functions, and I haven't covered all these functions yet. I will in the future videos. But one of the functions that I use all the time is called split. Just press split. And all we need to do now is we just need to feed in the thing that we want to split it by. So I'm going to feed in what I just copied a moment ago. Okay. And now, instead of just seeing the string, we actually see an array. And this is what arrays look like when they're output in N8N. It says bracket array and then colon space. And then we actually have the whole array here. And this array is split based off of wherever this was. So I think it's going to be split right over here. The last character before it will say information week. Okay. So we go information week. I'm going to zoom way in. And yeah, that's what the array looks like. We have a comma. So this whole thing was a string. Then we have quotes and then a comma, a space, and then we have another quote. And this is the beginning of everything underneath it, which is awesome for us. Okay, so this is basically what we get. And now the really cool thing that N8N allows us to do is it allows you to pull objects out of an array. So this is an array with two items inside of it. The one string, that's everything above those lines, this little star line, then another string that's everything below the star line. We can just go dot last. And now we'll just pull out the actual string itself, which is this, all of this. How cool. Now, what else we could do is theoretically, we could just split this again. We could split this again and then extract everything split based off of these characters. So I go dot split, feed this in. Now we have another array, right? How many items are in here? I don't know. Let's find out. So I'm going to test the step. You click on test step and now we have a bunch of different items. So yeah, just make sure you set the array here anytime you're screwing around with data. Otherwise, I believe they have a field like auto type convert or something. I haven't used that one before. Type conversion errors or something. I actually just set the specific data type that I want. In this case, I'm creating an array. I'm splitting stuff to turn it into array. So I'm going to be doing so with this array dropdown. Okay, but anyway, now we have a big array. Pretty cool, right? And it looks like we have 19 items in total. What I want to do with this is, first of all, I'm going to pin this. Second of all, I'm going to go over here to extract titles, and I'm just going to copy this because I don't want to have to rewrite the whole prompt. I think that would probably take like 15-ish minutes or so when all is said and done. What I want to do is I want to grab this data, which looks just like this, and all I want to do is I just want to feed this into AI now. And I just want to have AI tell me, hey, am I good? If I'm good, then go ahead and draft an email. If I'm not good, then don't. And I know just from experience that this is sort of split into two parts here. So I'm just going to copy this over. I'm going to use it to create my prompt. Okay, what does this prompt look like? You're a helpful, intelligent administrative assistant, very on brand for me. That's a system prompt. Then, hey, I'm a business owner specializing in AI, automation, marketing, and software. Now what I'm going to say is below is an email requesting let's do an email request from a journalist looking for a story about, information about their story. And then just going to paste a bunch of data in. Your task is to determine whether it is relevant to me, and if so, pre-draft an email that answers their questions using my tone of voice, and I'll say casual Spartan. Some information about me. I own 1 second copy. Here are my links. Then I will say, sorry, I just got a lot going on here because I'm piecing this together between two different prompts. But anyway, some information about me. I own 1 second copy, a successful AI marketing company that was overnight came up. My name is Nick Saraev. Here are my links. Don't use it unless asked. Links. And then Below is a request by a journalist for outreach. Write a succinct Spartan email responding to each query. Say a succinct Spartan email. Be concise. Use the following format. Okay. Then I will say, if it is relevant, return a JSON object as follows. True. Email body goes here. If it is not relevant, return false for relevance and leave email body blank. Some information about me, good. Use the following email format, email template, when responding to relevant inquiries. Cool. Make sure to respond in JSON. Very sweet. Okay, great. And now all I'm going to do is I'm going to provide as input the specific item that I am referencing. So what you'll find is when you're referencing an array like this, what it'll do is it'll grab the specific item of the array. So JSON.below 0. I don't actually want that. What I want to do is I basically want to loop through this array. And then for every item, I want to feed this in as input. This is selecting the first item here with the 0. Everything is 0th indexed. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. So in order to do that, we're going to have to take our data and do just a little bit of pre-processing first. We're going to want to combine a field from many items. Sorry, turn a list inside items here using the split out node. I don't believe I talked about split out, but rest assured, all this does is it turns an array into a bunch of items so you can run them one by one. Okay, great. So below, no other fields. And now we have 20 items on the right-hand side. And now basically we can feed in every one of those 20 items to AI. So all I'm going to do now is I'm just going to feed in this below field. And now instead of me having to go JSON.items.below 0, below 1, below 2, because we are now splitting this into a top level array instead of before how it was an array and then the curly bracket below and then another array with like 20 records. Now it's just below, 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 below. It's going to run basically once for every item that we've received. So yeah, that's that. We should be able to get some JSON here. I don't want to run it on all 20 as a test though, because all we're doing is testing. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go in between these and type in limit. Limit allows us to restrict the number of items. So I actually only want to run this twice to start. And I want to see what happens. So I'm actually going to do this on 2 items. Then we're going to see what those 2 item outputs are. And if they're good, then we'll continue. We'll pin them and then move on. And if not, then we won't. We'll be able to modify them before we actually waste 20 tokens worth of data. And I'm just going to pin all the data moving forward, and then I'm going to go over here to limit, and then I'm just going to press this test step. Okay, I'm going to pin this now. So now we have the 2 items. So I'm going to go over here, and then I'm going to test this step. Looks like we are now producing, and it looks like both of these were false. So I'm going to want to up this limit just a little bit. Maybe we'll try 3 last items instead. We'll overwrite the data that's pinned. We'll pin it again. I'll go back to extract titles. And now we're feeding in the last 3 enterprise Gen AI users. Yeah, this is probably me. Edge AI and stuff. Looks like they kept their AI entries at the end, so that makes sense. And we're now doing 3 API calls. It looks like there were 2 trues. So true up here, true up here. This looks like it was just junk data. So we could actually cut that out. Show you how to do that later. But now we actually have like emails drafted. Hey, Pam, I own 1 second copy, accessible, blah, blah, blah. Here's a big answer to all of these questions. That's pretty cool. All we need to do now is we just go Gmail, we draft. Oh, you know what? We need to grab the email, don't we? Yeah, I don't think I actually grabbed the email address of the person. Yes, I did not. So let's actually change our prompt a little bit and let's edit it so that we actually output the email too. So I'm going to go back here. I'm actually going to go email address. Discovered, or let's just go their email. Okay, there you go. It should probably be sufficient. Let's actually test this one more time. So now we should actually extract their email address as well, assuming the AI does what its silly human overlord tells it to do. And now that we have the email address, we'll actually be able to like use that to feed into a draft. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. So we'll go back to Gmail. I'm going to go draft, create a draft, credential, Gmail account 3, resource draft, operation create. Then I'll say and then I'll say SOS inquiry. I'm going to go message, and then all I'm going to do is I'll go back to my schema. I'm just going to drag my email body in here. And then I'm going to add an option called, we'll go to email, and then we're actually just going to feed that puppy in there. And now we can actually test this out on 3. So let's go 1, 2, 3. So you have 3 items, all of them just wrapped up. We go back to my email inbox, go down to drafts. We'll see that I created 1 for each. It looks like I created an additional one, but anyway, I'll cover that in a second. The first was this one to this lovely Pam lady. Very nice. Second was this other one to this lovely John fella. Very cool. Everybody followed my email template, no issues. And then, yeah, it looks like we just used 1 additional email. I think the reason why we sent that additional email is because we technically outputted an item. So I wonder if we could just not output an item. That'd be one way to do it. Yeah, we could just not output the item. Or, we could just add a filter, like I was showing us how to do so before. So if, let's just go down here. Let's go JSON dot. Let's go item 3. We'll go down to JSON.relevance, message.content.relevance. So basically, if this is equal to true, then we'll continue, and then if not, we won't. So we should get 2, right? Yeah, there you go. We kept 2 items, and now we're only going to be sending emails on the 2 items that passed our filter. So just because I always like to do an end-to-end flow, I'm just going to discard some old drafts here, delete everything, and then run this one final time. Just to show you guys what all this looks like, we will use the Gmail trigger, edit the fields, split them out. I'm going to have the limit be 3 items just for now because I don't want to like draft a bunch of emails. Extract the titles, add a filter, and then create 3 drafts. Just run this from start to finish. We're now extracting the titles. And by, extracting the titles, I mean we are filtering and creating an email. And then the end result is we have 2 drafts in our inbox, which is kind of neat. And if we wanted to take this even further, what we could do is we go down to Gmail and then we could add a label to this message. Just to make it abundantly clear, if I select the message ID that we just created, it's going to be right over here. I could just call this public relations or something. And now basically it'll just automatically apply a label to these drafts inside of my inbox that I just know that these are, these are public relations inquiries basically. These are not, other email drafts for some purpose. And that's kind of cool of a flow, but I'm actually just going to stick that right over there. And then because I'm already getting mixed up with the extract titles, I'm just going to say filter and respond to email, or maybe create email body. There you go. A little bit simpler. So yeah, we used a ton of new functions here. We used the split. I then used the split out. I don't actually use all of these super often. We did use the filter, which I talked about and covered. And then the limit is just basically like an internal tool that I like to use to make sure that I'm not screwing around with token usage or spending a ton of like executions or anything like that. I think this system's a lot cleaner than that other system that I was going to build with you guys before. It's also a little bit more simple. Here I have just a ton of code, unfortunately, but we'll get rid of that. We'll use this as the 2 templates for us. And then I'll also just make this nice and easy to see. And yeah, I hope you guys appreciated this, just so that we could do a quick recap. And because in my experience, doing a recap of the stuff is sort of how you remember it. We started off by talking a little bit about fields, specifically 2 types of fields. There were fixed fields, and then there were expression-based fields. I sort of made a case for you as to why you should probably favor expression-based fields over fixed fields wherever possible, because you could do the exact same thing anyway, and you also just get like a ton of code options. So I always just toggle a little expression. I then showed you how all of these different field inputs, even like the little toggle buttons, these really are just expressions at the end of the day. If it's a toggle button, it's true or false. If you're selecting a Google Sheet or something, there's actually an ID behind it. And so now you know a lot more about sort of the underlying data and the way that N8N structures stuff. I then covered JSON, JavaScript object notation, in probably pretty excruciating detail. Hopefully that wasn't too boring. But we covered a bunch of different variable types. Just to recap them, there was a string, there was a number, there was a bool or boolean, true or false. There was an array, and then there was also another object. So you could bury JavaScript objects inside of JavaScript objects. There were key names, values. We learned a little bit about the formatting with quotes, as well as commas and brackets and that sort of stuff. But the reality is if you just like stare at JSON long enough, kind of give it a good squint or two, eventually it'll start making sense. And that's why I've now changed all of the input and outputs inside of our N8N course tutorial to favor a JSON, JavaScript object notation, just so you guys could see it and kind of get used to it. From there, we covered a little bit about how data is represented in N8N. So specifically, all data, all inputs and outputs in N8N are structured as an array of objects. So there's some top level square bracket, and inside there's just a bunch of those JavaScript objects nestled in it. And if you want to reference the most previous node, then all you need to do is just use this little $JSON syntax. If you want to reference nodes from 2, 3, 4, or n nodes back, n just standing for whatever number, then you would do the $sign, but then you'd have to like specifically reference the name of the node. No big deal. N8N actually does a lot of that selection for you, and there's usually a little drop down or toggle button that you can just click to get there. We talked about how to reference earlier fields, how to do some backtracking with like dot notation and square bracket notation. And then I also covered some common gotchas. The most common gotcha in N8N, just to be clear, is people don't understand that it is an array of objects that you're referring to. And so N8N will run once per item in the array. If you're trying to reference one item, but you're really referencing all of them, obviously you're going to get an error message. It's not going to work. Likewise, if you're trying to reference a number of items, but you only reference some subset of them, you're going to have some error message, and you're going to get that dreadful red text that I think we all hate so much. So understanding that everything is just an array of items, an array of objects, this goes a long way towards insulating you against that. Finally, we covered some foundational nodes. We started off with the HTTP request node, which allows us to basically request or do the same thing that your browser is doing when you access a website, pull all of the code. And then I also showed you guys how to do cool stuff with AI, where you take the extracted or parsed components of that node, like my LeftClick website, and then turn that into some sort of AI structured data, like a summary, like some interesting tidbits about that website, maybe the contact details if you could find it. I then covered a little bit about webhooks. If you guys are familiar, if you guys remember, webhooks are just like the glue that holds so much of the internet together. I showed you guys how to send a request from one workflow and receive it in another workflow. And I also showed you guys how to use a third-party platform, in this case ClickUp, but you can really use whatever the hell you want, to send a request upon some triggers that now I'm like connecting N8N and ClickUp with my own native integration without even necessarily having to know too much code. And then at the tail end there, I covered OpenAI and AI agent nodes. The real value of N8N in comparison to most other no-code tools, in addition to its ability to self-host, is their AI agent functionality that just works fresh out of the box. So rest assured, we're going to be covering a lot more of that moving forward. But we built a very simple example where I essentially asked my AI agent what was going on for the day, and then it pulled data from my calendar intelligently, while also still being able to like talk back and forth in natural language. We covered some nodes that modify flows as well, including the if, the filter, the merge, the split into batches or bundles. We covered the split out. And then finally, we also covered, while I was building that last example, the limit. And then from there, I showed you guys how to build a super simple and easy essentially email autoresponder type flow, but one that does a very high leverage, high value business purpose, which is parsing out, defining whether a journalist inquiry is relevant to us or not. Then if it is, actually writing out an example based off of a template. Okay, so now that you understand how data works in N8N and how information flows through a workflow, let's cover some of the more complex aspects of N8N. And these are parts of N8N that usually keep beginners away from this tool. What I'm covering now is JavaScript functions. N8N uses a very specific take on JavaScript functions, dot notation JavaScript functions, and there's just so many of them that it's very difficult and intimidating for beginners to know which is the right one to use. And that's what we're going to cover over the course the next hour or so. You're going to learn how to transform data, how to filter it, how to map it, how to reduce it. And if none of these concepts make sense to you right now, they certainly will in a few minutes. Okay, let's get building. I have an N8N workflow open over here called all N8N functions. I'm going to click add tag and go down to N8N course just so I can help organize it a little bit. And all we have is we have a start node. This begins a flow when I click test workflow down here. So give this a click, you'll see that it's just turned green. This just tells us that this has triggered the flow. Peculiarity of the start node is when you click it and when you get it going, it doesn't actually output any data, it just starts the flow. So obviously if we want to do something here, we're gonna have to add another node. So let me click on that right little plus sign. And then the nodes that we're going to be using in this video, I'm going to be using pretty gratuitously. They're called the edit fields node. And the edit fields node, for anybody that's coming from maybe a different no-code editor, especially something like make.com, you can just think of this as a way to set variables, rename fields and that sort of stuff. So we'll go down to edit fields over here, give us a click. And now, we have the start node on the left, and that's the input. And then in the middle here, we have an edit fields node with a couple of different modes. There's manual mapping and there's JSON. Basically what this allows you to do is if you give this a click, you can define your own variables here. And if I click test step, you'll see that we now have a new variable accessible to us in the output called hello world. Now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using the JSON option here, and I've already created a bunch of JavaScript that I'm just going to be using for the purposes of running through all the functions. So this is what the object looks like. We have a string called hello, number 3.5, an array with names of Sarah, Sally, and Stephanie, an object, and this object has some parameters like first name, last name, height in centimeters. Then we also have a bool, that stands for Boolean, and that's just set to true. I'm doing this because these are all of the different function types that we're going to be working through in the rest of this video. And so I just wanted an easily accessible way for us to get all of these and then do cool stuff with it. I can now add, let's just give this a quick rename. Let's just say set example JSON. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and do another edit fields. And this edit fields is where I'm actually going to be mapping the output. So I'm going to call this output. And then for now, we'll go off of a string data type. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag this string into the value. And now we have access to it. Now, the way you use functions in N8N, as I'm sure you're probably already aware, but just to reiterate, is all you do after you've selected a variable from an input and it's turned green, like this one here, all you need to do is just click the dot. A period then opens up this function editor, and now we have access to tons of stuff. So you can see there's some suggested functions here. This is just because, well, N8N gives you a large library of functions that you can do stuff with. In practice, you don't actually end up using the majority of them. But I'm still going to run you through every single one of these for completeness' sake. And then if I touch on something that I actually use pretty often, either for my own workflows or workflows that I've seen other people use, then I'm going to mention it. Okay, great. So let's start with the very first one. Now, if you remember, if I click back here, this turns green and we see a result down here to hello. If you remember, the value of this string right now is currently hello, okay? So keeping that in our minds, what we start with is the includes function. The way that the includes function works is basically we can use this to search within a string to see if something includes a substring that we're looking for. So right now we have hello. And what we're basically saying is, does hello include what I'm about to write inside of here? So if I write H, the result will be true. But if I write something like X, you'll see the result will change to false. Keep an eye on this result panel because this is going to be your best friend anytime you're manipulating functions because most of the time it'll give you some sort of real-time feedback. So, if I wanted to see whether or not my string contains the word hell, I don't know, maybe I am very pious or something. I type hell in here, you see HELL is a 4-letter substring that is inside of hello. Obviously, this is going to turn true. But if I were to jumble up the letters, right, if I were to go LLEH, you'll see that this is false because this is reading all strings left to right. So this is a pretty quick and easy one. It's kind of useful to see whether or not something includes, obviously, if you have a very large string, you can instantly do this just to search and see whether or not that string includes just some tiny little thing that you're looking for, a mention of something perhaps. The next one I'm going to cover is called split. Now, split is something that I use basically all the time. I use it at least once a day, and I use it across a variety of no-code tools just because it's so goddamn useful. Now, the way that split works is you essentially take your string, HELLO exclamation point in this case, and then you convert it into an array. And the way that you do so is you give it a character that you want to split the thing by. So let me give you a very simple example. If our input string is HELLO, let's hypothetically say, I wanted to split this into 2 halves. And the way that I wanted to split it was based off of the presence of the L and the L here, okay? So what I could do is I could say JSON.string.split, and then in quotes, and you have to use quote signs. If I go LL, you'll see that I've now split this string into 2 substrings, basically, and then plopped them in an array. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what an array is or how an array works, that's okay. We'll get into that later. But for now, all you need to know is that we've basically taken one input, and we've turned it into an array that contains 2 outputs, the HE and the O. If you split it based off of the presence of an L, you'll see that we are now generating an empty space. Why? Well, this is sort of nuanced, but if you look at our input over here, that's HELLO, if we're splitting based off of an L, what this is doing is it's catching the empty string in between these two L's. So hypothetically, if I wanted to split this by something else, let's say the E, you see that this is now splitting into a substring of H and then LLO. If you wanted to do this based off of the presence of nothing, you'll see that it splits it based off every character. So this is just its default if you don't feed it in any input whatsoever. So if you have an empty string like this, it's HELLO exclamation point. And splitting is really useful just as a quick and easy way to take something, usually some sort of tabular or CSV data, and then just turn it into, an array that you can use N8N for. So let me give you a quick little example. Right now, this editor is set to $JSON.string. So we're referencing a variable from a previous node. There's actually a little hack in N8N that you can do. If you want to create something directly in the function editor, to do so with a string, all you do is you add quotes, and then you do something like Sarah, Sally, Stephanie. Everything within these two quotes still technically counts as a string. And so you can dot index it, you can slice it into, you can use dot notation, I should say, in order to attach a function to the end of it. So hypothetically, let's say we had 3 names here, and these 3 names were just somewhere, I don't know, they're in some data source that we're scraping. Well, we can turn this into an array very easily just by adding the delimiter of comma and then space. Now, because we're going comma and then space, as you can see, we've turned this string of Sarah, Sally, and Stephanie into an array. So that's a quick example of split. Split's pretty awesome. I use split all the time. Because we just deleted all of this, we need to reselect our string. So I'm going to go $JSON, then I'm going to go dot string. That's the name of the key in our JSON that we fed. And so now we have the hello again. Let's proceed. Next, we have starts with. Starts with is kind of what it sounds like. If you want to see whether or not a string starts with a series of letters, or not necessarily letters, numbers and stuff like that as well, characters, I should say, then you can just use starts with. So in our case, if we wanted to see whether it started with HELL or something like that, then this would return true. But if we wanted to instead, I don't know, let's say we wanted to see if the string started with the term by, then it would obviously be false. Similarly to starts with, as you can see, we also have ends with. And so the way that this works is very similarly. Essentially, all we're doing is we're starting at the back and we're just working our way forward. So if the hello exclamation point string, sorry, I was just getting a call there, but it looks like it went to voicemail. If the hello exclamation point string is, I don't know, exclamation point, this is obviously going to be true, right? But if it's a $, it's going to be false because we don't have a $sign present in our string. If we were instead to go ELLO, this would again revert to true. So lots of options there, and there are a lot of functions in reality that you'll find are just the inverse of each other. So if there's something for starts with, odds are there's something with ends with. If there's something for uppercase, odds are there's something for lowercase. We're going to cover all of that over the course of the rest of the video. Okay, great. There's also this other function here, which I find myself using quite often. It's called replace all. And so replace all is sort of a power function. Basically what it allows you to do is it allows you to take this string, which we have here as hello exclamation point, and we can just replace any character we want in there with another character. So let's say we're some crazy anime weeaboo. What we do is we replace the first letter, L, and we go comma, and we replace it with W. What we're doing now is we're replacing all of the L's in the string of hello with a bunch of W's, hello, right? So we have a lot of, granularity and control there. If you look over the expression and function documentation over here, you'll see that this is the first instance in which we're now splitting this into 2 parts. So, we actually have 2 variables that we're feeding into the replace all function. There's a pattern, aka what we're looking to replace, and then the actual thing that we're going to be using to replace it. I could just as easily replace the term, the O, right, with nothing. And if I do that, it actually just cuts it out, just removes that character completely. So replace all is pretty powerful. I find myself using this all the time when I'm developing flows. And I'm glad that it's in the suggested editor up here alongside with split because, these are the 2 most common ones realistically. Okay, great. Moving our way down, you'll see that there's a very interesting looking function. This technically isn't a function. I believe this is a parameter in JavaScript, technically speaking. And that's why it doesn't have the 2 little brackets next to it. But this is just a quick and easy way to determine the length of a string. So, if HELLO exclamation point, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? We should expect this to say 6. And that's exactly what happens when we feed in length. Hypothetically, if I were to replace this with, hey, how's it going, man? you'll see that the character length of this string is now 24. So length is super valuable. I use length all the time. I use length to determine, whether or not the input that I'm feeding into a large language model is too much, right? A lot of the time you can average out the token length of a big string just by multiplying the number of characters per word on average. And if you look up number of characters per word, the average is 4.7. And then if you want to get the number of tokens per word average, you'll see that that's something like 2 to 3. A paragraph's 128 tokens. I guess I should have said number of words per token. This ends up being about 0.75. So from there, if you feed in a string of 1,000 characters, right? What was the math there? 4.7 or something, I believe. Yeah, 4.7. So 1,000 characters divided by 4.7 is 212 words. 212 words times 1 over 0.75 gives us 282 tokens. Odds are, if you do this calculation and you get the length of your string, you're going to know that every time you call a large language model, you're going to be using 282 on average over a large enough data set, 282.6 tokens in order to do so. So, if you're not working with large language models, maybe a little bit less applicable, but there's still a variety of reasons why you might want to use length. So yeah, length is definitely one of the big boys. Okay, so working our way down the function panel here, we have base64 decode and their its partner base64 encode. Now, if you guys aren't familiar with what base64 is, you can think of it in a really simplified way. It's just a slightly different alphabet used to represent strings. If I were to zoom into this example, the letters HELLO, when they are base 64 encoded, translate to A, capital G, capital V, S, B, capital G8, and then the little equal sign. So this is basically just a way to rotate characters according to some formula, this base 64 function. And the reason why they have a function available is because a lot of servers and some web services will only accept base 64 encoded versions of the strings that you send them. This is both a security purpose, and I believe there's also some sort of compression purpose as well. But to keep things really simple, we'll start with base 64 encode. Then I'm going to feed in the thing that we just base 64 encoded into a base 64 decoder, just so you can see that they're the same thing. Okay, so if I were to attach base64 encode over to the string HELLO exclamation point, you'll see that it's very similar to the string that I just showed you guys without the exclamation point. The only difference is the last letter, I think, is an H or something like that instead of an equal sign. So as you can see, it's very similar. Now, if I were to take this string and then I were to attach another function to it, base64 decode, notice how we've basically just regenerated our initial hello string. We could do this an arbitrary number of times. Like go back to base 64 encode, then base 64 decode, and hypothetically we could make this thing, the distance from here to Mars. But as I'm sure you guys can guess, it's kind of pointless to do so. So this is sort of a niche function. I do use that function. I use one of the two functions reasonably often when I'm doing certain API calls, because sometimes you need to base 64 encode an API key or base 64 encode credentials, usernames, passwords, that sort of thing. The only thing I want you guys to take away from this, if you're unfamiliar with it, is next time, a service says, oh, you'll need to base 64 encode a string. Well, now all you need to do is just go to your string, press period, and then type in base 64 encode. Voila, you're done. Okay, continuing on down, we now get to another function that I use reasonably often, one called concat. Concat basically just allows you to take your string and then add on another string to it. You kind of think of this as like a string addition, right? You're like manipulating the string, you're sticking two strings together. So if I were to press enter here, go to concat, and then inside of quotes, I were to say space world, you can see here that my string has now changed from hello exclamation point to hello exclamation point space world exclamation point, right? The cardinal example of, you doing something cool with a computer for the first time. Now I should note that you can also feed in more than one string. So you could actually feed in an array of strings. That's why the concatenate function is kind of cool. So I could technically feed in world, and then I could go, how are you? And then you'll see that, we've now taken three strings, we've stuck them all together. The first was hello, the second was world, the third was how are you, right? The next series of functions I use all the time, and they're the extract functions for strings. So we have 4: extract domain, extract email, extract URL, and then extract URL paths. And basically the way that this works is, this is just something that allows you to pull out a domain name from a string that you supply that might include it. You can pull out like email addresses, you can pull out the whole URL instead of just a domain, or you can pull out everything after the backslash at the end. I'll show you what I mean by all this right now. So I'm going to use extract domain first. The way that extract domain works is you either feed in a URL or you feed in I believe like an email, and it'll basically tell you what the domain is. Obviously, this isn't rocket science. If I delete the hello string here, because this doesn't actually have any domain inside of it, which is why it's returning undefined. If I were instead to type something like nick@leftclick.ai, you'll see that extract domain extracts leftclick.ai. Okay. Conversely, if you were to just go leftclick.ai, it would remain the same. If you were to go https:///, it would only extract the leftclick.ai portion. And there are a variety of instances in which this is useful. A lot of the time when I'm web scraping for either myself, people pay me to build a web scraper for them, or if I'm doing it for one of my businesses, a lot of the time I'm scraping the web for strings using a regular expression that follow a certain pattern, maybe something like this. Well, this is just a quick and easy way where I could feed those strings in and then I could extract the domain name. Because domain names and URLs are a little bit different, and a lot of the time you need a domain name for something that you don't necessarily need a URL for. So that's just a quick example of something that allows you to extract. If I were to add some spaces over here, though, you'll see that it breaks. So this does not work if you feed in like multiple or something like that. It's only really going to work if you feed in one and then you just want to extract a portion of it. But this is, comparable to you slicing the string in halves. Instead of you having to do some sort of fixed type of data processing where like you're looking for the string that occurs after the second backslash, you can just put extract domain in there and it'll basically just always get you exactly what you want, whether or not there are, 3-letter top level domain endings or 2-letter like I have over here, right? So very flexible, very nice. The second function that I'm going to show you is called extract email. So as I'm sure you guys can imagine, if you feed an email into this, it will return with said email. If I go back to that other example and go nick@leftclick.ai, so we see here, we're now extracting nick@leftclick.ai. What's pretty cool? If I add a bunch of other text here to the beginning and then to the end, this is different than the extract domain. Unfortunately, the documentation is pretty poor. But if I feed in a bunch of additional information, let's say I scraped a website and we just have tons of text. And then just somewhere in this text, there's one little line that says nick@leftclick.ai, okay? One tiny little line. This will extract and pull out the nick@leftclick.ai based off of like an email formatting mechanism, whereby it looks for a little string and then it looks for some @ symbol and then it looks for some domain ending. So that's really, really useful. You can use this just as your email extractor. You are going on a website or something like that. You feed in the entire string of the scraped website to this function, and then it just pulls out the email addresses for you. I think you guys could probably come up with a million use cases for something like that. Okay, let me just put this back in here because I hate when it screams at me with red. And we're going to move on to the next function, which is extract URL. So similarly, the way that URL works is a little bit differently from extract domain. In case you guys weren't aware, this is the domain name right over here, but this is the URL. So the URL tends to have some sort of, I think this is just the protocol, and then you have some standardized delimiter, which is usually this colon and then these 2 backslashes, and then you have the domain name. Okay, that's how that works. So this will actually extract a URL based off of the presence of this. Now, if I take out the P, right, it's going to break because there is no protocol called HTTPS. But I could take out the S and that would work because there is a protocol called HTTP. I'm unsure if FTP works. Yes, FTP works. Does SSL work? No. SSH, sorry? No. Anyway, the variety of these protocols, feel free to look them up if you guys are curious what sort of URL protocols there are and sort of like URL structures. But yeah, this is just a quick and easy way to get the whole URL, which can be very useful. And then from here, what I want to do is show you the last one, which is called extract URL path. And the way that extract URL path works is, as opposed to getting the URL itself, which is everything sort of, if I put a slash here, it's everything before this line. In like the HTTP protocol, they call everything after this first slash the path. And a lot of the time, websites and services and stuff like that, they'll actually store a ton of important information after that backslash. If I show you guys what this looks like on N8N in particular, you'll see that this is my cloud account. So if I were to just make this practical, this is the URL right over here. It's https:// nicksaraev.app.n8n.cloud. Okay. This is like the root part of the URL. This is the protocol. This is the domain name. And then this over here is a URL path called workflow / and then I have the ID of my particular workflow that N8N uses to grab data from its server and then display it to me. So if I wanted to extract this URL path, if I just feed in this whole thing, just as an example, and replace my little leftclick.ai example, you'll see that what results when I extract the URL path is basically it goes to this backslash, and then it gives me the backslash plus the term afterwards, workflow, plus everything after, the next slash. And the way that URLs work is you can go arbitrarily deep over here. Okay, if we continue down the function list, the next one up is called hash. Now, if you're unfamiliar what a hash is basically like a mathematical algorithm applied to a string that converts it into just some big long number. The confusion with hash tends to be that the number that it generates has letters in it. So if I take this string, https://nicksaraev.app.na.cloud, if I take this here, then if I hash it, according to their default algorithm, which I believe is MD5, you can see we get this long result here. And the reason why a lot of people don't understand these hashes and they're so scary is just because this isn't actually like a string. This is a number in something called hexadecimal. Hexadecimal is just another number system where instead of it going up to 10, it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 8, 9, and then it goes A, B, C, D, E, and F. You know how binary is 0 and 1? Well, there's technically a bunch of different number formats. There's binary, which is 0 and 1. I think there's quaternary, which is 0, 1, 2, and 3. There are a bunch of other ones, right? There's like a number system based off 5, number system based on 6, 7, 8, 9. Our number system just tends to be based off of 10. That's why it's 0 through 9. But this hexadecimal is a number system based off 16. And the thing is, we just don't have any other characters that we can use. So, or I don't know, it just wasn't convenient to invent new characters for the 10th thing, the 11th thing, the 12th thing, the 13th thing, the 14th thing, the 15th thing. So what computer programmers or scientists, the people that developed this standardized format did, is they just decided to use the letters A, B, C, D, E, and F. So you can think of it as this. The number 3 corresponds to the number 3. A corresponds to the number 10. B corresponds to the number 11. C is 12, D's 13, 14, and then this is 15. And the reason why it stops as 15 is because we start from 0. So 0 to 15 is technically 16 different numbers. So, this is one of the main issues with people in hashing. I find, the hexadecimal just isn't really explained super easily. But essentially all that a hash does is a hash is just like an algorithm that takes a string. So if we just go hello instead of this, takes a string and then just performs a bunch of mathematical manipulations on the value of h, which, I don't know, might be 85 or something, whatever the computer programmers that came up with the standard for the numerical value of every letter is. And then it turns it into something that is just not easily interpretable by humans. The benefit of having a hash is you can then dehash this, and then you can regenerate this from, this 5D41402 back into hello. And what you find hashes commonly used for, as I'm sure you're aware, are security applications. So things like hashing a password, for instance. There's this big common saying in any sort of computer security, and that's never store passwords in plain text. The alternative to plain text is hashing the password in some way. So I'm not going to go too much into this, as I'm sure you can imagine. It's very niche, and this doesn't really make you money, to be honest. I mean, if you're in some computer security thing, possibly. But there are some values you can feed this, and the only real values that matter here are MD5, base 64, SHA1, SHA224, SHA256, SHA384, SHA512, SHA3, RIPE MD160. These are all just different algorithms. So if the default is MD5, if I were to go instead and go base 64, you'll see that we've now basically done the same thing that we did with the base 64 encode function, right? But if instead we want to do SHA1 or something, we get this, SHA224, SHA256, SHA512. These tend to get longer and longer and longer the higher the SHA number thing at the end, just because this basically represents more and more complexity. So I'm going to leave it at that, but just know that there are going to be a couple of instances that may ask you for hashing at some point in the future. But as somebody that's made tons of money with no-code platforms, I don't know, in like over 100 projects, I've had maybe one require me to hash something. And that was just really briefly for like one tiny section. Okay, the next function I want to run you guys through is one called quote. It is similar in hash insofar that I don't use it a lot. All quote really does, from a bird's eye perspective, is just wraps your thing around your string in quotes, right? So if I just remove this, you'll see that it is now hello. And if I go back, it now wraps it in these quote signs. But quote can actually do a lot more than that. It's actually kind of useful when you start getting into sending and receiving data through, HTTP requests or webhooks, just because a lot of the time you have to sanitize the data that's being sent. Let me show you guys a quick example. So if there's one thing that you guys might not know, you know how earlier we defined a string with these two double quotes, and then I, wrote it down over here. Okay. Well, hypothetically, let's say somewhere in my string, I wanted to use another quote. What happens if I try and do this? Well, this breaks the whole string, right? And the reason why is because there's just some built-in logic in string parsers. Parser is just the thing that determines whether or not it's a string. But there's some built-in logic in string parsers that sees this quote, then it sees this one and says, oh, this must be the string. Then it sees that one and then that one and goes like, oh, no, this must be the string. Then it sees that one and that one. It's like, no, this must be the string. Well, how many strings are there? I can't do this. And then it just quits. So there are a couple workarounds when you're using quotes inside of a string. The first is, instead of wrapping in double quotes, what we do is we just wrap it in single quotes. And the second that you do that, like this is now technically a valid string again. But you'll see, if I just go back here, you'll see that if I try and add quotes inside of this now, with this quote function, something really interesting happens. And basically what happens is this feature called escaping. So a lot of the time, in order to prevent this exact issue that I was talking about from occurring, what you can do is you can escape a quote sign, which is you can precede it with this like reverse backslash character. What this reverse backslash character does is this just like cancels out. Actually, is this a backslash? I don't know if it was a reverse backslash or a forward slash. Anyway, that's funny. I've probably been calling one the other my entire life. But hey, might as well have that realization during filming of a YouTube video, right? So the way that this works is we are escaping this character with this backslash, with this slash character. I'm just going to use slash to like keep my sanity. And then because we have this slash in front of it, basically all string parsers and formatters will take a look at this and say, oh, okay, I can actually ignore the formatting of what happens next. So let me show you guys an example using what I did earlier. See how it says Nick says hi? Well, if I actually put a slash here and then a slash here, it's now like an acceptable string, right? But I have to do that manually every time, right? This is kind of annoying. Anytime I'm writing or adding something and I basically have to go find all the quotes and replace them. Well, guess what? That's what our quote function over here does. It just does all that automatically for us. So if you wrap the outside with the single quotes instead, then I remove this like this, you'll see that it's actually gone through and it's added in the slashes for us. So this is just a form of, I don't want to say niche, because this can be quite often, used in quite often in many applications, depending on what you like. It says up here it's used when constructing JSON SQL. These are all, formatting conventions for sending and receiving data over the internet. But this allows you to do that. This has one parameter, it's the mark. So you can actually select the quotation mark that you want to cancel it out with, which is pretty neat. So if you want to wrap something, let's just go back to our hello example. If you want to wrap this in different quotes, then you could go single quotes like this. You could also just create whatever quote you want. So hypothetically, let's say that the underscore is my new quote character. Well, I can just have that wrap everything. Okay, let's cover the next string function. As you can see, we are making some good time. The next one here is one called remove markdown. Now, markdown is another example of a formatting convention. And you'll see that this is in large part what string manipulations are for. They take some formatting convention and they just fix it for you. So the way that markdown works, and this is kind of beyond the purposes of this discussion, let's just look this up really quickly. There's some basic syntax guide here. Feel free to check this out if you want. But this is very commonly used when you are calling large language models and OpenAI and Claude and these various services to turn text so that it's not just plain text, but actually has some sort of formatting. So here's Markdown on the left. Markdown, if you want to like create a header, what you do is you add a dollar sign. You add a number sign and then a space and then the header. If you want to do like an H2, you go 2. H3, 3. They show us what it looks like in HTML as well, which is another markup or rendering language over here. And you can see that, if you want to do the equivalent thing for Markdown in HTML, you need to wrap this in some H1 tags. Markdown's a little bit more efficient. As you can see, the total number of characters used to represent the same information was just 2 here instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so when you communicate with large language models, obviously the main benefit there is the fewer tokens with fewer characters, the less money you tend to be billed, especially with these bigger APIs. So that's why everybody just tends towards Markdown in order to get rendered outputs like this. So all that function that remove Markdown does is hypothetically, if I go back to creating my own string again, and then I were to say heading 1, you'll see that this just takes out the Markdown formatting. It has a built-in parser again that looks specifically for instances of these number signs for headings. If I were to add 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, as you can see, nothing really changes here. It does add a space, which is interesting, but I don't believe it adds a space on anything up to 6. Yeah, so anything up to and including 6 doesn't have space. It does on 7. Why? Because this is no longer considered like there is no heading 7 hypothetically. And so now it says, oh, okay, this just must be like a bunch of bogus Markdown number symbol stuff. So this must actually be a real character. We're going to render the space. The peculiarities of Markdown aren't super important. Just know that you can remove it all with something like this if you want. Similarly, there's also a function called remove tags, which works, as I'm sure you can imagine, very similarly to remove Markdown. It's just all this does is instead of removing Markdown, if you go back to our Markdown and HTML comparison here, it just removes the HTML tags. So this is considered a tag in HTML. If I were to go back to my N8N function, and if I were to try and create a new heading called heading1, what this will do is it'll jump in, it'll actually just remove all instances of this. Now, when is this useful? Well, I'll give you guys a quick and easy example, just because I think that this is something that I do often enough for it to represent, like for it to be valuable. But if I go and I do an HTTP request to my own website, notice how on the right-hand side here, I receive a bunch of HTML. That's kind of a lot of HTML, right? Now, if I go and I add another edit fields node, and then I go manual mapping, and then I go no tags, if I feed in my data, and then if I go remove tags, what you'll see is I've basically gone through, and if I just expand this a little bit so we could see big, I've basically gone through and I've taken as input all of this ugly looking HTML, then I've gotten as output just the plain text of the website, basically. And when you have the plain text of the website, not only is it a lot more token efficient when you're calling large language models and stuff like that, you could run like searches over this to be easier, faster, and so on and so forth. So this is just a principle of like removing waste. So that's how you'd use that. The next function I want to talk about, if we just go back here and then select my $JSON and then go back to string. The next function I want to talk about is called replace. Now, as opposed to replace all, which I use a lot more often than replace, what replace does is it just replaces the first element that it sees with another element. It doesn't just replace every instance of it in the entire string. So remember how earlier replace all took L's, and then I replaced them all with W's, and then it was hello. Well, in this case, if I were to try and replace an L with a W, it'd go hello instead, because it's only grabbing the first one. If I switch this back now to replace all, it does all characters. But if I go back to replace, you see it only does one. So it's kind of neat. It's a little bit niche. I mean, there aren't too many situations in which you want to replace one character and not replace all characters, at least in my experience. There's another function here called replace special cars. Basically, a lot of other languages than English will have things like accents. So like en français, you have accent aigu and accent grave, right? So these are two like special formatting characters that sometimes, unfortunately, APIs do not support. What this does is it just allows you to take them out. So if, I had, how the hell am I going to write that? I just realized that I don't necessarily have any of these. If I was going to write something like, jouer, let's go back here. What this will do, if you feed jouer into replace special characters, the output is just going to be jou, like without the accent aigu on the right-hand side of this. And, this doesn't just apply to French. Obviously, there's a ton of languages out there with all sorts of things above letters, like umlauts and stuff like that in German. I believe that's how you pronounce them anyway. Any Germans in my audience, feel free to roast the hell out of me. Yeah, it's just a quick and easy way to just replace those before you do an API call to a service that doesn't support them. So if you're calling a service and then it just like keeps on giving you weird error messages that you don't fully understand, and your input includes one of these characters with like accent above or some sort of marking or symbol, call replace special cars and give it another try. I use this maybe like 5% of the time. Most APIs are pretty good now, but some of them are still sort of modernizing. Okay, the next function is called slice. Now, slice is pretty interesting. I use slice all the time. If I go and select JSON string, what slice does is it basically allows you to select a substring, but not based off of characters, but actually based off of the number of characters from the start or the finish. So we're not slicing based off of L to O. Well, I mean, like we can if we want. But I guess what I'm trying to say is we're feeding in the character order and the position, and then we're using that to extract a substring. So everything is zero index. That just means it starts at zero at an index. This is technically the 0th character. This is the first character. This is the second character. If I were to try and grab everything from 0 to 0th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, I think 4th maybe, I'd go 0 to 4, and then it would say hell, right? If I just wanted to grab the O, I'd go 4 to 6. Then I grab the O and then the exclamation point. There is some nuance regarding the start position, and I believe the second one is inclusive. You also don't necessarily always need to have the second value here, so you can actually just feed it in a start, and then it'll just automatically run till the end of the string. That can be pretty useful because, sometimes you don't know the length of the string, right? Sometimes you just want to grab everything from like the 3rd character onwards. If you think about it using our previous example, let's say I have something like this. Well, instead of using the extract domain, you could use slicing as an alternative to you extracting a domain if you wanted to. Obviously, the only issue would be if somebody removes the S and it's instead like an unvalidated or non-secure request, then all of a sudden we lose the first letter. So it's usually better in those cases to use the tools that were sort of meant for this, and you'll be able to handle any flexible amount that you'd like. But yeah, slicing has a number of cool use cases, I would say. So generally a fan of the slice function. Let's go back to json.string and let's see what's next. We already covered split, so I'm just going to cover that. Next up, we have something called substring. Substring is, from my understanding, basically the exact same thing as slicing. I'm not really sure why there are two, to be completely honest. All this does is just returns the same thing that slice does. So let me give you an example. If we were to go 0 to 4, it's hell. If we were just to replace this with slice, as you see, the result doesn't really change. So I'm not really sure why substring exists, to be completely honest, but this is just personally what I always use. I like slice better than substring, because how much cooler does slice sound? We're slicing a string versus we're extracting a substring. You should just operate purely off of vibes, clearly. Anyway, next up, we have a function that I use pretty often. It's called trim. Basically, what happens a lot of the time, especially when you're scraping resources, is you will get data, but that data will tend to have like a variable amount of white space to the left and to the right. White space just means a bunch of spaces or new lines or something. Trim just removes all of that for you. So, they give you an example of lonely. Let me show you what this might actually look like with a string that we type in. This is, hey, how's it going? Google.com, and then we have another space. What this does, as you can see here, there are 3 spaces. There's one at the beginning, there's one in the middle, and then there's one at the end. What this does is it just removes the ones on the end. Same thing, if we added, you can't really do it, but if we added like a bunch of new line characters, tab characters as well, this isn't actually like taking any of those, because the part of the way that this works is it just looks for the presence of that slash and then the NT, and I think there's one more. These characters just denote like a new line, pretty useful to use. So yeah, I like to use trim basically anytime that I'm feeding in a string that may have some sort of variable white space. When I'm scraping, I use trim all the time. Just kind of make sure that my data is standardized, formatted well, and that I'm not just like asking for any additional, like I'm not using any additional characters or tokens. There's trim end and then there's trim start. This just does the same thing that I showed you guys earlier. It's just, it preferentially removes things at either the start or at the end. So trim end obviously just takes this out. If I were to change this to trim start, it would obviously just take that out. But I just tend to use trim more generally. We have 2 more functions under edit, and those are URL encode and then URL decode. Now, if you're unfamiliar with how this works, usually when you are dealing with a URL of some kind, you have characters that look kind of like this. You have percentage signs 3s. I think those percentage sign 3D. I think those represent an equal sign. Percentage sign 20, that represents a space. The reason why you do this is because you can't actually just legally have, like if this is my URL, you can't actually legally have a bunch of spaces. So actually, let's go back and let's go docs.google.com. Like you can't say, hello, how are you? This would not be a valid URL, right? But what you could do is you go number sign 20, number sign 20, number sign 20, and number sign 20. And now this would be like an actual URL. It's not a URL somebody has created, but it is a real URL. Like we can actually press enter and format it. So all that this does is it basically converts something that may include those characters into something that doesn't, and vice versa. So let's hypothetically say you wanted to go to LeftClick.ai, and then you wanted to go to blog post call, let's go blog. And then we go a post with the name of awesome. Okay. If we URL encoded this, what it would do is it would take all of the characters that aren't really like legally allowed. So, in our case, mostly these spaces, although you see it actually also does some transformations under the hood to colons and backslashes and stuff like that, just because these characters aren't technically being rendered. It's just kind of a quirk of how the browsers are rendering these to us. But in reality, when you like request to a server or something like that, they're being encoded. And then what you can do is you can then subsequently decode this, and then you can kind of transform it back to your initial URL. So sometimes you'll just see an API or something that'll say, this requires like URL encoded, or I don't know, this requires stuff encoded in a certain way. You can use URL encode when you're sending and receiving and making requests to things. I basically never really use this in practice, but it is something that they offer to you as a tool in case you need to. Okay, next up, we have a bunch of query functions. You've already covered ends with and includes. Now I'm going to cover index of. Index of is pretty cool. It basically allows you to find a substring that is present inside of the string and then tell you at what index did that substring occur. This can lead to some really interesting string manipulations and some cool use cases where like you'll find the index of something first, and then you will use that to take a slice or something from one character to another, and then do a bunch of other cool stuff, send and receive data that way. But yeah, in our hello example, right? If I were to feed in index of H, what do you think would happen? We'd feed in 0. E would be 1. L. And the thing about L is, notice that, I have 2 L characters there, right? So if I really wanted to get the index, I'd have to go LO, because that's a unique character there. I could also go O, which would be 4. Then I can go exclamation point, which would be 5. I go hell. I could go L. I could go LL. I could go low. And then I could go O exclamation point, and then I could get like basically a sliding window of 2 characters instead. But just notice how it always grabs the beginning of that. In their example, Steam and then T, we're finding the first index because S is at 0, T is at 1, and then even though it's 3 characters, TEA, it still starts at 1, which is pretty neat. So yeah, I use index of not super often, to be honest. I usually don't need to search through things numerically like that, but it's a good function to understand. Last index of is very similar to index of, but it solves that problem that we had a moment ago with the L. So, if we go index of, and we just type in an L, the result is 2. But if there are instances where we might have, some characters repeated multiple times or something, you can grab the last index of L and notice how that is now 3 in our hello string. Next, we have match. Match is pretty interesting, and you sort of need to understand a term called regular expressions in order to really get it. But essentially, this is a much more powerful find and replace sort of tool. I don't know if this function in particular allows you to replace something. I don't believe so. But it does allow you to find the thing, and then you could always just like grab that thing and then replace it later. But basically, let's say we have a string, right? And instead of hello, I'm going to use a much more varied example. I'm going to say, hey man, how are you doing today? Okay. And hypothetically, let's say we want to find the man, or we want to extract the man string. So if man is present inside of this, we want to extract it. If it's not, then we don't want to. Okay. What we do in order to do this is we build up something in what's called the regular expression, I think like templating language. So instead of just like identifying the thing, we're actually going to extract it. And the regular expression templating language, like it looks kind of weird. As you can see here, there's some backslashes and then there's some up arrows and stuff like that. It's not super difficult to do. If I were to type in a backslash and then man and then another backslash, and I really got to stop using the term backslash here. You can see that it did in fact extract man. But hypothetically, I could also, instead of just looking for man and like hard coding it like this, because this really doesn't do anything for us, right? Instead, what I can do is I could look for all instances of 3-letter words, okay? So in this language, it would be A to Z, A to Z. Then it would be A to Z, A to Z. When I just copy that one last time. And then we do that one more time. Now, in our case, we're matching the first instance of this. But if we wanted to match all, I think we'd feed in a G operator, which would be this backslash and this slash and then this G at the end, just because regular expressions are sort of outside of the scope of a video like this. And because it's an entirely new language, my go-to is if you want to build a regular expression, if you need one, and there are many, many instances in which you will need one, head over to this website over here, regex 101. You can insert whatever your string is that you want. Hey, how are you doing today? And then, you'd actually insert the test string down here. And then you actually have the ability to play around live and see how your changes extract various parts of the text. So as you can see, we have this backslash at the very beginning. The slash at the very beginning. We have the slash at the end. And then we have some options here. These options always just occur after the last slash. So in our case, global and multi-line. Again, this resource will explain everything to you if you look at it. But if you wanted to extract the man, you might type man. It's going to say that it's not matching the subject string because we don't have man in it. But if we say how, right, you'll see that as I type H, it illuminates 2 elements that are being extracted, HO. Now it's these and then HOW. There are also a bunch of really cool things. Maybe we want to go like you doing, right? But maybe instead of you doing, we just want to find the presence of you, and then we want to extract everything from you all the way to the end. Well, if I were to do that, then I could just go period, which matches any character, and then I could multiply it an infinite number of times to go to the end. Or maybe I want to grab everything before the U. So I'd go period U, and now I extract everything here. You can also play around with the presence of these 2 brackets. This allows you to extract specific sub-elements or substrings from the parent string. So as you can see here, now we have a green section that is illuminated because we've wrapped this in a capture group. And then the blue U section is sort of also captured, but it's not in our captured group. And yeah, that's just more or less a quick little rundown of what you can expect if you were to go super deep in regular expressions. I should also note that AI is really, really good at coming up with regular expressions for you. Like if I were to feed in this, and then I were to say, I want a regular expression to capture all 3-letter words in the above string. I were to press enter, and I'm just using a new model called O3 Mini High. It's new as of the time of this recording. Probably not going to be new by the time that you guys watch it. But if I were to do this, I would get something like this. And notice that it's always going to start with a slash, so I was going to end with a slash. And if I were to feed this in, if I were to remove the beginning and at the end, what you can see is we've basically gone through, we've extracted all 3-letter characters and 3-letter words, and it's done a really good job of it. So, over the course of the last, I want to say 6 months or so, AI has gotten to the point where you can do this as of the time of this recording. And if, you're wondering how exactly to do regular expressions and you're watching my video and you're like, what the hell is that guy doing? AI can do an even better job than I can, like 90% of the time already. So they're automating my regular expressions. What a dang shame. Next, we have another module or another function that uses regular expressions, but instead of returning the actual extraction, what we're doing is we're returning the place that the character occurred. So in this case, we're searching for N, and then we're going, I don't know, I think this is like at the beginning of a word and then anything else after that. And so it tells us, hey, what time does the first word start, or in what position does the first word starting with N occur? In this case, it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. And keep in mind that regular expressions tend to be case sensitive unless I think you specifically turn that off. So it's not capturing the first capital N, it's capturing the second. I don't really use search basically ever, to be completely honest. Search to me, it just doesn't really have any value that index of doesn't. So from here on out, we are now moving into the validate section. So now we have a suite of functions that I use very often to validate whether something is a domain, whether something is an email, whether something is empty, whether something is not empty, whether something is numeric, or whether something is a URL. Let's start with domain. So remember earlier how we fed in HTTPS : //leftclick.ai, right? And then I said that this was a URL. And inside of the URL, you had a protocol, you had some sort of delimiter, and then you had the domain name. Well, this will tell you whether or not what you're feeding in is a domain name. So what do you think? If I feed this in, is this a domain? The answer is no, because we've included the protocol and the delimiter as well. If I take this out, is domain now reversed to true? Now, alternatively, if I change this to is URL, you'll see that this is true. But if I just feed in a domain name, you'll see that this is false, because a URL requires all of the other subsequent components. Okay, we have a couple of other ones that we can go into as well. We can do empty. So if a string is empty, you can very quickly validate and check it. So obviously, is this empty? No, right? But if I were to take this and delete everything, then yes, it is empty. We can go is not empty, which is just the inverse of is empty. So is this not empty? Yes, true, this is not empty. There is a bunch of stuff inside. If I take it out, is this not empty? No, it is empty because there's nothing inside. And then similarly, in the same vein, we can do a little bit of checking to see whether or not something is an email. So if nick@leftclick.ai, you'll see that this converts to true because there is currently no top level domain. That's just the thing at the very end here. That isn't at least 2 characters, right? But if I were to just feed in a domain name, that would obviously be false. Quick and easy way to do validation and verification. And then there's also one for a numeric, which is somewhat interesting. Basically, what you have is the ability to check whether or not all that you fed in is a number. So you can feed in integers, you could feed in like decimals, you could feed in like negative numbers and stuff like that. And if it's a number, it'll tell you. If you feed in an F or an E or whatever, then, obviously this is no longer just a number. It's also a bunch of other characters here, which is why is numeric is now reverting as false. Okay, the next functions are very simple and very straightforward. There are a bunch of case functions. So there's 2 lowercase, 2 sentence case, 2 snake case, 2 title case, and 2 uppercase. Lowercase is hopefully self-explanatory. Hello, how are you doing, Nick? If I feed in this, which has 2 capitalizations, it just lowercases everything. This might be useful when, I don't know, you're trying to convert something into a domain. So if I were to go, convert something like into a blog post slug. So let's say I had a blog post title and it's 38 ways to make money online, right? And I wanted to convert this into something that I could stick onto my URL, basically. What I could do first is I could replace all instances of a space, and I could do so with a dash. And then I could just go lowercase. And what I'm doing now is I'm converting this over to something that might actually fit inside of my URL. Pretty cool, right? That's what lowercase does. Now, obviously, there is an alternative, and that is, if I just remove this here, there are a bunch of other similar functions that change the case of the string that you're feeding in. So if I were to say 38 ways to make money online, and then I were to go uppercase, well, then we would just scream 38 ways to make money online. But there are a couple of other cases as well. There's something called sentence case. The way that sentence case works, if you're unfamiliar, is it basically just capitalizes the first letter of the entire string. So ways to make money online, right? If I were to remove this to sentence case, you'll see that I'm basically taking all of these and then I'm pumping them. I'd have to remove this dot as well. And then I'm bringing up all of the subsequent first letters of every word back up to capital case. If I put this in, I just remove that. And then there's a couple more. There's one called snake case. Snake case is pretty interesting. This basically does almost like what I was saying earlier with the URL replacement, but instead of a dash, we're doing an underscore. This is just like a way to like create variable names really quickly because there are two naming conventions for variables. There's camel case and then there's snake case. Snake case just always has underscores between every word because spaces are not represented well in programming because parsers break. And then the last one is to title case. And what you'll see is nothing changes between this and this. The reason why is because this is already in title case. All title cases is it grabs the first letter of all major words. So I think words that are not connectors like to or at or a or the, and it makes them capital. So ways, make, money, man. If I were to go at, I guess that is. Oh, no, it's not. If I were to go at, then at would not be a connector. The, right? Most would, but not the. So yeah, I mean, all of these are just different ways to turn something into something else, which is nice. Okay, the next function is called parse JSON. It's pretty interesting, but basically the way that it works is a lot of the time when you receive queries from the internet, like when you do some sort of scraping or when you consult an API, what you get is you get something that has a lot of those escaped delimiters that I mentioned, those slashes before certain characters. So I'll give you guys a quick example and you'll understand this intuitively. Let's say I have a string here, okay? And the string is like a JSON object. So I'm going to go name, and in order to do this, I'm going to cancel it out. And then I'll go, Peter, like this, and then I'll wrap it. If I feed this into parse JSON, you'll see what happens is I'm actually parsing this out into an object. Like previously, this is a string, right? The string is this curly brace, the quote sign, name, other quote sign, colon, quote sign, Peter, and then quote sign, and then this other curly brace. But if I go parse JSON, what I'm actually doing is I'm converting this to an object. I'm literally converting the data type into another data type, which I will be showing you, cool things about. And if you parse this, if you click test step, what you'll see is, what I mean to say is, now that it's parsed, what you can do is you can actually reference things inside of the variable of the thing that you just parsed. So now, for example, I can actually just extract the name from this. So, I mean, obviously I'm just writing this all out right now, which is why this doesn't seem very useful. But you can imagine how if you receive a big, long string, well, you can actually parse it directly in your expression editor, which makes this super powerful. As I mentioned, I don't use this super often, just because I'm not like calling a lot of dedicated or hidden APIs where I find that this typically comes up. But you can use this so that you don't have to like add another node. You don't have to like render something or parse something in this node and then deal with it later. What you can do is actually just like get a string that contains JavaScript, parse it out, and then you'll be able to extract whatever value you want. So, because this is an object, I can now reference keys or I can get values, right? I can do a lot of other stuff with it. And I'm going to be running you guys through the object functions in a moment. Okay, the next function is toBoolean. Boolean's pretty simple. Basically, if I feed in a 1 or a 0, what I do is I convert this data type from a string into this Boolean, which is true or false. So zeros are false, right? 0 is no, it's off, it's false in Boolean logic. 1 is on, it's true, it's good, right? So I'm basically converting this from a string into like a separate data type called true. I rarely use this in practice because most of the nodes in N8N that I'm realistically going to care about, they're going to have some sort of type conversion built in. This next one is called toDateTime. This is actually super useful because a lot of the time you're going to be converting to and from some standardized datetime format in order to do things like add a certain number of minutes, add a certain number of hours. The context here is N8N uses this specific type of datetime formatting called Lexan datetime. But basically all this does is it just allows you to convert like a string into another type of object that you can now do math with, basically, which is pretty cool. So I'll give you guys a quick example just to show you guys just how many things are representable as dates. If you just feed in like the number 1, it will find the first date of 2001. Why? I don't know. There's just some logic that's going on under the hood. But hypothetically, if I were to grab the current date in, I think like month, day, year format, it would be 01/31, 2024, right? So now this is converting the current date to the standardized date format. Sorry, I guess 2025. It converts into the standardized datetime format. What's the cool thing about this? Well, if I press a dot here now, what I can do is now I have a whole other function suite available to me that includes datetime specific functions. So now we can do a bunch of really cool things. We could convert to locale string. And now this actually converts this into the specific, basically they grab my locale and then it converts it into the specific type of string that people are most likely to see here. So you can imagine this might be really, really useful if you're working in databases or something like that. There are a variety of other datetime functions as well, which we're going to get into, but yeah, you can do things like extract certain times. You can do things like subtract, 5 days from January the 31st to give us January the 26th. All this stuff ends up being super, super valuable when you're working. Okay, great. The last thing I want to cover is toNumber. So let's say I have the number 123,504, okay? All this does is it takes the string that is 123,504 and converts it to a number. What do I mean by this? Well, numbers and strings are different, right? And so all this is doing is it's allowing me to do a conversion from the string format of 120,504 to the number format 123,504, which means now I can do things like I can add. So I just added 5, right? If I were to try adding 5 to the string, all we do is we actually literally add the string 5 to it. You guys kind of see what I mean? If I go 123,504 plus 5, what I'm doing is I'm appending 5 to this 4. I'm concatenating. But if I make this into a number, well, now we can actually perform a logic on it. We can multiply it by 5 or 12, right? If you were to not, then, if you were to try and multiply a string by 12, I guess it would allow you to, because this is like a very clear operator. But yeah, the plus specifically is sort of like the breaking example of doing mathematical operations on strings. And this is equivalent to concat 12, as we could see here. So basically all this is doing is it's just verifying that this thing is a number. And then once it's a number, we can do a ton of like really cool, math and stuff like that with it. I use toNumber reasonably often. Yeah, a lot of the time, I'll grab a string. That string is formatted in like a particular way, and then I extract it. I turn it into a number, and then once I've turned it into a number, I can do really cool things with it. And then there's one other example here in N8N where you can have a number that's like 1.23E10. That's like 1.23 raised to the 10. Well, you can actually take the string and then you can convert it into like a usable number that you can perform mathematical operations on. This is sort of like more of a scientific need, so you're not going to use it super often. But I do use toNumber just to make sure that my types are okay. Okay, next up we have the number family of functions. This is pretty straightforward now that we've done string. I'll say that string and array are probably the most difficult ones. This one's going to be a little bit easier. Let's just type in the number, and now let's reveal all the functions available to us. So the first one we're going to cover is round. Round is kind of what it sounds like. If I were to feed in JSON.number, which in our case is 3.5, into round, what happens? This goes up to 4. If I were to try and change the number of decimal places and go 2, it'll round it to 3.5. If I go 3, it won't do anything because this number doesn't have any more decimal points, right? But yeah, this will automatically round up to 4, which is just default behavior. Anything up to 3.4999 repeater will round down. Anything at 3.5 and up will round up. And yeah, this is just sort of like default behavior. It's great for like removing complexity from numbers and stuff like that. Now, I should note, I want to show you guys a little bit more context here. I don't just want to use JSON number. So if you want to write a number in N8N, you could do so just by wrapping round brackets around it like this. So if I'm rounding 234.5, this will be 235, right? If I'm going 4999, it'll be down. But what if I go this, and then I went around to the second decimal point? How about the third decimal point? The fourth decimal point? I don't think they're... yes, sorry, I was just getting a lag actually. But when I round to the sixth decimal point, all the way over here, right? If this is a 3, it would be down. If it's a 6, it would be up, right? Because we have a 5 down here. Anyway, point I'm making is you can round stuff, and rounding is cool. All right, now why don't we do the more directed version of round, which is where we specifically say, am I aiming for the floor or am I aiming for the ceiling? So if I aim for the floor of 3.5, what do you guys think is going to happen? This is going to return me the number 3. If I aim for the seal of 3.5, what's going to happen? This is going to return me the number 4. So basically, this is just a directed way to perform your rounding operation sort of manually, right? 3.8 is always going to go up to 4. 3.1 is going to go up to 4. If I were to replace this now with the number 3, ceiling of 3 would be 3. 2.9 would be 3. 2.1 would be 3. 2 would be 2. 2.0001 would be 3. So it's interesting, just how much granularity N8N gives you in being able to manipulate numbers with this. But yeah, that's the way that ceil works. The next number function is called abs. That stands for absolute, not my ripped six-pack. Basically, when you feed in something like a number here, you can do so, with positives or with negatives or whatever. All this does is just returns to you what's called the absolute value of that number. So abs just says, hey, if there's any negatives or something like that, I just want you to get the absolute magnitude of it. If I feed in negative 2.0001, it'll just return me 2. So you can kind of think of it as just a way to strip negatives, get only the actual magnitude of the thing, magnitude being the distance from 0. Okay, on top of that, we also have a few other interesting ones like format. Now, the way that format works is basically, you know how sometimes Americans and Europeans will format numbers differently? Like sometimes Europeans might put like the euro at the end of the sign or something, end of the number, and then Americans sometimes might put the $sign or usually at the beginning of the number. Sometimes they use periods as delimiters and 1,000 separators instead of commas and stuff. Format just deals with all of that. Now I'm feeding in 3.5 and I'm trying to format it. That doesn't really make much sense for me. So let me just feed in a bigger number and show you guys how it works intuitively. Let's say I fed in 3,459,221. If I were to leave this up to the standard way that the format module or format function, I should say, formats things, I'm basically converting this and then I'm adding a bunch of these little delimiters. But I could also change this. If I just add a period instead, my bad, you don't actually add the delimiter. If I had the locale string instead, right? If instead I wanted to go French, you'll see that we've now added a space in between instead of the comma. If I wanted to go Dutch instead, I think Dutch, I may be mistaken, but if I wanted to go Dutch instead, we now add periods, right? This can be useful when, I don't know, you want to drop like a $sign in front or something like that, right? If I go EN here, then now we have basically like a number that maybe we've done some math on to get to this point. And now we've turned this into something that is like realistically readable as, I don't know, a string, which we could do tons of things with. We could pass it into a Pandadoc proposal and template out, the amount of money it costs, make things look a little bit prettier, essentially. So that's pretty neat. I'm a fan of format. I use format pretty often. Aside from that, we have a couple of very simple functions. Is even just tells you whether or not this number is even. So is this number even? No, because there's a 1 at the end. But if it's a 0, then it'll be true. Likewise, there's is odd. So is this number even? No. Is this number odd? Yes. Is this number odd? No. There are a few other ones like is integer. And if you guys are unfamiliar, an integer just sort of means like a number that doesn't have any decimal points. So this is an integer because there's no decimal points. But if I were to do this, then this would no longer be an integer. This can be important sometimes, but to be honest, I don't really use these type conversions or is even or is odd very often. There are certainly places for them though. Next up, we have some conversion functions. So toBoolean, similarly to what we had before. toBoolean will convert this to true. Like if I go 0, this will be false. If I go 1, it's true. Then if I go any number above 1, it's also true. So basically 0 is just the only negative. And then even like negative numbers and stuff like that are technically true. This is some nuance that isn't super important to understand, but yeah, just to say that you can convert this into the true or the false Boolean type. There are also ways to convert numbers to date times. So 43, is extracted as this. If I wanted to convert this number to a date time, I would go and I'd get a timestamp. Unix timestamp is the number of seconds since January the 1st, 1970. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to feed this in. What this does is it tells me what the current date time is. I think I have to add 3 zeros actually when I do that, because I think this one does it with thousands. But anyway, as we can see, the date time here is now 2025-01-31. It is 3:06:41 according to my time zone, which is nice. I think they automatically do -07 because that's where I'm at. But yeah, you can convert a number of things from numbers or numeric, like numbers into dates as well to perform functions on later. And I should note that, this is a number, like this right over here is a number. So what you could theoretically do is you could probably do this. So you know how earlier I had to add that 1,000 separator. If you just multiply this by 1,000 first instead, then this is still technically like a functioning number, right? Because basically what I'm doing is I'm taking this number, I'm defining it, then I'm multiplying it by 1,000, then I'm converting that to a date time, which is now rendered correctly. This will sort of muck up the date time, but 1,000s. In my case, it's just the N8N conversion between a Unix epoch timestamp over here, and then, what N8N is comfortable with. Okay, great. We have a couple of additional ones. The only ones that are really important are the locale string. So this converts things from, I don't know, let's say 500 and then 50,304. Sorry, 50,050,304 automatically converts this into a string with those commas and everything like that in them. There are a variety of things that you can do. You could use the same settings that we had before. So remember how earlier, if I go to the C full list, remember how earlier, I fed in FR. Well, there's also a variety of other ways that things can be formatted. And this is just like a master list of all of them. And some of them will be, well, most of them are going to be very similar to each other, but some of them are also going to be a little bit different. And this just allows you to format things into the particular locale, or it allows you to format it into a string that is of the particular locale of the people that you want. And sort of like an automatic basis, which is pretty nice. And then the last one is obviously just toString. ToString just converts a number, which you perform functions on, perform mathematical operations on, into a string that you can now do things like concatenate with the term hello, right? So you couldn't just add the term hello to 50,050,304 because that doesn't really make sense. But since we converted to a string first, this is now basically this. And then we can easily concatenate any string to this if we want. All right, that is the number family. Let's move over to the array family, and let's knock these out. What I have over here on the left-hand side is I have an array with 3 items, Sarah, Sally, and Stephanie. This is clearly an array of names. You can also create your own array in N8N, similarly to how we've been doing so far, just by using the square bracket operator. All right, this is technically now rendered as an array in code that we could do things with just by dot notating. But in our case, as usual, I'm going to start off with that just to show you guys how all of this works. And we can see our array has now been pulled and rendered as a variable from the previous node. So if I click period, what sort of functions are available to me? Well, the first is length, which is probably pretty similar to the string one. It's just instead of counting the number of characters, what we do is we count the number of elements in the array. So we had Sarah, Sally, and Stephanie. Those are 3 elements. It's not surprising then that we have a length that equates to 3. Now we have some other functions here. Last. If I were to put this in, what do you think would happen? Well, we'd extract the last element, Stephanie. Likewise, if I were to extract the first element, Sarah. We can do includes. This one in practice I use very often, and this just verifies whether or not there is the element that I'm looking for in this array. So sometimes APIs will return big arrays with tons of elements, and all I'm curious about is, hey, does this contain the thing that I want? Well, does this contain Sally? Yes. Does this contain Saul? No. But does this contain Sally? Yes. Remember, we're now doing this on array basis. So we're looking for the array elements that need to match these strings exactly, as opposed to just the string basis. If we did a string, and then we typed a substring or a slice of that, it would have returned as true, right? But now that we're operating off of arrays, we need to make sure that they match one-to-one. Okay, we have map and we have filter, and these are a little bit more complicated, so I'm going to leave them till the end. But moving our way down, the next function is append. Now, append is just a way that you can add an additional element to an array. If you append something, you're sticking it on the end. So if I were to add the guy's name here, let's go Eric. Then if we append, quote, Eric, quote, we've now added something to the end of that array. So I use this pretty often. The interesting part here that people don't know most of the time is that you can actually just feed in another array. So maybe we have like a guy's array over here. You can append a number of things. In my case, I've just appended another array inside of that array. You can also append other data types like numbers. So keep in mind, Sally, Sarah, and Stephanie, they all have quotes around them. You can also append things like objects. So I believe in order to do this, we actually need to go like this. No, my bad. There are so many quote signs here. I don't know what the hell's going on. So in order to append this puppy, we'll remove that. And then we could see that the next element over here is an object, right? It's an object with name equals Peter. So yeah, you can append a variety of things to an array, but append is just a way to add to the end of it. Another function I'll show off is chunk. Chunk is pretty cool. Basically, if we have an array and the array has, I don't know, in this case, it has 3 elements, so this isn't really going to work. But basically, let's say it has like, I don't know, 10 elements or something like that. We can chunk it into subarrays of 2. So let me make one really quickly. Okay, and if I just copy this, and then if I feed this in over here, basically what we can do is we can chunk this into a bunch of subarrays that contain the number of elements that we specify in our chunk. So laptop, backpack, smartphone, notebook, pen, headphones, water bottle, whatever. We're now chunking this into an array where we have 2 items. So I don't know, maybe in this specific case, we're asking people to bring, everybody brings 2 items or something, and then like we all get them together. That way, I don't know, we're sort of at like the same level carrying wise. Nobody's carrying a bunch of stuff. If you wanted to chunk this more, maybe you'd go 3, you go 5. If you want to do 1, that's just obviously sort of silly because you're just nesting every element inside of another element. 0 breaks, so don't do that. But yeah, that's kind of how chunk works. Do I use chunk? Basically never. But I figured I'd at least mention what chunk was. Okay, we'll go down to chunk. Sorry, we'll go down to JSON.array, and then working our way down here, we also have a very interesting function called compact. Hypothetically, let's say we had that array that we had earlier, but let's also say that, I don't know, a bunch of these elements were empty. So if we look at what's being returned here, you see we're being returned an array that still has, 10 elements, but 3 of them are empty. Well, hypothetically, what you can do is if you just wanted to only get the elements in the array that had values, you just type in .compact, and it would actually strip everything that is empty. I should note that these quotes aren't the only things that you can have. You can also have null. This null is not wrapped in quotes, and it's a special series of characters that's just like understood by JavaScript to mean that there's like a null entry there. But yeah, compact is just a quick and easy way to get rid of these null entries or empty entries. And this can be valuable because sometimes this is how APIs send information back and forth, right? You receive some big long array and then like 50 of the fields inside will be empty. Well, this way allows you to just strip those and then only operate off of the data that actually matters to you. Okay, the next function is concat. So as you can imagine, this is very similar to append insofar that you can add a bunch of things to it. In this case, if I wanted to add Sarah or something, we've now added an additional element inside called Sarah, but I could also add, like I did before, an array with Peter and then, I don't know, Eric. And now what I've done is I haven't added a sub-array. So it's not like I've added an additional array inside like I did with append. And what I'm actually doing is I'm just like taking these 2 arrays and I'm just sticking them together. So you can kind of think of it as like squishing 2 arrays together without really preserving like the data type necessarily. Next up, we have a very interesting function, one that I use quite often called difference. I'll also show you its intersection, which is, I'll show you its inverse, which is called intersection. But I'm just going to create a new array and I'll go 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to go difference. Then I'll go 3, 4, 4, 5. So basically, I need to make this an array. So basically, what difference does is difference just returns you all of the elements from the first array that are not in the second array. Okay? So 1 and 2 are not in the second array. 3 is in the second array. So we're only getting 1 and 2. Difference doesn't care about all of the elements here. Like you don't insert any of these elements here. It only ever uses the first array that you feed in as like the primary data. So if I were to say 2, what do you think would happen? Well, if I click 2, obviously this is now going to disappear because one of the elements here is now over here. And the only element that is unique, you kind of think of this as like a unique element, although there's another function called unique, so it might not be good to conceptualize that way. But all of this does is this just takes all of the elements here that are not in this array. So there are tons of ways and reasons why you should use this. One way that I just used this the other day is I'm tracking a bunch of other people on YouTube that are about the similar size to me, just because I want to see if there's differences in posting schedule, lengths of the videos, or something like that. And so I'm calling a YouTube RSS feed. The YouTube RSS feed brings me an array of a bunch of YouTube posts that they make. Well, I can store their YouTube posts in a database, and then all I can do is I can just compare to see, hey, is this RSS feed array different from this RSS feed array? Oh, it is? Okay, well, what's the difference? Is it that post? Okay, great. Well, now I know that that's the post that I'm going to take to like update my database with. I'm going to add that post essentially. So yeah, a variety of ways you could do this. If we use our example here of, names, maybe maybe what I'm doing is I'm just looking for any name from this array that is not in this array back here. So Stephanie, for instance, is not in Sarah, Sally, or Peter, hence why I'm returning Stephanie. Now, the inverse of this is called intersection. And this is similarly another function that I use all the time. An intersection is super valuable. Basically, instead of looking for the difference, it looks for the instances in which we have both data. So we have Sarah in both arrays, so that's what I'm going to return. We have Sally in both arrays, that's what I'm going to return. Do we have Stephanie in both arrays? No, we have another name called Peter, right? So intersection and difference are both fantastic, and they're things that, if you're working with any sort of like real industrial or enterprise data, I think you're going to find yourself using all the time. Okay, the next function I want to cover is called find. Find is pretty sweet. Basically, it allows you to use math as part of your function. So if you just press enter, you'll see that we've now added, it doesn't just allow you to use math, sorry, it allows you to use like any sort of operator. Now we've added this cool little syntax, which is called like arrow notation or arrow syntax in JavaScript, where we've got dot find, and now we have an element. So we now have some variable that we're calling item, and we're saying true. This is pretty interesting. The way that this works is, think of item as the individual item in the array. So all we're doing is we're basically saying, hey, array 0 is equal to item. So item is just the name that we're going to use to reference the specific item in the array that we are currently at, because it's going to go through all of the items. So this is kind of a piss poor example. I don't really know why they do that, but let me show you something that you can do with this. What if we want to return all of the elements in an array that are greater than, let's see, I don't know, they're greater, they have more characters than 6. So Sarah has 5 characters, Sally has 5 characters, but Stephanie has way more than 6, realistically. I think it has like 10 or something like that. So maybe, I don't know, we're just looking to see if there are any names in our array that are longer than a certain number of characters. How would you do this? Well, it's actually really easy. We go $JSON.array.find, and then we take the thing, item, and then we just check to see if item length is over 6. And if so, then our result is Stephanie. We're finding an element in an array that corresponds to this, okay? Now, there's some nuance and some things here that I should explain. There's another function that does something very similar to this called called filter, which I'll cover in a second. But this element is special because it only returns the first instance of the element that satisfies the request. So JSON.array.find, we define our item, and we're saying the constraint is the item.length needs to be less than 6, is going to return Sarah, but it's not going to return Sally, even though Sally also fulfills that request technically. So find is super powerful. I don't use find as much as I use map and filter, but I'm going to cover all of them regardless. The very important thing to know here is you just need to be comfortable using array syntax, arrow syntax. This is called an arrow function in JavaScript. So I should note that it doesn't need to say item. It could say I. As long as the element or the way that you've named it on the left is the same as the way you've named it on the right, this satisfies the condition. So in our case, I is just a symbol that we're using to denote all of the different elements in the array, one by one. Okay, great. So that's find. Find is pretty awesome. Let's now cover index of. Index of, as I'm sure you can imagine, is very similar in the array format to the way that things are represented in the string format. If we are looking to find the index of the entry called Sally, well, then the entry is 1. This is 0, this is 1, this is 2. What if we wanted to find Sarah? It'll return 0. What if we wanted to find Stephanie? This will return 2, right? So that's what index of does. And one common theme that you'll find is that arrays and strings are actually pretty similar in terms of what's going on under the hood mathematically. Next up, we have isEmpty. If I feed in this array with 3 elements to isEmpty, obviously it's going to return false. We also have isNotEmpty, which is the inverse. And then we have a very special function, one that I use very often, called join. And all join is it's the inverse of split. Remember how earlier we took a string and then we split it into an array? Well, join takes an array and then it turns it into a string. So in our case, we have Sarah, Sally, and Stephanie here. We can actually just join all those together and then we can get Sarah, Sally, Stephanie. This is now a string. So hypothetically, what if I wanted instead to put plus signs between them? Sarah plus Sally plus Stephanie. Well, all I do is I go space, plus, and then space. So what join does is it just gets all the elements as they're laid out, and then it adds whatever characters you want between all of them. So we go comma space, we could go this, we go underscore, right? We have a ton of options here. We have a ton of options here for how we want to do the separator, which is pretty cool. So I use this all the time. I mean, this is how I turn a bunch of array data into like a string or something, right? I also use this to convert things into like CSV format, which is where you have like a comma between. And then the cool thing is you can just take the CSV, you can actually make a file of it and just upload it to a Google Drive or something. So tons of examples here. You know, they show you how to do 3 with a space plus space. If you just join with nothing, then if you join with like an empty string, it'll just kind of stack them all together. This is very similar to like a text aggregator sort of function if you're using make, or some sort of aggregation function in most no-code platforms. Okay, great. Let's now cover merge. Now, all merge does is it allows you to take a specific type of array, and that's the type of array that has objects as elements instead of just numbers, strings, or booleans, or subarrays. It allows you to basically take them all and then stick them into one big object. So if you think about this, what we're really doing is we're converting from an array into an object. I'll give you guys a quick example of what that looks like by actually creating my own. If I were to grab my own array, and then I were to create an object inside of said array, where I have name Nick, that's object number 1, and then I were to say city, the automatic curly brace adding is kind of annoying. Okay, so name Nick, let's do city Calgary. And then we'll go, I don't know, height, and then we'll go like 188 or something, just like this. Right, we now have an array that contains 3 elements. We have name Nick, we have city Calgary, and then we have height 188. What if we just wanted to convert this into one object? Well, we just go merge. Sorry, that's not going to work because we're outside of these curly brackets. We just had a space here to make our lives easier. We go dot merge now. And now we basically taken an array and we've converted it into an object where all of the array elements are now just key names in one. So it's name, Nick, city, Calgary, height, 188. This is now just one object. And now instead of a bunch of array functions, we actually have a bunch of object functions available to us, which I'm going to go over later. So merge is, you know, I mean, like I understand why they put merge in, but do I ever actually use it in practice? No, not really. Next up, we have pluck. Pluck is pretty badass. Basically, what we get to do is if I were to feed in the same thing that I just fed in before, then instead of merging it, I were to pluck it. What I can do is I can extract the specific things from this array of objects. Like if I had name and then, I mean, you know, this isn't a very good example, but if I were to pluck out the name, what I'd get as a result is I'd get Nick. Okay. Pluck just allows you to extract the value of something that has a key name equal to what you've put in here. So hypothetically, if I were to just have another person in with the name Sally, what I've done is I've plucked out all of the names. I've plucked out Nick, I've plucked out Sally. This is another one of those manipulation functions, which I don't really use too often, but it's not bad to know. The next function we have is called random item. It is fantastic. Random item is just a quick way to select something from an array. I use this all the time. I use this in like round robin scheduling. Well, not round robin scheduling, sorry, like random scheduling. I use this when like I'll generate a list of random numbers and I'll just select one. Although to be fair, there is like a random function that you can use. I use these to like, you know, statistically, randomly and uniformly just take things from an array and then do things with it. The next function is called rename keys. You guys remember that example function I had earlier? If I just go back to it. If I had a bunch of entries with name, and then name, and instead of using pluck, I were to use rename keys. What rename keys allows you to do is it basically allows you to search for a specific key name of the object. So in this case, name, and then convert it to something else. So maybe instead of name, what I want is I actually want to call it first name. Well, this will now create another array, but it'll automatically go in and it'll rename all of the keys and all of the objects in said array. This is another one of those like more complicated like data formatting functions that I don't really find myself using often, but I have used this before and it's worth at least knowing. Okay, and JSON.array reverse does probably what you're expecting it to do. It just takes as input an array. So in my case, an array of Sarah, Sally, and Stephanie, and then it reverses it. But for some weird reason, every time I put JSON.array.reverse in, it crashes my N8N server entirely, and then I have to spin it up again. So this is a very interesting development, if I'm honest. I wasn't expecting this one function to just consistently crash, but I've repeated the behavior a number of times and just does not really seem to be cooperating. Anyway, imagine if it said Sarah, Sally, and Stephanie in your input. The output would be Stephanie, Sally, and then Sarah. Sally is the middle unit, so it wouldn't necessarily change. Anyway, I'm going to exit this page, fix it, and then come back. Okay, next we have the slice function. The slice function works the exact same in an array as it does in a string. If we wanted to slice between 0 and 2, we get Sarah and Sally. If we want to go 1 and 3, we'd get Sally and Stephanie. Next up, we have a very interesting one called smart join. Basically, I'm going to rely off the given example here just because it's such a nuanced and I want to say uncommon function to use that I don't really use it basically ever. But over here, you see how we have an object that is specifically formatted as follows: field age value 2, field city value Berlin. Okay, let me copy this over. I'll show you guys what this means. If I were to pump this in, and I were to go to smart join, and if I were to feed in field and then value, and I close it off, and what this would do is it would basically take as input my array, and my array is broken down into basically an object with a field and a value for every thing. Like if you think about it, there's no need to break it into a field and then an age and then a value and then a 2. You could just go age and then 2. Right? City and then Berlin. But it takes this very particular formatting and then it basically plucks, similar like to what we were doing before, it plucks out the fields and then the values, and then it uses it to turn into a new object where the first element that you feed in is going to be the key, and then the second element that you feed in is going to be the value. I don't really ever use this, so I probably wouldn't worry too much about understanding it if you don't. Next up, we have sort. Sort just sorts things alphabetically to start. If you want to do anything more complex than alphabetical sorting, you're going to have to use one of those arrow functions that we talked about again. And unfortunately, the way that the arrow function works is not very intuitive. It's just a hand-me-down of, I guess, like some programming or JavaScript conventions. Basically, you want to grab A, which is going to be your earlier element, and you want to grab B, which is your later element. You just always want to wrap it like this. And then in order to turn this bracket A, comma B into some sort of inverse order, what you'd have to do is you have to go to B, locale compare, and then go A like this. It's kind of annoying, but we've just reversed it basically. We've sorted this, well, we didn't reverse it actually. We sorted this based off of the presence of the characters in the alphabet. SAL comes before SAR, which comes before ST. Because we're doing this inverse comparison. If you were to go alphabetically, it would just be standard. It'd just be A and then B. Why you have to use the locale compare thing in this particular format, to be honest, I don't really understand or get. I don't really ever sort anything other than numbers from like a largest to greatest or strings alphabetically ascending. And then if you think about it, if you sort things one way, you can also just sort it and then you can just reverse it in order to get the other thing, right? So like most of the time in practice, I'll sort first and then I will reverse after. Now, I'm not going to type the 2 brackets there because I have a feeling it's probably going to break my N8N instance again for whatever reason. But yeah, that's how that works. Next up, we have JSON string. This just converts all of the elements in an array into like a JSON string that you could do stuff with. So this is now a string. It's not an object, it's a string, and you can do string manipulations on it. A lot of the time you have to convert things into JSON strings in order to send or receive them through APIs, so I'll use this reasonably often. Next, we have toSpliced. toSpliced is actually really, really interesting, and I could see a lot of cool uses for it, but I personally don't use it very often. Essentially what it allows you to do is allows you to take as input an array, and then what you do is you will add specific elements at an index that you specify, then remove a bunch of elements after that, and then actually designate the thing that you want to add. So I know that sounds kind of difficult, but let me show you as our example. Sally, Sarah, Stephanie. Let's say this is the 0th position. This is the first position. And this is the second position, right? Let's say I want to add something at the first position right over here. So in order to add something, I go 1, and then I go comma 0, and I'll show you why in a moment. And then let's say I just wanted to add another S name. Let's say, oh geez, I already have Sally. Samantha? Yeah, Samantha. I would type in like this. What I've done is I've inserted Samantha into the first place of our array. If I wanted to move it so that it's after Sarah, I just go 2. If I want to do it so it's after Stephanie, I go 3. And I don't know, can I add it in fourth? No, I can't, because it takes the length of the string, length of the array, and then it sticks it in at the end. So yeah, this is me just bringing Samantha back, baby. That's what I'm doing. Now I'm bringing her forwards. I have the power. Next up is the second parameter is kind of interesting. Basically what this does is it deletes a certain number of entries, which is kind of neat. You can delete the number of entries from the start index onwards. If I want to delete, let's say 3 entries or something, I think I have to refresh this, unfortunately. Sorry, let's do 1. Yeah, because we can't delete anything at the 3rd index because there's nothing left. But hypothetically, we go 0, 0 first. If I delete everything from the 0th index, and then I go 1 out, I'm going to delete between 0 and 1, which is this, right? If I go 2, I'll delete Sarah as well. If I go 3, I'll delete Stephanie. That still allows me to add Samantha, though. Sometimes the N8N editor will sort of bug out like this if you have an additional comma, so just be really careful. But anyway, this still allows me to add Samantha. So the way that I like to think about this function is just sort of like an all-in-one. If you wanted to do 2 or 3 things simultaneously, if you wanted to add an element at a specific place, then if you wanted to remove a bunch of elements, and then if you wanted to, I don't know, like designate a specific element to add, then you'd be able to do so here. The cool thing is this can be an array, so I could add more people here too. So I could add like Samantha, Peter, and then Stacy. And then I could use that to, if you think about it logically, replace the 3 elements that I have in here. So like, this is what the string looks like when I concatenate them. This is them afterwards. So this is just sort of like I don't know, it's like a 3-in-1, if that makes sense. Do I use this one often? No, I do not. Still pretty cool though. You could probably impress some people. The next one I want to cover is called union. Union is pretty awesome. This is it's the union operator in logic. And basically, if you feed in 2 arrays and they have overlapping elements, it will just ignore the overlapping elements and then just give you a unique total array, which only contains unique elements. So you know how we have Sarah, Sally, and Stephanie? Let's say I feed in another one with Sarah, Sally, and then Stacy. What we do is we basically add these 2. We perform a union on the first, which was Sarah, Sally, and then Stephanie, and then the second, which is Sarah, Sally, and Stacy. And we don't duplicate the Sarah and Sally elements, right? These are unique. We just add the single new element that's sort of like a difference between the 2. So you can kind of think of this as similar to the intersection and the difference functions. This one just doesn't preferentially add things from the beginning or the end. It just does it with both equally, which is nice. The next function is unique, and I use unique all the time. It displays only the things that are unique in your array. So this is a very quick way to deduplicate data. If you think about an array, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, and I pass it through the unique function, I'm only going to have 5 remaining. If I go 3, 4, 5, 2, 2, 3, you can see I've added nothing. But if I go 6, now I've added a single additional element. And it does so by preserving the placement as well, which is quite handy. So I use unique all the time. Very, very common for me to use unique. Okay, let's now cover the 2 functions that I've been leaving until the very end here. Actually 3 functions, if we count reduce as well. Map, filter, and reduce. These are extraordinarily powerful. I use map and filter all the time specifically. And these, if you figure them out, will end up being probably your most used array functions because they are just the cardinal V array functions. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to do map. Now, if you remember back to that previous function that I showed you guys, we are now going to be using arrow syntax again, where we have some item. And then what we're doing, all the map does is map just does something to the item. Okay. So let's hypothetically say I wanted to append gmail.com to all of these entries. I could do so very simply just by concatenating gmail.com. Let's do @gmail.com like that. So what I've done is I've taken my item, which is I, and then I've said for every item, I want you to perform this function, I.concat and then gmail.com. Pretty sweet, right? Well, why don't we now make them all lowercase as well? 2 lowercase, then I double up on the brackets. Now you can see that we have basically all of these formatted as email addresses. So now I'm kind of mixing and matching, combining functions, which is cool. Okay, so what's really cool about the map is, I just did this with a string, right? But you can do this with whatever data type. Like hypothetically, if instead of JSON array, I fed in 1, 2, 3 into map, what I could do is I could just multiply this by 2, then I can instantly change all of these a proportional amount. If I divide these, I could do a bunch of cool stuff with that as well. Modulo too, probably. Like there's so much that you could do with the map function. It's crazy. I'm not even going to start, but just know that this solves 99.9% of all array queries. Now, similarly to the map function, you also have one called the filter function. If you've never used the filter function before, I'm just going to give it a click because it'll automatically check this out for me. What the filter function does is it basically does the same thing as map insofar that it goes over every element in your array, but it allows you to filter out elements that don't match the criteria. So let's say I have a simple array here, 1, 2, and 3, and I filter out all elements where I is less than 3. Right? So all elements where I is less than 3, well, 1 is less than 3, 2 is less than 3, 3 logically is not less than 3, it is 3. So I only have 1 and 2. Okay, if I were to do this with my array, I could also filter based off of string constraints. So my array, if you think about it, is Sarah, Sally, and Stephanie. What if I was only interested in returning entries that had a length of less than 6? Sally and Sarah. More than 6, Stephanie. So we're basically doing the same thing as find, but we're doing it a little bit differently. We're sort of proceeding with it a little bit differently. So map and filters I mentioned are fantastic. I use them all the time. There's one more which employs similar logic, but you're probably not going to end up using it anywhere near as much. It's called reduce. Now, reduce can be very complicated to understand. So I'm just going to cover it like really, really briefly. But essentially what it allows you to do is it allows you to define your own function, and then you can do stuff to things iteratively. So let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I'm reducing. What you do is you have some accumulator, then you have some initial value, and then you have an arrow where you go accumulator plus initial value. So what's happening, I think it's called initial value. I might have some other term for it. I might be misunderstanding. But basically you have like A and then you have B. Then what you want to return is you want to return A plus B. So what this does is it says A is your current element. So A would be, for the first pass around, be 1. And then B would be the one next to it. Okay? So 1 plus 2. Then it would take the result of 1 plus 2, which is 3, and then it would add it to the next thing, which would be 3 plus 3. Then it would take that result, which would be 6, and add it to the next thing, 6 plus 4. Take that result, which is 10, add it to the next thing, 10 plus 5. What do we get as a result? We get 15. Now, you can do a number of things that aren't just mathematical functions to this, but this is sort of like an accumulator, like it aggregates things the further it goes along. So obviously large arrays, that you're running some functions on, will be bigger and bigger and bigger mathematically. You can do things like divide too. So I don't know, A divided by B. It's kind of interesting. A times B obviously grows. A minus B, you're going to get a negative number, right? Because you're going backwards. But I'll leave reduce there just because, in practice, you're probably rarely going to use it. Okay, that now takes us to the object suite of functions. I'm just going to change the type to object here. And I'm now going to be extracting data from this, which is an object that is nested one level deep with a first name, a last name, and a height in centimeters. Apparently, Kvothe Arleden, one of my favorite characters from fantasy, is 186 centimeters. Wonderful. So I'm going to go JSON.object. Now I have access to this, and I'm going to press dot. And the first thing you're going to see when you're operating with an object is you're going to see some additional fields up at the top. So basically, we'll go in, we'll parse this out, and then we have access to the first name, the last name, and the height in centimeters. So these aren't functions, these are parameters, but I'm going to write them down anyway. First name will equate to Kvothe, right? Last name will equate to Arleden. And then height in cm will equate to 186. Pretty neat, huh? So these aren't functions, as I mentioned. These are just ways to reference, values in set array. Let's actually get into the functions. There aren't too many of them, so it's going to be pretty straightforward. The first is called keys. Keys is pretty self-explanatory. All we do is we just get the keys, and we pluck it out and turn it into an array. So in our object, first name, last name, and height in centimeters, these are all the keys. On the right-hand side, Kvothe, Arleden, and 186, these are all the values. So if we want to extract the keys, we use keys. Similarly, if we wanted to extract the values, well, you just type values. So now we're extracting kind of the other half, right? Kvothe, Arleden, 186 instead of first name, last name, height in centimeters. In addition to that, you can do is empty. This just tells you whether or not the object is empty. So this object, clearly not empty. There are a lot of things there, right? Is not empty. That's dang right, it's not empty. There's a lot going on in there. Next up, we have has field. Has field is pretty self-explanatory. Basically, we're just looking to see if there's a field called whatever. So maybe we're feeding in an object. We just want to check to see if there's a field called first name. Well, we just go first name. That's true. But what if we wanted to check if there was a full name field? Full name in this case would be false because there's no key that corresponds to full name. Realistically, they probably should have called this has key and not has field, but what are you going to do, right? JavaScript. Okay, great. Next up, we have compact. Compact just does the same thing in objects as it does to arrays. So basically, if we had any empty values here, we could basically remove them instantly. I'll show you guys an example. If I go first name, Nick, then I go last name, and then I go empty, the end result of feeding this in to our compact function, it just removes this last element and field entirely because it's empty. If I put an X there, you'd see it'd populate it. Okay, the next function I want to talk about is going to be called keep fields containing. This is kind of an interesting one because I don't know, they change the name or the meaning of fields over and over and over again. But basically, you see over here how I have first name, quote, last name, Arlen, height in centimeters. Well, what if I only wanted to extract parts of this object that have quoth in it? So I want to extract the field name and the value of the field and value that contain quoth. If I put that in there, you see that I've now created a smaller object called first name quoth, and that's it. I don't really ever use this in practice. And to be honest, I don't use most of the object manipulators in practice, but we have remove field. Remove field just allows you to specifically take things out that you don't want. So maybe we want to remove the last name. We want to remove the height in centimeters, right? We also have remove fields containing. So this will go and take out fields that contain a value that we want or don't want. So in our case, we don't want any fields containing the value of quoth. So we take first name out entirely, and now it's just last name, height in centimeters. And then we have our obligatory toJSON string, which just takes in the object and then it turns it into a JSON string that we can send or receive basically through API call. So, if you're trying to send an API call or trying to send data somewhere and it keeps on telling you that your JSON is misformatted, just try passing it through to JSON string first. I use it pretty often. Last thing I'm going to show you is URL encode. This is pretty interesting, but basically, how earlier we were talking about URLs, right? Let's hypothetically say I have some database available, okay? What you can do with a URL is you can encode what are called query parameters. Query parameters look like this. You put a question mark, and then after you put the name of the variable or the key name, and then the value. And if you want to add more, the name of the variable or the key name, and then the value. And name of the variable, aka the key name, and then the value. So what this allows you to do is allows you to turn a JSON object, which is sort of like this structured thing, right? And it allows you to just instantly encode it as one of these URL parameters or query parameters. This is pretty useful anytime you want to send or receive data added to a website or something like that. Because instead of you having to manually put all this stuff out, hypothetically, I could totally go first name equals, and then I could go $JSON.object.firstname, right? It'd be kind of similar. But I'd have to do this sort of structure over and over and over again, which would just be a massive pain in the ass, right? Hypothetically, instead of me doing this, what if I just went, this is, as you can see, it's just really unseemly. Instead of doing this, if I just went JSON.object.URL encode, this is kind of a lot more interpretable, a lot shorter, a lot easier. So I use URL encode pretty often. Okay, let's cover Boolean functions, and boy, do I have a surprise for you. If we go JSON.Boolean.bool, I should say, you'll see that there are really only two functions. There's toNumber, and then there's toString. So toNumber just turns a true into a 1, and then a false into a 0. In our case, what we have is we have a true down here, so the output is going to be a 1, right? If we wanted to instead turn this to a string, this just turns the bool, which is technically, even though this is in letters like TRUE, this technically isn't considered a string. So what this allows us to do is allows us to take a bool and then convert it into a string. So we could do things like, to uppercase or something. If we were just to go bool to uppercase, as you see, it doesn't really allow us to because this isn't like a function that you can apply to bools. So you got to go to string first, basically. Okay, the last thing we're going to be doing is talking about datetime functions. Now, the first thing we have to do in order to get a datetime function is we have to get a datetime, right? So if you guys remember, the way that I did this, in order to get the Luxon datetime, it was called, was I went 31/01/2025. Then I went to date time, saying that it can't convert it. And why was that? I think my format might have been different, actually. 01, was it 01? Yeah, sorry. It was, I think it was 01/31. Yeah, to Luxon datetime. Okay, anyway. Okay, so once we have something in the standardized datetime format, there is a million and one things that you can do. All you do is you press period, and now the standardized datetime format offers just, God, I don't know, 20 or 30 functions. Now, I'm not actually going to show you every single one of these because some of these are such obvious variants of each other. Like you can plus a date, you can subtract a date and that sort of thing. But I am going to cover all the ones that are important that I find myself using pretty often. So the first one's called format. Format is super valuable. Basically, it allows you to get something that is a date time, okay, like this. Then it allows you to format it however the hell you want. So you know how there are millions of datetime formats out there? Or millions of date formats? Some people want it year / month / day. Other people want it month / year day / year. Well, this allows you to do so using characters that are designated in this formatting guide. So basically, you have tokens like S. tokens like lowercase u, tokens like z, tokens like k, right? And all these correspond to things. Like hypothetically, if you wanted to instantly translate any time into an extra verbose localized date time, you could just type FFF, and it would automatically do that. So let me show you. If I just typed FFFF, I've now converted this into a date time, and then I've immediately formatted it into this super extraordinarily complicated looking date, which is just like a string representation. I could remove some complexity with FFF. I could remove even more with FF, and I could just go FF to get some other format. Likewise, I actually create my own format if I wanted to. So maybe I wanted to go year, okay? Sorry, Y, I meant to say, because you got to lowercase y's, then month, and then date. And then let's say I wanted to go hour, minute, second, okay? I've taken this date, and then I've converted it to a date time. Then I've formatted it in this specific structure. As you can see, we end up with not only the year, the day, and the month and the day, we also end up with like the number of hours, minutes, and seconds. Now in this case, it's 000. Why is it 000? Well, I've been inserting standardized date times here. What you can actually do is there's a specific function that grabs the current date and time called $now. So $now, if I were to just remove this, $now is already in a date time. So you actually don't need to convert this to a date time. All you would have to do is you just format this as follows. Year, month, day, and then HMMSS. Or maybe HH, I think if I want to get 3. And then I think you just go A. No, P. It'd say like AM or PM or something like that. I kind of forget how to do that though. But anyway, now, you can format the exact current time, which is pretty cool and pretty useful. And I believe there used to be, and I don't know if there still are, I think there was like a timestamp variable or something else, but I'll leave that out just for the purposes of this discussion. Okay, great. So if I just go back to my previous example, which just had sort of a simpler look at a date because we didn't have a bunch of seconds and stuff like that. If I press period again, you'll see that now we also have a few options. We have minus, we have plus, and then we have diff2 and then extract. And these are the most commonly used datetime functions and ones that I use basically all the time. Minus just subtracts a given amount of time from a date, and it allows you to designate things just in like natural language. Well, not natural language, but like using dates, days, hours, weeks, that sort of thing. And then plus adds. Let me show you what this looks like. So you know how right now this is like 000. Like basically there's not even a single second to the day. Well, what if I wanted to add, 30, then seconds? Well, you'll see we've just changed this here. 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 60 seconds, 70 seconds, 80 seconds, 90 seconds. Let's say hypothetically we wanted to add 10 days to this. Well, now it's February the 10th. How about 10 weeks? Well, now it's March the 11th. Well, now how about 10 months? Well, now it's November the 30th, right? You could even add years. This is pretty standard, right? If you wanted to take this out, you just subtract instead by using minus. So a variety of different functions available to you for just doing like simple date manipulations. A couple of other ones that I use pretty often. There's this one here called diff2. Basically what you do is you feed in, the most commonly used one is now, but basically you feed in the starter over here on the left, and then you get the difference between that and the second date over here, which in our case, we're just going $now. And then we get the number of days. Hypothetically, what we could also do, if you wanted to reverse this, right? This is a negative value. We could go $now, diff2, and then we could feed in this whole thing. And then we'd get that it's been 0.667 days from this, AKA I'm about 66% done on the current day, because this was counting from like the 0th minute, the 0th second, the 0th hour of, January the 31st, 2025. Likewise, we could show this off in weeks. We could do this in minutes. We could do this in seconds. Man, it's kind of crazy to me that 960 minutes have already gone by in my day. What the hell have I been doing? Anyway, aside from the existential value, obviously there's just a lot that you can do and get done. And then we could also extract. So we could extract things from this really easily. Like now is obviously January the 31st, 2025, right? What if I wanted to extract the month? Well, we get the first month of the year. If I wanted to extract the year, what if I wanted to extract the day? right? I can basically go in, I can extract the current second, man. I can extract the minute, right? The minute of the hour of the day. So I have a lot of options available to me. And so this ends up being pretty valuable when, I don't know, usually when I'm sending or receiving something, or when I'm performing logic for stuff like invoice follow-ups or email follow-ups, using all of these functions just makes it a lot easier to calculate how long it's been since something has occurred, and so on and so forth. Variety of other functions. This one is end of. This allows you to round up to the end of the month. So if I were to give you an example, this doesn't really make sense because I'm at the end. So why don't we do startup instead? Startup just does the same thing. It just rounds in the opposite direction. But if I want to round out my current date to the start of, then basically what I've done is I've rounded my date, which was January the 31st, to the beginning of the month, which was the 1st. So this is very similar to the floor function. It's just you're technically flooring like a date, which is pretty wild. If I wanted to go start of the year, it'll be the same thing because this is January, right? If I wanted to go end of year, you can see that we're now 2025, 12, 31, 23, 59, 59, 999, so on and so forth. This goes all the way to the very, very end of the year. I don't remember if you could do decade. No, you can't do decade. Can you do millennium? Yeah, anyway. Lux and date time is something for another time. Lux and date times for another date time. If you guys want to check the myriad cool functions, just Google this, and then you'll see a variety of dot functions similar to what we've been screwing around with here. Luxon's extraordinarily powerful, but obviously some of the syntax and stuff like that can be a little trickier. Okay, and then aside from that, there was just a couple other ones that I used pretty often. Oh yeah, they're components. So you know how earlier we were extracting things, and we were doing so by saying like month? Well, you can actually just get like day. You can get like month. You can get like year, and you can dot index it that way. There's also zone. So, you know, a lot of the time when you feed in a datetime object that you get from an API or something, it will include stuff like this, -07. Well, what you can do is if you just type in zone, it'll tell you what the name of that time zone is, which can be really useful, you know, just when clarifying stuff, contractual documents. It can be useful because a lot of services also require you to feed in a time zone. And a lot of these also just use like zone codes, or there's like a lot more names to these zones than I understand. So in practice, I usually end up using something like that in order to reference it. And then there's just some helper functions like is weekend. So like, you know, you can find out if the date is a weekend. Let's say you're sending some sort of invoice follow-up. Well, you can, you know, do your math, and then you can determine if something is a weekend. And then if it is a weekend, you can grab the date, and then you can add 1 to it or 2 to it, and then you can send it on the Monday instead. You have a lot of options, I should say, which is pretty neat with formatting, you know, date times as things like, you know, whether it's a weekend or in this case, whether it's a leap year or so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm going to leave the datetime functions there, but definitely check that out if you guys want a lot more power and control over the way that works. I didn't add datetime functions in the batch of 106 just because these aren't technically like N8N functions. These are functions outside a library called Luxon. And, you know, that's not like native to N8N or anything like that, but obviously they're still super powerful to know, so I highly recommend it. Okay, hopefully by this point, you now have a reasonable understanding of N8N functions. Again, I know I mentioned this a few times in the video, but you don't have to memorize all these. You can grab all of this stuff just straight from the documentation, and the N8N AI tool is also pretty good at just figuring out sort of the finer nuances behind some of these functions. So what's more important than knowing the specific information itself is just knowing how to find the information if you need to, and that's really what most modern developers do. It's not like we've all memorized every single function on planet Earth. We're just capable of going through a list of functions, reading a little bit of documentation, and figuring out which ones apply for which use case. Now, let's take your N8N knowledge to another level by transitioning from solely cloud-hosted environments to self-hosted environments. To make a long story short, self-hosting just refers to the idea that you actually take the N8N source code and then you put it on a server. Now, you are doing it on the cloud, technically. You're putting it on some sort of cloud server out there, although you can certainly do it on your own computer as well. It's just a little bit of nuance that I don't really think most people care for these days. But there are a number of benefits to self-hosting. The biggest one is cost. So instead of you spending a fixed amount per 1,000 operations or executions or workflow node runs, what you can do with a self-hosted environment is you could basically pay a monthly rental to the service that hosts the server. Then you could run as many executions as you want. So instead of you spending, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to run, let's say 1 million executions per month, you could spend maybe 10 or 15 bucks to rent a server. And then you don't have to spend any money whatsoever to N8N. You just take care of all those executions within the server rental. That sounds a little bit more complex to you. Don't worry. I'm going to dive into how to do all of this stuff in the next few minutes. It's also really good for data security and privacy concerns. There's some niches that you work in, specifically healthcare, legal, some financial, where you can't actually send like customer or patient data up to the cloud, or you can't have it, I don't know, leave the bounds of your country. And so in this way, what you can do is you can rent servers that are within your country or maybe on premises, and then, run an N8N install there, making sure that you're not leaking any customer or member or patient data. This, to be honest, isn't super important in practice, but there are a few industries in which this applies, and self-hosting is the primary solution for a lot of those industries. The first and simplest way to self-host is using Render. For those of you that are unfamiliar, they call themselves the fastest path to production for a reason. Now, I'm not affiliated with them, but I'll show you how you can get up and running with Render in just a couple of minutes. This is easily the simplest way to go ahead and do so. So first things first, just create an account over here. Now, I already have an account, so I'm just going to put in a fake one here, fake email address, and the fake password. We're going to click create account. They're going to ask you to verify your email next. Now, since I've already gone through and done all of the sign up, I can then go and then sign in. So I'm going to sign in with my account. After you are done verifying your email, you'll be taken to a screen that looks like this. It'll say deploy a web service, static site, Postgres database, or explore all service types. Now, unlike a lot of the other videos here, I'm actually signed up to the service. I'm actually going to be paying when I need to, but I want to let you guys know that these videos tend to be invalidated pretty quickly because all of the platforms that we are signing up for self-hosting on, they all tend to have different UIs and UXs, and they change the way that their dashboards look and stuff. So instead of paying attention to the very specific buttons I'm clicking and stuff like that, just try to understand what I'm doing more generally. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to find an area in the page that says deploy a web service, and then go down to where it says existing image. What you're going to need to do is you're just going to paste this in verbatim. So N8N has a deployment method called Docker. Docker is just a very simple and easy way to grab like an image of the N8N install off of the internet. So if you just Google, N8N Docker, like I'm doing here, you'll get a page that looks something like this on the Docker hub. And if you just scroll down, you'll find a URL that looks something like this, docker.n8n.io/n8n/n8n. This is just what you copy. Then you go back to Render and just paste it in where it says image URL up here. And then you click connect. I'm going to leave everything else as blank, and I'm going to click on free for hobby projects. In reality, what you're probably going to want to do is you're going to want to launch a starter, a standard, or a pro plan, depending on your usage. If you are doing thousands of requests a minute, pro is probably sufficient for you. If you're just getting up and running and maybe have like 2 or 3 clients or 2 or 3 systems that you're maintaining that send workflows every few minutes, starter is sufficient for you. If you do free, just note that they'll automatically spin down the service. This can be kind of a pain in the butt, but I'll just leave it at that. Once you're done, it's going to go through, it's actually going to spin up the Docker image, and you're going to set up your server. So let me cut in a second. By the way, it was on this website that I first found what N8N actually means. It was written by the creator himself, and he says that it means nodemation, and it is pronounced as N8N. Apparently the reason why was he just didn't really like typing a ton of characters, so he said N8N, nodemation. Good enough. Okay, and then after a couple of minutes, you're going to get a message that looks something like this with editor being accessible in this local host. All you need to do is go up here to the link, give it a click, and then you'll have the ability to set up your owner account. So that's what I'm going to do here. And once I'm done, I'm going to click next. This will then send a verification email using my server, actually, which is interesting. Do some fun little onboarding. Heard about y'all through Google. And then we actually have the ability, and this may not necessarily be the case when you guys are watching, but as of the time of this recording, we have the ability to get a bunch of paid features for free with a license key. So I've already done this on a bunch of other ones. I'm going to skip it. But yeah, now N8N is here. We could start any workflow we want from scratch. This is running entirely in our own server. You'll see that because it's a free server, it's going to be a little bit slower than usual. But all hotkeys, everything that you could possibly want works. And because you're using a Docker image, it's going to be up to date. So this is by far the simplest and easiest way to get up and running with this. I should note, this isn't the only way to set up N8N on Render. And we've also glossed over a fair number of like the configuration options that you have. If you want to check out some of those configuration options, feel free to check The N8N Docker page, there are a variety that allow you to like switch the database that you're using by modifying environment variables and changing basically a bunch of things related to encrypting and so on and so forth. If you also look up the N8N community environment variables and just pump that into Google, you'll find a bunch of different settings that people use to optimize their N8N installs. But that's just beyond the course of this video. The second simplest way to set up N8N in a self-hosted environment is using Railway. Now, for those of you that don't know, Railway is very similar to Render in that it allows you to very quickly and easily spin up servers and spin up databases for those servers. But our sign up here is going to be a little bit different to what we were doing before. We're actually going to have to continue with GitHub. For those of you that are unaware, GitHub is a way to host your code or repositories that you've worked on. Make a long story short, all you need to do to make sure that this method works is spin up a GitHub profile. And I believe you have to add some authentication. So github.com. We just open this in an incognito tab. There you guys can see what it would look like when you do not have an account. Then click sign up over here. Add your credentials as necessary in order to get that account up and running. Then all you have to do is go back and authorize your Railway app. This will give you $5 in free trial credits as of the time of this recording. And now we have an account here that I just have to accept a bunch of terms for. Then move on to deploy a template. The one you're going to want to click is N8N with workers. It's currently the most popular one on the platform. Then just type in deploy. And basically what's going on now is we're using our $5 in free trial credit to spin up an N8N instance with workers, which are just a little addition. And I believe it's a Postgres database with Redis. I don't really know how you pronounce that. But the specifics of the implementation aren't necessary to know or understand until you actually get up and running with N8N. So the purpose of this is just to make sure that you have an N8N self-hosted instance. We can actually access it using a public URL. So let's cue up some Jeopardy music and let's see how things go. At a certain point, you'll get a page that looks something like this. All of these will turn green. This is the actual deployment process, and it'll say it's applying a bunch of changes. You'll get updates in the right-hand column here that show you that various deployments were done. So in my case, it started with Redis, then it went to Postgres, and it's kind of working its way backwards over to the primary N8N instance before finishing off with the worker. Eventually, all of these nodes will have green little check marks associated with them, and all I have to do is go back to primary, then give this URL a click. It'll open up your N8N instance, same as we had before. And I can go through and I can add all of the information that I want. And because it's a new instance, obviously, it's asking me to go through the onboarding again. And so this is going to happen every time that you set up a new instance. It's going to offer to give me paid features for free forever. And then voila, we're basically good to go. Again, we have our N8N instance up and running. The third simplest way to get N8N up and running in a self-hosted environment is using DigitalOcean. They have a one-click N8N install template, very simple, easy, and straightforward. You just type in DigitalOcean into Google, and this will be one of the first hits. I'm going to sign up to an account here from scratch, show you guys what it looks like. So just pumping in my email address and my password. I like DigitalOcean's design. Very nice. It's now going to do some bot verification, just to make sure that I'm a real human being. And once we are in DigitalOcean, we're going to have to go through our confirmation sequence. And we have some onboarding that I'm very quickly going to get up and running. And then once we're here, you do have to enter in some payment details. So in my case, I'm going to enter some payment details just to secure the account. I'm going to do that off screen, of course. Okay, great. And now we are registered in DigitalOcean. And in order to get all this stuff up and running, it's very, very easy. All I'm going to want to do is go over to the DigitalOcean, I believe it's called their marketplace or their store. So go back over here. Let me go, I think it's marketplace. There we go. And what we want to do is we want to click on or search for N8N. Be a one-click install. All we're going to do is create an N8N droplet. It's now going to connect back to our account. We can select the specific server area we want. Just select whatever's closest to you. It should automatically do this. And then it should automatically select an Ubuntu version. In my case, it's 22.04 on the marketplace. I'm just going to use the basic plan. It's going to try and get you up to the peak, but I'm just going to go down to regular. And then I'm going to go down to $6 a month or 9 cents an hour. Actually, 0.9 cents an hour, I should say. Now you're going to have to create a root password. So I'm going to do this here. Looks like it needs to be a little bit longer. One uppercase letter. Oof, man, this is tough. Oh, geez. Why don't we just go YouTube? Okay, that's rough. So I'm totally going to forget that. So YouTube 3. That sounds good. Paste that puppy in there. I'm going to store it very securely on YouTube where everybody could see it. And then we're going to create the droplet. Now this is going to do the whole deploy procedure, similar to like how what we've seen before. Very same idea. It's just going to obfuscate or obscure some of that data from you. DigitalOcean, I find, is just a little bit less, I don't know, they put that stuff a little less front and center. It's also an older platform versus something like Railway or Render, which is focused a lot more on, obviously, user experience and being modern and stuff like that. So we're going to give it a few minutes and let it finish. Okay, and then your droplet should be up and running. The issue in DigitalOcean, and the reason why this is like third instead of first, is because you can't just access it via the IPv4, the IP address. Paste it in, you'll have some issue. It'll refuse to connect. So what you have to do instead is you have to actually add this to a domain using DNS. What I'll show you guys how to do here is on my own, LeftClick.ai. I go to advanced DNS here, then add an A record. The host is going to be N8N. The IP address is going to be this, and I'm just going to try and do this as quickly as possible. So I'll click 1 minute. What this is going to do is it's going to provide me a publicly accessible URL at n8n.mydomainname.ai that routes to this address here. So if you don't have this, you're going to have an error every time you try and access the IPv4, which is the IP address. So I'm going to give it a minute, and then I'm going to access n8n.leftclick.ai. After that, all we need to do is go to console here, give that a click. It'll open up this window, which looks pretty scary and make you feel like a computer hacker. All I have to do is press enter in the domain name, enter in whatever the email address you want to use for their encryption protocol is. And then I'm just going to not set up a time zone. It's actually going to go through and run some additional configuration options for us. So here it is. It's now building this out. Once you're done, it'll say installation complete. Access your new N8N server in a browser to continue at this address. So I'm going to copy that over. Go back here, open up a new tab. And as you can see, we now have the owner account screen, same as we had before. We can set it up. It's going to ask us some onboarding info. And voila, you can now go in and then, muck around on their canvas again. The fourth way to set up N8N in a self-hosted environment is using Heroku. Now, if you just Google Heroku, spelled Heroku, you'll get to a website like this. Heroku is definitely a lot older of a platform. You can see they have some updates that are coming, so maybe that has changed as of the time of this recording. But we will type in N8N Heroku. What you want is this GitHub repo here, or a GitHub repo that looks something like it. Now, GitHub actually has a native deploy to Heroku button. So what you can actually do is you just click this button and then it'll deploy it to Heroku. They've done some updates over the course of the last 3 months. I should note that every time we're doing this, we're getting slightly different versions of N8N and stuff. But if you click on that button, you'll then be taken to Heroku, where you can log in to an account, which I have yet to do so. So I'm actually sign up to an account. That's what I'm doing here. No company. So enter your email again. And I am in the United States. Let's say Delaware. Now creating my account. So we're going to check my email like I did a moment ago. Okay, now we have to add a bunch more info. And it looks like you have to make your password super long. Okay, now we have to enter some two-factor authentication. I don't really know what I want to do here. One-time authenticator. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. I then have to go and download an app called Authenticator from the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. The way that this works is it'll basically just generate a code based off of the current date and time multiplied by some secret key thing that Heroku has installed. Then what it'll allow you to do is you're actually going to be able to scan it using something that looks just like this. And basically you put in your little QR code in that center area here, which is what I'm doing. And it's just given me a verification code that I can now pump in, which will be this. There are multiple different authenticator apps. You could use whichever one floats your boat. I like using the Google Authenticator one, just simpler and easier for me. Okay, now we have some more onboarding questions just to go through. When this puppy finally loads, that is. Am I domiciled in Italy? No. Awesome. Okay, great. So now once we're signed in, we can go back to that N8N Heroku GitHub install, click deploy to Heroku, and it'll actually just do that one-click deploy for us. I'm going to call this N8N Nick, common runtime, and I'm going to dismiss this. And then the only things that we have to do is, we have to change the encryption key. So we have to change it to whatever the heck we want. I'm going to do, I don't know, Nick is super awesome and jacked. All true. And then the app name is going to be the Heroku application name, which is N8N Nick. So N8N-Nick, cool. And we click deploy, beautiful. As this is a one-click deploy, all of the configuration settings are just up on their own. So as you can see, there's some config vars here. These are the same things as the environment variables and render, and then Railway that we saw earlier. But I'm just going to let it play and we'll see what happens. Great, you're going to get a bunch of green check marks as per usual, and then we're just going to go view. Now, because we don't have HTTPS installed basically, and Heroku is just a little bit behind on this stuff, you're probably going to get a dangerous site. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go visit this unsafe site down here. It'll actually take you to the page, and as you can see, there's no real difference in the, that's okay. There's no real difference in any of the safety here. It's just like, it's your own website. They're just lacking the protocol that we'd be interested in. So yeah, voila, we are now on our website. We're gonna go software, business owner, myself, less than 20 people, and then Google as per usual. And we got some paid features, and then voila, we can now start from scratch all over again with our N8N install self-host number 4. The next way to self-host N8N is actually just do it on your own computer using Docker. You can do so on like your laptop, or maybe you have some server rack or something like that. I don't necessarily recommend this unless you know what you are doing, but I'm putting it in here just for completeness' sake. What you're going to want to do is just head over to docker.com. It'll allow you to download the Docker desktop version. Now I have an Apple Silicon Mac, so I'm going to give this a click. This is then going to go through the download process. Once I'm done with that, I have my docker.dmg image. Again, this is going to be different if you're running a, I don't know, like a Mac or a PC or something. Make sure to download the right one for your version. In my case, I'm copying this over to the applications folder, which takes its sweet ass time. Then after that, you can just search for Docker, whatever way that you are currently interacting with your file finder. That's how I do mine. It'll verify the package. Yes, I want to open the package. That is why I double-clicked you. And then you can accept and then use these advanced settings. In my case, I need to enter my password to do so. Okay, great. So you can sign in, go through the whole rigmarole if you want to, like creating an account and stuff. I'm just going to skip all this. And what you want is up here where it says search, you're just going on paste in, not that. Just look for N8N. So N8N IO/N8N is right over here. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to click pull. That'll go through setting this up on your own computer, basically. And once you've pulled it, you're going to want to run it. Now, I should note that you can do this through terminal as well. You don't need to necessarily do this just through like the Docker desktop. Docker desktop's just a much easier way of getting up and running with this. And then you're actually going to want to instantiate this by clicking run. And when you do so, it'll ask you for some optional settings. I'm going to do 5, 6, 7, 8. Right over here, volumes, host path, environment variables. I'm just going to leave that as is, and I'll just do N8N-Nick. And give that a run, and you'll see that, my computer is a lot faster than a lot of the other ones we've been using, so it's already done with the deploy. If you click 5678, you'll now be at localhost 5678.setup, which is, again, my own server, and now I'm actually running N8N directly on my computer. So because I have way more server resources than, most of those ones that I could rent out realistically, I bought like one of the swankier MacBooks. Everything here is going to run way, way faster than, if I were to do so using some sort of cloud instance. You also need to keep in mind, I don't have to send and receive data. It's actually just all locally here. I could see this making sense for people that want to play around with like higher end applications. Just keep in mind that this does complicate the process quite a bit because now, your webhook URLs are all local. Now, if you want to find a way to expose, right? If I go back here, if I type webhook, but you'll see that we can't currently access this. So if you want to, I'm actually going to go back to my Docker container. I'll stop it. If I click delete here, so we're going to want to find the N8N IO, this one. We can pull it if we want, but in my case, I'm going to click run. What I want is I want to set the webhook _ URL to this, and then the host port, I'm just going to leave at 5678. We'll call this N8N-Nick again. So now when I run this, after it gets up and running, I'll have access to my local host set up again. So let me just go through the rigmarole of the sign up. And now if I need to find a way to automate this, just given how many times I'm signing up to all these. No, thank you. Now if I start from scratch and I add a webhook URL, what you'll see here is it automatically puts in this address. Now, this still isn't enough to make it accessible. What we need to do is we need to find a way to pass in requests from n8n-nick.leftclick.ai to our local N8N instance. And that specific thing is beyond the purpose of this tutorial. Essentially, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to set up NGINX, which is basically an HTTP web server that makes it so that when you send a request over to that address, it'll automatically forward it over to your local host on your machine. But there's a ton of great documentation written on all of this stuff on N8N. Feel free to check out configuration, environment variables, and then if you just type N8N Nginx right over here, it'll show you guys, well, there are a variety of like answers direct from the founder of N8N himself that walk you guys through what that process looks like. The last way I'm going to show you on how to set up N8N in a self-hosted environment easily and quickly is using Hostinger. For those of you that are unfamiliar, Hostinger is very similar to the other tools that I mentioned here. They just kind of hold your hand through the process a little bit more. So if you just type in N8N and then Hostinger up here, it'll take you to this page. There's a one-click VPS template, which will get you up and running quickly. These are the prices on a 24-month term, but when you click on it, you'll actually be able to select a smaller term if you want. So period 24 months, let's go down to 1 month here. I'm going to click on continue. It's obviously then going to ask me to create an account, do all my pricing information and stuff, but let's do this one. Okay, good to go. We're now going to click get started. That's going to take us to our H panel. H panel is just like the Hostinger panel. And we have a guided setup here. I'm going to choose just the default options because they walk you through it a fair amount. The template that I'm looking for is N8N. So that's the one that you're going to want to do. It will launch, it will ask you to set up some malware scanning BS. I never do that. And then you do have to set up a root password of some kind. It'll be the same sort of idea as before. That looks pretty good to me. Oh, 12 to 50 characters. Can I just double this up? Yes, I can. We have the VPS host name. We had an SSH key, which I don't really need. Just going to save all this stuff. All this looks good to me. I'm going to click finish setup and it's going to run through the process now of setting up my VPS. After that, you'll get a message saying the VPS is ready. We'll click manage VPS here. It's going to obviously ask us some fun stuff. Thank you for the onboarding. Then we have to do is head to panel access, click on the login URL. And this will take us to our lovely, hopefully familiar at this point, N8N signup page. And then from there, you can proceed through the onboarding as I've done 5 times already. Click get started, skip the paid features trial, and then you are now good to go. We are in the canvas. Perfect. So now you not only know how to put together workflows in N8N and drive real business value, but you know how to self-host. So you've actually leveled up on the deployment side of things, which is historically very difficult to do. What I'd like to do next is I'd like us to take a step back, zoom out a bit, and then look at N8N not in isolation anymore, but as one of many tools that you could choose. And particularly what I'm going to do in this video is compare N8N to make.com. These are two sort of competing no-code platforms, and I know we haven't talked too much about them up until now, but I think it's important for you to understand the merits because some organizations are going to want one solution, some organizations are going to want another. And especially if you're doing any sort of consulting, you're going to want to know enough of a difference between the two platforms to be able to make strong, educated decisions. Yeah, let's start with module availability. I've also included a winner here. So I think that the winner in module availability is Make. If we go back to N8N here, and then I click on this plus arrow on the right-hand side, then I type action in an app, and I scroll through. Don't get me wrong, there are lots of platforms, but I don't know, in total, maybe a couple hundred, right? These are all the platforms that N8N is natively connected to. Whereas if we go back over here to Make, we click on this plus button, scroll through. I mean, that's probably to where N8N was. So I don't have a numeric way of figuring this out, but I'd say make.com is probably at least 15 to 20, maybe 25 times as many platforms. And that's not taking into account community platforms and stuff either, although I don't really know if that's fair, considering that N8N probably has some community functionality as well. But yeah, I guess the point that I'm making is since make.com has been around a little bit longer, if you're just looking for like direct out of the box connections that just tend to work, make.com is probably your better bet. It's definitely substantially more streamlined to get up and running as opposed to you having to make your own API calls or that sort of thing. Okay, the next is JSON and code integration. So, as I mentioned earlier, if we click on label general Q&A, we scroll in a little bit, message ID, JSON.id. This is pretty interesting because we actually have like code in our no code or low code tool, I should say. And the really cool part about it is N8N actually allows you to use JavaScript just natively in any of these fields as long as you go over here and click expression. So for instance, if I just like, wanted to do something to this JSON.id, okay? I wanted to check if it starts with the number 3 or something. I can do that. I can literally do that. Let me check what this actually was. This is a 1. If I click 1 here, you see it just turned to true. 2, false. 1, true. So I can't understate how crazy this is to me as somebody that, kind of like back in the hood, man, like the make.com hood. Things were rough out there. We didn't have any JavaScript or anything like that. We had to make do with like built-in make.com functions. The second that you sprinkle a little bit of code onto your no-code platform, like basically everything becomes possible very, very quickly and easily. Make doesn't really want to let you do that because obviously if you could just like do something like this with one little, like a few characters, then how are they going to make their money, right? Like obviously it's the simplicity and effectiveness of the no-code automation platform in a way is directly opposed to their ability to monetize if it's being billed on a per operations basis. So N8N definitely wins. There's no comparable feature in make.com. The only thing that's even somewhat comparable is there's this third-party service called Custom.js, and this isn't even like Make's company. Like this is some other company that like built a way to do this. You can actually like add some code yourself in JavaScript, but as you see, it's nowhere near as dynamic. You don't get any feedback. You don't know when the code was sent or received. You don't have little tooltip windows that pop up. It's just nowhere near as dynamic. And you actually have to pay another platform in order to run JavaScript inside of Make, which is hilarious. So JSON and code integration, N8N wins hands down. It's not even close. I could show you, a bunch of other stuff here. Like you could literally make your own JavaScript window. You could write as much code as you want here. But I'm not going to because I think it's pretty clear who wins that one. Okay, the next up is flow control. N8N wins flow control. Now, what is flow control? Essentially, earlier I was talking about how this is one of the simpler flows that you could build, right? This is sort of like in one direction. It's unidirectional. You don't have like loopbacks and stuff like that. N8N can get pretty complicated with that stuff, but in general, it's much more powerful and nuanced than anything that make.com could hope to do. A good example of this is just this text classifier. As you see, this Gmail trigger feeds into a text classifier, which natively outputs like 5 different if-then statements. Okay. Cold outreach, general Q&A, Gumroad notifications, invoices and receipts, unknown. It just automatically does this built in. If we wanted to do something similar here in make.com with a router, which is the equivalent function that kind of splits flows up, I would have to go and add a filter for every route. I have to say, category has to be equal to, cold outreach. I have to label it, and then I have to do that 6 times or however many times I did. So, for one, we just tend not to have that built-in kind of filtering or what's the term? Flow functionality. On the other hand, I find loops are just a lot better done in N8N. Now, I'm not going to show you an example of a loop here, but you can actually just like natively loop things back into each other in N8N. It's kind of crazy to me just to be able to do that, to drag the output of one function into the input of another. There is no native way to do this in Make. Like I can't kind of do that. And the main reason why is they just don't want to overcomplicate the hell out of the process for you. So instead, the way that it works is if your previous module outputs multiple bundles, then all subsequent modules will run for the same number of times, or they will run the same number of times that there are bundles in the previous module. If I give you guys a very simple example with a parse JSON module, which is just a way for me to convert JavaScript object notation into something that's accessible by make.com. If we go array, and then I go here, and then I go 1, 2. If I were to run this, what would happen is my first module would run once because I just outputted an array. I just converted this into make.com's format. So an array was produced with 3 elements. I then iterated over this array, which basically just means to turn an array of elements into 3 separate runs. So this is run number 1, bundle 1, run number 2, bundle 2, run number 3, bundle 3. Then it ran this set variable module 3 times. If I make the value of this the value, I run this again, you'll see that I don't really have like a looping feature, but we do run the same number of times as there are bundles in the previous section. What I mean by that is if the input to this is 1 bundle, then the output is that same bundle. But we didn't just input that 1 bundle, we output 3, and then 3 outputs were made simultaneously. Operation 3 has a value of 3. Operation 2 has a value of 2. Operation 1 has a value of 1, because that is the value that I extracted from the particular bundle run. From that parse JSON module at the beginning. So without really beating a dead horse at this point, I'm just going to call it there. But N8N is certainly far, far better than make.com in flow control. They have the ability to filter just like make.com does, but then also have built-in ifs, loop over items. They can merge data from two different data sets. They have built-in error handling. It's fantastic. Another thing I want to bring up is testing. If you guys remember earlier when I was attempting to test the N8N flow, all I did was I pinned an example, and then I could actually manually modify the content of that example here. Then all I needed to do was I just ran the subsequent modules, or subsequent nodes rather, one by one, right? And it always just used that same input. I can't overstate how valuable it is to have that ability in a no-code tool, because the alternative is basically make.com, where if I want to run something from left to right, I basically need to make an API call to my email server every single time I do that. So there's no caching of data. There's nothing that easy. If you wanted to build that in, you'd actually have to manually do that by using something like a set variable module, setting it to whatever you want. And then on all downstream modules, having to reference that set variable module for your testing. And then anytime that you wanted to switch from staging to production, basically you'd have to switch back over and over and over and over again, which means you'd have to go through every module and then change the email body variable back to the email text variable over and over and over again. And that's really annoying. It's also annoying because they kind of charge you a little bit more for it. So not even close. N8N's just much better with testing. Authorizing and connecting, make wins for sure. I know that I showed you some pretty simple connection flows here where all you need to do was log into your Gmail, but in reality, N8N's connection flows are substantially harder most of the time. If you wanted to connect, I don't know, like a Google Sheet or something. Actually, you know what? Now you could probably do one-click auth, right? Yeah, okay. I take that back. You can do one-click auth here. But previously, if you wanted to do, I don't know, something like a Google Drive, you would have to create a credential, and then you would have to go and use, you basically have to like do a whole API connection, which is obviously extraordinarily intimidating for new users. So like really, you're going to have to go into the Google Cloud Console and get the OAuth redirect URL, the client ID, the client secret. And you have to read super annoying, but also very intimidating documentation on how to do this. You know, honestly, you could screw up and it could take you forever and you could be totally dead-ended. Whereas if you wanted to do the same thing with make.com, you would just add a Google Drive module here. And the connection to this is literally just, again, sign in with Google. It's sort of a one-click sort of deal. So very straightforward. Make.com, even despite the fact that they have like 10 times the built-in modules, it's just much, much better there. So Make definitely wins on that respect. For webhooks and mail hooks, Make wins as well. It's extraordinarily simple. And this isn't going to make sense unless you have like a no-code background. But it is extraordinarily simple to set up a custom, basically, event handler in make.com. All you do is you click add, you make new webhook. Let's just do YouTube example. I've had to start writing YouTube example because I went through all of my connections a little while ago and there were like 8 million that were just ASDF. I'm just going to say YouTube example N8N versus make webhooks. They just give you an address and you can just send a request to this address anytime you want and then something will automatically populate here. It's crazy if you think about it. And N8N, they have an equivalent feature if you go down to webhook. But I find in general, it's just a lot clunkier and it's a lot more annoying to use. The N8N webhooks are substantially more annoying to deal with. If you do the wrong request type instead of a get, or you do a post or something like that, they won't just tell you that you did the wrong request type. You'll just be stuck here waiting. There's a difference between test URLs and then production URLs, which is important if you're like a computer programmer or something. But the vast majority of non-technical folks, they won't remember to change the test to the production and likewise. And then they ask for some sort of like auth usually by default. So it's a lot more secure, don't get me wrong. But if you want to just get up and running with this stuff, Make is definitely superior. Another issue is there's no built-in mailhook feature. Make basically coined the term mailhook. Like a lot of people expect this. A mailhook is just like a webhook. It's just instead of a webhook, it's an email address. So if you send an email to this address, like if I go back here, and if I were to just make an email, I could actually like have a flow set up that, basically like does something every time you send an email to this address. Think of the possibilities and opportunities here. You could basically instantly, create a system that you CC something and it does something else. It adds a record to ClickUp, or if you BCC or something like that, maybe it automatically starts following a user on a social media platform. Like, the abilities here for mail integrations particularly are limitless. So if that's something that you're looking to do a lot of, definitely look more towards Make. AI features, I hope that this is self-explanatory, but N8N wins hands down. I know I covered the text classifier here, but the biggest module and probably the most popular one is the AI agent module here. As I mentioned, the really cool part of the AI agent, if I just exit out of this and kind of scroll down, is it even has this inherent chat feature, which is crazy. But there's nothing like this in Make.com. Make's not even close. You basically have to rebuild the wheel every time you want to do something like this. So, when a chat message is received, and you could chat with the model right here, it will go and it will call a chat model of your choosing. So OpenAI chat model, I'm going to select my credentials. Sure, let's do GPT-4o Mini. Then it'll also talk to a memory store that you have, which stores 5 or however many messages you want from your past conversation history. And then depending on that, you can choose a tool that you want it to do, which is pretty crazy. So I don't know. This is the simplest API in the whole wide world. I don't know if I'm actually going to do a tool usage. I'm trying to find a very simple example. Maybe we'll do the Gmail API, and then we're just going to read through. Let's not send. Let's get. Maybe get many. We're going to simplify them. And then now we're going to chat with our little AI agent. Hi, how's it going? All right, AI agent is already here and ready to help you. What can you do for me? It can retrieve information, do email management, task assistance, and general advice. That's pretty crazy. Could you retrieve the most recent email from info@leftclick.ai? We're just going to send it a message, ask it to retrieve the most recent email from info@leftclick.ai. It's then going to call my little tool, and it's going to take a while for that tool to obviously consume and do whatever it is that it needs to do. But then it goes through and it finds the tool in my email inbox just using natural language. And as you can see, I set that up in 3 seconds, right? So it includes a snippet, includes all the data and all that stuff. You can make this arbitrarily complicated. I added a single tool here. You could add 500. I mean, you probably shouldn't add 500, but what you can do is you can add 5, and then one of the other ones you could add is another AI agent, which filters some other stuff. Essentially what you're doing is you're making this big decision tree, which is pretty neat. And you can chain together however many of these things that you want. It does start to break down after a certain point, and I won't say that it's super business capable at the moment, but it's very clear that this is going to be the future of the vast majority of businesses. They're just going to have AI agents that route decisions and do queries. So yeah, not even close. N8N wins hands down. If you're looking to get more involved in AI agents, and that's kind of the next step you want to take, then N8N's the one for you. Sharing and collaborating functionality, N8N also wins on that front. If I just go over here, if I wanted to share this flow, which, is kind of 2 parts. So let me just delete this AI agent. Sorry, buddy, you're not taking my job just yet. We click share over here. Sorry, not share. Well, we can collaborate with other people in our workspace very easily with that button. But if we go over here and then we click download, you can basically very quickly and easily download a blueprint file or a JSON, which is similar to what Make.com allows you to do. And what this data is basically a code representation of all of the modules in your flow, along with all the connections and the positions on the page and all the test data and stuff like that, which is obviously pretty neat, right? The benefit to this, though, is if you think about it, there's also the ability to import from a URL, which is kind of new. So you can actually import a workflow from a URL. You can, remember how earlier we said that there were a bunch of templates? Well, this is what's happening under the background. You can actually just click any one of these workflows and instantly just import it to your a workspace. You can also copy the template to your clipboard, and I could just paste this in. And it'll literally just paste in this huge Lego block-like thing. And as you can see, you can get arbitrarily big and complicated with this stuff. I mean, this flow could be, I don't know, it could start here or go all the way down here. There could be 8 million modules involved. Not that I recommend you build flows that have 8 million modules, but I think you guys see what I'm saying with this copy and paste stuff. Make.com's a lot more annoying, I find, with this. You have to use this little import blueprint thing, and then you have to choose a file on your computer. There's nowhere near as big of a template library available. There are templates, don't get me wrong. I just find that the templates are nowhere near as nuanced or as valuable. And this is coming from somebody that like actually uses these to make real money. These are usually just 1 or 2 step flows, and like, yeah, they're cool and stuff, and that's nice, but nowhere near as detailed as like the thriving developer open source community that N8N has, unfortunately. So your ability to collaborate is definitely impacted. Hotkeys, N8N definitely crushes it with hotkeys, not just like the availability of the hotkeys, but also the fact that they like teach you everything. If you mouse over stuff, it'll just tell you what hotkey you need to click in order to have it happen. So top right hand corner here, I'm mousing over this plus button. It says, hey man, quit clicking this button. Next time, just press tab instead, right? Variety of other examples of this, but yeah, they lend themselves to this little text interface quite a bit, which I like. And there aren't very many hotkeys in make.com at all, if I'm being honest, aside from just like the built-in ones in your browser. Like, you can tab through fields for sure, but really, like that's it. I could just tab through fields. Is there really nothing else? If I wanted to copy something, the copy, paste, cut. I mean, like these are all things that are obviously native to my computer, not really built into make.com. And I consider it such a shame because I think make.com could be so much more easy to use with some hotkeys, but they are really just targeting that total noob demographic, I would say. Note-taking and documentation, N8N wins for sure. If I wanted to document a flow in make.com for this, I would have to click on this notes feature. I'd have to right-click on this, go add a note. I'd say, note about XYZ. Then click exit out of this. I'd right-click this, add a note, note about ABC. Not only is this just not very intuitive, like the only way to see my notes is I have to physically go down here to notes and then give it a click, and then and only then will I see it. Not only is this not very intuitive, it's very limited with like what you can do. I mean, sure, you could make this really long if you wanted to, I guess, but I don't know. There's no formatting. You can only see it if you click on the button. You have this little arrow. I guess what I'm trying to say is N8N just does a much, much better job on notes. You guys remember that template that I just copy and pasted a moment ago? If I copy this again, and go back here, like if I paste this puppy in, just look at the way that this is documented, right? You have a variety of different formatting options. Natively accepts Markdown, which is just a text formatting method. You can drag and drop these to be visible anywhere you want. There's so much information basically on everything that you can like document any flow that you possibly want for you or somebody else in your team, for instance. So that makes it just a lot easier and clearer to use in general. Okay, let's do the financial comparisons, and then at the end, I'll talk about which platform I would use if I were in your shoes right now, and I were kind of at the start line of my business versus if I were sort of halfway through. So financial comparison-wise, now I think you know how each platform works realistically. Let's now turn to the major topic that is on most people's minds and is honestly the main reason why most people choose one platform or the other, the financials involved. So how much money could you realistically expect to spend on each platform if you wanted to? What I'm going to do next is I'm going to break costs down below so you guys can make the best decision for you. To keep things relatively equal across each of these, I'm going to be using a hypothetical example where you just need to run the system that I built 2,500 times per month or a little under 100 times per day. So 2,500 times per month, I don't know, it's like 80 times a day or something like that. I'm assuming that, you get 80 emails a day. That may seem a little crazy for you, but I guess if you think about it logically, if you're running like a big info ad email or a hello ad or something, 80 emails a day, while on the higher end of the number of emails you might receive, it's actually not that crazy to consider. So we're going to start by doing a financial breakdown of N8N, and then I'm going to do a financial breakdown of make.com as well. If I start with this N8N financial breakdown, basically the way that their pricing works is, and I've clicked monthly on all of these. You can also buy annual plans, and I think the pricing is a little bit different, but not by that much. N8N is absolutely 100% free if you self-host it. I'm going to cover that in a second, but I just want to make sure that everybody here knows that's like one of the main draws of the self-hosting feature. Now, I'm going to be comparing this on a cloud hosting to cloud hosting basis, just because it doesn't really make sense to compare apples to oranges. Let's compare oranges to oranges to start. If you were to compare oranges to oranges and then go cloud-based hosting for both N8N and make.com, here's what it looks like. You will pay $24 a month for 2,500 workflow executions and 5 active workflows. What is a workflow execution? To be clear, a workflow execution is this. One run of this is a workflow execution. So that runs 80 times a day. You're consuming 80 workflow executions a day. You are allowed 5 active workflows. What is an active workflow? If we go back to personal here, I'm just going to save this flow and exit out and go back to the dashboard. 5 would be 5 systems that are clicked to active. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is all you would be able to do for $24, which, to be honest, pretty crappy. The fact that they limit the number of active workflows you have on the $24 a month plan, that's kind of crappy. So not very good there because, I mean, I can think of a dozen scenarios where, well, scenarios is a funny word. I can think of a dozen instances where you could have, where you would need substantially more than 5 to do even like some of the more basic things in a business. So I really don't like how they limit the number of active workflows. It's probably like the shittiest part of their pricing model, to be honest. But obviously, you know, the self-hosting comes in handy, and anytime you're over 5, that's typically what people do. So if we were to run a scenario 2,500 times, you know, obviously this would be under the $24 a month plan because we have one active workflow. That's how much it would cost, 24 euros, I should say, per month. Now let's chat really quickly about the self-hosting. If you self-host an N8N workflow, you don't pay them a dime. Your only costs are the server that you are going to be using to host your N8N open source instance. That's it. So most of the time in practice, server costs, like at the beginning and low end of the range, might be $5 to $10 a month. The higher end of the range, you might be spending like 30, 40, $50 a month if you have like a pretty good server. If you want to spend like a couple $100 a month or whatever, you'll have like the best server ever, but you probably don't really need to unless you're doing something mega enterprise. So what that means is, you know, you can kind of get away with $5 a month. And theoretically on that $5 a month, you could like probably scale to over 100,000 workflow executions. So like that's 40 times what you're getting for 24 euro a month. You know, there's so many options. Like there's Render, that's one service, DigitalOcean, Easy Panel. I mean, I could throw out like 500 here. But yeah, you can get, you know, servers and all these for like $5 to $10 a month-ish, and then you could run 100,000 workflow executions. And since a workflow execution in N8N is very different from an operation consumption in Make, like this is pretty huge, right? If the average Make scenario has 10 operations or 10 modules and it takes 10 operations every run, like theoretically this is like 1 million operations a month for like $5 a month. So that's what's really attractive to a lot of people that do make.com, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of people are switching over to N8N. Now in terms of scaling, they're not captured in our example. The key point in N8N is how affordably it scales. Make.com doesn't really scale very affordably. A single scenario can consume many ops, usually between 5 to 25, I want to say. N8N will only ever count a single workflow on their cloud offering. Additionally, if you're doing self-hosted, you can run an infinite number of workflows for the same or slightly elevated cost per month, which is nothing. So that's pretty cool. Obviously, N8N has quite a lot of big dick energy there. If you could just self-host your Make thing and just never have to pay them, how great would that be, right? Moving on, let's do a Make.com financial breakdown. So as you see here, there are a variety of plans on the monthly side of things. There's a free plan, there's a core plan, a pro plan, teams plan, enterprise plan. I should note that you technically don't have like a free plan here for the cloud hosting. It's just the self-hosting. So technically like Make.com is more accessible at the lower levels. You can get started for free, right? You don't actually have to pay a dime, nor do you have to know any computer programming or anything. You can actually get up and running for $0. But generally, if you want to do anything meaningful in a business, you're going to need core or up. The good news is core starts at just $10.59, so 10,000 ops a month. Pretty simple. When I wrote this, I thought that our scenario would include 5 modules. I believe it only ended up including 4, right? Yeah, it only ended up including 4. So this is actually even less than this. So the logic that I did here with 5 was I said, you know, if we run this 2,500 times a month, we have 5 modules which get executed. 5 times 2,500 is 12,500. 12,500 would be over the limit of most built-in $10,000 in ops a month plans, like Core for $10.59 or Pro for $18.82, or Teams for $34.12. So you'd have to upgrade. That would then cost $18.82 per month on this plan on 20,000 instead. But you know, because we're doing this for just I don't know, 4 times 2,500, technically this fits under the core plan for $10.59 a month, which makes Make a lot more cost effective than N8N's cloud hosted offer for this example. This does make it less cost effective than their self-hosted offers still in most cases, because you can usually get a server for less than this. And that server would be able to run like 100 times this, right? Now, the issue with Make.com, I would say, pricing-wise, is it just scales really fast. Most scenarios are going to include a ton more modules than our little example did with 5. Or 4, I should say. And a lot of the time there'll be some sort of looping functionality where you might run the scenario once, but you have 50 bundles. So 50 times 5 or 4 is instantly 200. And if you run that like more than a few times a day, you basically are like using your entire month's operation budget with just one scenario. So that kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm not going to graph it for you guys, but essentially it's like more affordable at the beginning and then it like spikes way up. And what's interesting, depending on how long you guys have been in, you know, the no-code business for, is this is basically the comparison between Zapier and Make.com a few years ago. Zapier was kind of the one that was like, you know, scaled way the hell up. And if you were like a pro and you wanted to like get better at this stuff, you'd move over to Make. But now that same determination is kind of being made between Make and and N8N. And it makes sense if you think about it, because the market itself in no code is getting more sophisticated. Like, I don't know, 5 or 10 years ago, I mean, how many people were out there developing no code stuff? Fewer, right? But over the course of the last 5 years, like some of those people have become really good, and the median ground of the market has become reasonably good. So if you're really good or reasonably good, it makes sense that you'd start going towards more developer-friendly applications, right? That's just logical. Anyway, which one should you choose? Drum roll, please. This is probably what most people here were waiting for. Nick, what would you choose if you were in my shoes? Let me tell you. It depends. I'd pick one or the other depending on circumstance. So as I mentioned before, almost all no-code platforms are capable of the same things. If you can do something in Make, you can absolutely do it in N8N. It's not just a matter of, is this possible? It's a matter of how many steps would be required in order for me to do this? How difficult would this be? Right? So I really want to like prove that to you guys, that you can do anything in either one. And that's why I built that same system in both, and we had relatively different approaches for them. Now, a simple answer to the question is Make is going to be easier for simpler things. N8N is going to be easier for more complex and operationally intensive, more expensive things. So if you find yourself doing easier things more often, and if you're not very technically competent, you know, it's easier for simple applications. N8N is going to be better for you if you're operationally intensive. Congratulations, you guys have now made it to the end of the N8N Mastery course. You went from somebody that probably had no idea what N8N was or how to put together a workflow to somebody that is now comfortable and confident enough to do this sort of thing regularly, while also understanding some of the finer nuances related to data, related to some of the nodes that most people don't get, stuff like the merge node, the split node, and then how to curl those hundreds of N8N functions into something that actually works and hopefully makes money. After that, we covered self-hosting, so you learned how to actually deploy a real live instance of N8N directly from the source code. Then finally, we looked at N8N not in isolation, but as a comparison to Make.com, one of the competing tools right now that a lot of people are also using. At this point, you are no longer an N8N beginner. You are an N8N master. You have spent more time on this tool than most people ever would, believe it or not, in just a few hours. You guys can reference anything in this video using the bookmarks and using the chapter headings down below, so don't feel like now that you've gone through it, you can never brush up on any of these skills again. I've tried to make this as organized a resource as humanly possible. Now, knowledge is not valuable in isolation. So now that you know all of this stuff intellectually, it's time to actually go out there and do something with it. And this is what I think the main gap is between people that understand AI and automation concepts as builders, and then people that understand AI and automation concepts as strategic business people. Now, I'm obviously leaning more towards the latter. Everything that I teach is always in a business context, but to be honest, that's really where no code shines. It's not really great for hobby projects. It's more of a thing to actually drive actionable revenues. So if you guys like what you've done so far, you guys see potential in maybe wanting to start a business model doing something like this, then join my community Maker School. It is the simplest, straightest line roadmap to go from a total beginner who has never sold any sort of AI automation in their life to an experienced business professional who runs a thriving AI and automation company. Inside, you guys are going to find a 90-day roadmap that takes you from a total automation agency beginner to somebody that has their first client, guaranteed, or your money back. Daily accountability and step-by-step guidance where I will legitimately check in with you at least every 24 hours to make sure that you're on the right path. Copy and paste outreach and sales templates that are closing deals right now. A library of proven N8N and Make.com workflows and blueprints that you can copy and paste immediately. And coaching calls that I do live with thousands of people where I answer specific questions that you guys ask. Plus, you'll see me there every day. I respond to the bulk of community posts. I record customized videos for all of you, and I'm essentially just a pillar of that community. So if you guys are serious about making money for yourselves rather than just watching videos on YouTube where a bunch of other people do that, then this is the sign. I'm giving you permission to go out there and try something new. We'd love to have you, and if you do end up joining, definitely say hi. Would love to help coach you through the first few steps of your AI and automation journey. Thank you for completing this course, and I earnestly hope to see you inside of Maker School and just on my YouTube more generally.